The Magic Island is a very real place to Mrs. Gregory and her little party of loyal friends. The finding of her daughter Joan on the island should have brought the story of the 14-year search to a happy ending, but such is far from true. Jerry and Joan, with Mrs. Gregory and the captain, found it comparatively easy to escape from the island. Now their position is much more difficult. 400 feet below the surface of the water, 200 feet below the spot where the artificial island is hidden in a volcanic crater, the mysterious city of Euclidia, a complete community, capable of sustaining life indefinitely, holds our friends tightly in its grip, and escape seems far away.
Come, Mother, we may as well return to our quarters.
Well, sure, Mrs. Gregory, come on.
I hate to leave Tex without knowing just where he is.
Well, we couldn't help him any if we did know.
I suppose you're right, Jerry.
He is indeed, Mother.
Very well, Joan, dear. I'll wait quietly for news of the captain. But why return to our quarters? We may as well continue our inspection tour of this underwater city and learn all we can about it.
It is time for our lunch.
Oh, boy, grub.
Grub.
Yeah, you know, grub, chow, victuals, eats, foods.
Jerry Hall, if you would only say what you mean.
Oh, I did. You just don't understand English.
Do you understand it?
Do I?
Please,
Why-
Joan and Jerry, don't start another of your arguments now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Gregory. Come on, let's go to lunch.
I don't feel that I care for anything.
Oh, sure you do. You've got to eat something whether you feel like it or not.
Yes, Mother. It is foolish to deprive yourself of the nourishment your body needs merely to give your mental depression full sway.
Hey, listen.
It is indeed time for our lunch, and we must hurry to eat it as we will be given only a limited time.
Very well, Joan. Are you sure which way we go?
Oh, that's easy. We take that elevator right over there. One nice thing about this underwater city, they don't hide things as much as they did up in the island.
That is true, Jerry. We will be able to find our quarters at any time.
It's very obvious that the Euclideans don't feel it necessary to take any further precautions against our escaping. They know we can't escape.
Oh, gee, Mrs. Gregory. Quit acting so down and out. We're not licked yet.
Perhaps you don't realize when you're licked, Jerry, but I feel rather thoroughly beaten.
We are in no danger, Mother, and we have unlimited time in which to plan. There is still hope.
Oh, sure there is. But here's the elevator. I know it's the right one because the girl submarine commander showed it to me.
We must go quickly or the luncheon will be removed.
Yeah, we have to eat just when these fellows want you to or they take it away from you. Now, hang on tight, Mrs. Gregory. The commander said this elevator was mighty fast.
If she thought it fast enough to warrant her warning, it would probably be terrifying.
There are a number of handles which we may grip with our hands.
Yeah, and those handles look pretty shiny, like somebody's been hanging on plenty. Well, get set. Here we go.
Can you operate this, Jerry?
Well, I can try. Well, I guess I can run it all right.
Well, at least we've been shot upward some distance in almost no time.
I think this will be where we leave the elevator.
I know blame well it's where I leave it. That was too fast for me.
We are on the proper level. The section containing our quarters is just ahead.
You're a good guesser, Jerry.
Oh, I must be. I sure didn't feel any too sure when that elevator would land us, though.
We are now walking on the noiseless steel. The corridor outside our quarters is noiseless. I think we are correct.
Yes. That should be the door right over there.
Hey, wait a minute. Sounds like another elevator coming.
Well, well, well.
Oh, Tex, I'm so glad to see you.
Did you come up in one of those rocket elevators?
I sure did. And when those things take you places, you really get there.
Where have you been?
Talking to G47. I'll tell you all about his wheat. That lunch signal gives only so much time. Isn't that right, Joan?
That is correct, Captain. We will have only a few hundred seconds in which to enjoy our luncheon.
Well, maybe we can eat it in a few hundred seconds, but we sure can't enjoy it much.
This is our door, isn't it?
I think so.
We're home.
Home. Oh, Jerry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
What's the matter?
Mother has been very depressed, and Jerry and I have had no success in attempting to improve her frame of mind.
Oh, forget it, Pat. Now let's see what these Euclidean wizards have brought us for lunch.
Oh, boy. Fresh cantaloupe. Well, go ahead, Joan.
Go ahead.
Oh, make your wisecrack. Dig up some fancy name that none of us ever heard of for cantaloupe.
It is not necessary to correct you at this time. Cantaloupe is the proper designation for this form of muskmelon, though your pronunciation of the name leaves something to be desired.
Okay, what is it?
Cantaloupe, the name being derived from the castle in Europe where this melon was first grown, Cantaloupe Castle.
Well, cantaloupe, it's swell.
Indeed it is, Jerry. Ice cold and perfectly ripened.
I have to hand it to these Euclidean gardeners. They make food taste better than we can. They grow it under artificial light.
Are you sure this melon was grown here, Tex?
Positive. G47 told me that everything eaten in Euclidia was of their own production.
It sure couldn't be any better if it had grown under real sunlight.
I think you are all making a mistake when you refer to the sunlight of this underwater city as artificial.
How can we be mistaken, Joan? We're under the ocean. This light doesn't come down through the water. We know it's manufactured here. Therefore, it's artificial. Surely there's no argument as to that.
Afraid not, Joan. It just isn't sunlight. Not real sunlight.
It does the work all right, though.
Precisely. It performs all the functions of sunlight, therefore it is sunlight. The Euclidean light covers a far larger spectrum than sunlight, particularly in the ultraviolet wavelength. And when properly controlled by quartz filters, the amount of health-giving ultraviolet light may be accurately regulated and not depend on the season of the year, the altitude, condition of the atmosphere, relation of the sun to the zenith, and countless other factors which prevent people in your world receiving a constant amount of the beneficial shorter waves.
All right, Joan, I give up. These Euclideans certainly look healthy enough, even if they do live under the sea. And if they can do everything with artificial light that we can do with the sun, there's plenty of room for argument over the use of the word artificial.
There's nothing artificial about this salad either. The celery is so crisp it sounds like a windstorm when I bite it.
No, I haven't heard it. Bite harder.
Oh, I think I'm making enough noise, Jerry.
Now, that's better, Pat. That laugh did you good.
Indeed it did, Mother. You must not allow yourself to become so sad and worried.
I'll try to remember that, Joan. After all, we're all in the same predicament, and if the rest of you can be cheerful about it, there's no reason why I shouldn't.
Now you're talking. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. I don't see how anybody could be anything but cheerful with a meal like this in front of them.
I would say there was but little of the meal left in front of us at this time.
That's right, Joan. We've certainly eaten as if we never expected to get another meal.
Oh, looks like we didn't eat this one any too fast, either.
Why, the table is sinking through the floor.
It is, indeed. We were late in arriving for our lunch.
Oh, so that's where all this food comes from. I thought of noiseless servants jumping in and out with huge trays while we weren't watching.
This thing works just like a dumbwaiter.
It seems to. I suppose there is a passageway below this section where food is delivered to the living quarters from the kitchen.
Well, I'll bet you're right, but I'll miss my guess if they call them anything as common as kitchens here.
You may be sure they do not. On Euclidia, the chambers where the food is prepared are referred to as the dietary laboratories.
Uh-huh. I knew it.
These scientists just can't resist dressing everything up in technical terms, can they?
They do seem to lean that way. But if all our meals are as appetizing as that one was, I'm not at all interested in what they call their kitchens.
Me too. I mean, me neither. Oh, no, neither am I. Oh, something.
Oh, that floor section nearly caught my foot.
I was watching for it. I knew they wouldn't leave a hole where that table went down. Well, now that we've had our lunch in 200 seconds, or whatever it was, let's talk about what we've accomplished so far.
Well, we know that the volcano eruption that the scientists put on scared away that fleet of ships Johnson had come down here to try and rescue us.
And we know that with them went our last hope of rescue.
No doubt of that. We'll never be allowed to reach any means of communication here. But there's always the chance of escape.
I agree with you, Captain. Escape from this city below the sea would seem difficult and may prove an impossibility. But until that is proven, I feel that we should hope and continue to learn all we may about the city.
Good girl, Joan.
That's the spirit. And, Pat, I want you to get in line with the rest of us. We'll get out of this place if it takes a year or 10 years.
I'll do my part, Tex. And for myself, I'm not so greatly worried. I've spent over 14 years looking for Joan, and now that I've found her, I can be fairly content anywhere with her and with you, Tex. But it's Jerry I'm so worried about.
Oh, gee, I'm all right. Why worry about me? Well, I'm a swell time here, and I can stand anything the rest of you can.
Oh, it isn't that, Jerry. Your father will be terribly distressed over your absence. If only we could get word to him that we're alive and well. The poor man must be nearly out of his mind.
Yeah, I guess it is sort of rough on Dad.
We will advise your father the instant we are allowed to operate any means of communication.
We sure will. Now, in the meantime, let's plan and keep thinking.
Did you learn anything of value to us in talking to G47?
Plenty, but I haven't figured out how we can use it.
Oh, what was that, Captain?
Well, the one thing I was most worried about, as far as our escape is concerned, was the fact that the island is submerged and is going to stay that way for an indefinite period. At least a few months, until the world has forgotten us completely and given us up for lost. I thought all the submarines, planes, radios, and everything we might use for an escape were in the island. But they're not.
They're not?
They're not.
Oh, that is splendid, Captain Bradford. There are means to escape from this city, where we may have access to them?
The means are here, though our having access to them may be something else.
Well, I'll bet it will be. Don't forget we stole one of their submarines the last time we escaped. And when they got it back, after Joan blew it up with those bombs in the Catalina Channel, well, it wasn't anything but a bunch of junk.
And G-47 will be very bitter over the loss of his submarine.
Naturally. They are expensive beyond belief and difficult to construct.
I thought of all those reasons for the old boy to be mad at us, and he surprised me plenty when he thanked me for spoiling his submarine.
He did what?
G-47 thanked you for almost destroying that beautiful boat?
He did, and he meant it.
But I do not understand that, Captain Bradford. G-47 cared more for those submarines than anything on Euclidia.
Right, and that's why he was grateful to us. We showed him that his idol had feet of clay. The submarines weren't as perfect as he thought, or we wouldn't have been able to render that one helpless so easily. He thinks we've done him a big favor in showing up the weakness in that boat, and he's asked me to help him design another, eliminating the faults we found in that one.
Tex, it's almost unbelievable. G-47 has asked you to help him on a new submarine.
He has?
Oh, boy. There's your chance to begin to plan for our escape.
And more than that, I'm to be allowed to see the rocket ships.
They actually have rocket ships?
I told you of the rocket-propelled airship.
Better than that, Joan. They have rocket ships built like submarines which will operate under the water, on the water, or in the air. And those rocket ships are somewhere in this underwater city, somewhere that we'll finally locate. And when we do...
When we do, we'll know how to escape from Euclidia.
No matter how long and how hard any job seems to be, there's always a way to do it. Always an answer to everything that seems to go wrong. And it looks as if the Gregory party have found the answer to their troubles. When Mrs. Gregory, her daughter Joan, Jerry Hall, and Captain Bradford were taken to the Euclidean city beneath the sea and given their freedom to roam through the city as they pleased, it proved that the freedom was mostly imaginary, as they are prisoners. Perhaps even more surely prisoners than they were on the Magic Island. The Euclidean city is built in 13 enormous natural caves under the ocean, the smallest of these rooms being 1 mile in diameter, and the largest nearly 2 miles across. The highest point in this weird city is 200 feet below the water, and escape has seemed impossible. Now, however, we find Jerry and Joan walking through one of the large caves, and they're mighty cheerful about something.
But, Joan, are you sure G-47 will keep his promise?
I have told you repeatedly, Jerry, that G-47 need not stoop to the practice of deceiving anyone. He is quite secure in Euclidia.
Well, I guess that's right. He could let Tex work with those rocket ships all he wanted to, and still be mighty sure that there wasn't any danger of our stealing one of them.
Captain Bradford is very clever, but even he would find it impossible to take a rocket ship out of these underwater caverns.
Yeah, I guess he would. But if the Euclideans... Hey, where are we going?
We are going to the transportation room, where we will be allowed to see all of the Euclidean methods of transportation.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
What were you about to say when you interrupted yourself?
When I interrupted myself?
Yes, Jerry, you were mentioning the Euclidean rocket ships and the impossibility of getting one of them out of this colony.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was just thinking about how impossible that impossibility really is.
Jerry, an impossibility is an impossibility. There are no degrees of comparison. A matter is either possible or impossible.
You just saved me the trouble of trying to tell you that. If it's impossible to get all those submarine rocket ships and all the other gadgets these guys use to get around in, and if it's impossible to get them out of here, what good are they? Did they build them just to look at them?
I stated that Captain Bradford could not get them out.
The Euclideans get them out, don't they?
Naturally.
Then Tex Bradford can get them out.
That does not follow. The Euclideans will impose certain restrictions on the captain.
And when Tex gets ready, he'll smash those restrictions all to pieces.
I hope you are correct, Jerry.
You sound like your hopes were mighty weak. Say, Joan, our footsteps don't make any more noise.
I had observed that. We are entering a section of the city where the floor of the cavern has been covered with the Euclidean noiseless steel.
And our voices are getting that funny hollow sound they had up in that sound laboratory on the island.
So they are. I believe that would indicate that we are approaching one of the more important sound testing laboratories on this level.
Then maybe we'll see something interesting, huh?
If we are allowed to see anything, it will prove interesting.
Well, I'll agree with that. These Euclideans put on a good show, even if they're only giving you something to eat.
Jerry, stop.
What's the matter?
In another moment, you would have walked into that steel wall.
Oh, looks like it. Oh, well, we can go some other way.
But the captain wanted us to visit the transportation chambers, and we were directed here.
Well, directed or not, I'm not walking through any walls today.
There must be some other manner of passing that wall.
Oh, sure there is. But if they don't want us there, we'll stay on this side.
Jerry, there is that signal again.
Yeah. Sounds like the one they use when they want us to come to lunch. But it's only 4 o'clock now.
The signal sounded 4 times. Is that not logical at 4 o'clock?
Well, sure, if that's what it's for. But they didn't do that at 1 or at 2 or at 3 o'clock. Why do it at 4?
I do not know.
Well, maybe... Oh, golly whiskers, Joan.
What is it, Jerry?
Look, through this wall.
Euclideans.
I'll say Euclideans.
I have never seen so many together at one time.
Well, there must be 50 of them, all dressed alike, in those funny costumes of Euclidean cloth.
They are rapidly approaching this transparent steel wall.
And this wall's plenty soundproof, or else they're walking on this noiseless steel. They're heading straight for this wall.
Then there is an opening in the wall for them to pass through.
Well, unless they're going to walk right straight through it.
This is a solid steel wall, Jerry, and there is no magic in Euclidia.
Well, that's what old G47 told us when we first got here, but I still don't believe it.
If you will look carefully at this wall, you will note that it is rising. Silently and slowly, but surely rising.
Yeah, it's going up all right. Say, we'd better get back out of the way and let the parade through.
It will be wise to step slightly to one side.
Well, that wall's up just over their heads now, and here they come. Gee, that's a creepy sight. That long line of people, all dressed exactly alike, marching along in single file, looking straight ahead, and not a sound out of them.
Needless conversation is not encouraged among the workers of Euclidia.
Well, this bunch sure isn't wasting any words on us. I never knew so many blamed people could have so little to say as the gang around this spooky place.
I think we should attempt to pass under the wall while it is raised.
Good girl, Joan. Come on. And if anybody stops us, they'll have to move out of that chain gang they're in. I'd be glad just to get in that chain gang and watch it bust up.
Quickly, Jerry, the procession is nearly through.
Okay, come on then. Only a couple of steps and we'll be on the other side of the wall. Well, we made it, and nobody tried to stop us.
We are barely in time. The wall is sinking down to the floor.
And that long line of spooks is marching off someplace.
Jerry, what is a spook?
Oh, a spook is something you see every time you turn around on Euclidia, and G47 says he hasn't any up.
Oh, that is horrible English, Jerry.
Well, maybe it is, but it's the way I feel. Oh, boy, our voices sound all right again.
That is something.
Yeah, and we're on the other side of the wall. That's something else.
It will be difficult to decide upon our course.
Huh? Oh, why, Joan, this is really something to see.
I agree with you.
Are you sick?
Sick? You think I am ill?
Oh, must be something wrong with you. You agreed with me.
Jerry, will you please?
All right. I won't try to have any more fun with you. Let's get down to business and decide which one of these little streets we want to use.
There is apparently no activity at any point in this portion of Euclidia.
Sure not much going on, but what a place this is. A regular little modern city, all laid out in streets and everything just perfect. I got it.
What have you, Jerry?
I've got the answer to this model town.
Yes?
Oh, I'll bet the Euclideans are planning to start model towns like this when they take over the rest of the world.
Well, that is possible. It is indeed a model of neatness.
Well, I guess it won't do any harm to look in one of these windows.
Wait, Jerry.
Huh?
As we are walking on this noiseless stone, do you not think we should give some indication of our presence before we attempt to peer into windows?
Well, I suppose we ought to. Hello in there. Hello in there. Hello in there.
Jerry, you are terribly noisy.
Guess I'm not noisy enough, though. I didn't wake anyone yet. I'll try it again.
Please do not. I think we may consider these buildings vacant and observe them as we choose.
On the contrary, you would be very foolish to attempt to pry into the secrets of those buildings.
Gee, the girl commander.
Precisely.
I am sorry if we have overstepped the privileges given us by G47.
You have not done so as yet.
No, then we won't. But where did you come from?
The building you have just passed. My quarters are contained in that building.
You were correct, Jerry. These are occupied.
Indeed, they are. These buildings are the quarters of the various commanders. You are now in Transportation Sector Number 1. This entire block is occupied by submarine commanders. The adjacent street houses airplane pilots.
Well, we don't want to stick our noses in any place we're not supposed to see, but G47 told us we could look at anything we get into.
That is a point on which I must question you. How did you get into this sector?
We just walked in.
Through the steel separation wall?
That wall was raised to allow a long column of workers to pass through. We entered as they passed out.
So, someone in the control tower is very careless. You must leave at once.
What commander?
Silence. You must leave at once. If you were found here, G47 would deprive you of all freedom and confine you to your quarters.
Okay, Skipper. How do we get out?
Follow me as rapidly as possible.
I will personally allow you to pass through a private entrance in the rear of my quarters.
Well, where will we be after we get there? I mean, what kind of a place will we be in, and how do we get from there back to our quarters?
You will be in the agricultural chamber.
You mean where the pigs and the chickens and the cows are?
Precisely. You will be directly across the animal husbandry section from your own sector.
But, Commander, how can that be? We have walked for miles, and we left that room at the beginning of our tour.
The various caverns making up Euclidia form a rough circle. You have nearly completed that circle.
Golly whiskers, Joan. We've been walking in a circle.
Precisely. Now I will open the door, which will admit you to the agricultural section.
Jerry, it is indeed the chamber in which we started our walk.
It sure is. And is that the elevator to our quarters way over there on the other side?
That is the elevator. One moment while I close this door.
You need not trouble yourself to the extent of conducting us to our elevator.
Silence, I have news for you.
News for us?
Precisely.
Good or bad news?
Your conduct will decide that. My opinion would be that you will, in all probability, utilize this news in a manner both foolish and dangerous. However, that is your privilege.
Well, gee, you've got me all excited. What's the news?
Your Captain Bradford is at this minute.
Commander,
What is the meaning of this interruption, Cleostra?
I offer my apologies for that, but I was frightened by the thought that we might be overheard as you gave us this news.
Yeah. What if somebody heard you telling us something you're not supposed to tell?
Do not presume so far. What I am going to tell you is common knowledge among the Euclideans. However, we will not be overheard. This sector is normal in every respect. We are as safe as if we were speaking in an open plot of ground in your own world.
Okay, Commander. What is it?
Captain Bradford has been taken to the transportation laboratory, where we will see every device known to the Euclideans, including the rocket ships.
We were aware of that.
Here is something you were not aware of, and I think the one detail which G47 has overlooked in guaranteeing your safe imprisonment here.
Well, Captain Bradford has figured out a way to escape?
Not as yet, but I would advise you to tell the captain this. Your homing pigeons may be found in the transportation laboratory.
Jerry, those little homing pigeons.
Oh, boy. If Tex can only figure how to get those pigeons up to the top of the water.
Do not raise your voices, and do not discuss this with the captain in your quarters. Bring him to this section, where we are standing now, immediately after lunch tomorrow. I will meet you here, obviously by accident. In the meantime, say nothing to the captain or to Mrs. Gregory.
But can't we even...
Tomorrow at noon, immediately after lunch, and execute your movements carefully. Your only hope of ever leaving this city rests with those pigeons. Make no mistake about that.
The magic island of Euclidia is completely submerged, and G47 has planned to have it remain so for a long time. That means that the chances of escape from the underwater city are not very bright just now. But when Jerry and Joan went on a tour of this strange colony beneath the sea, they were fortunate enough to meet their Euclidean friend, the girl submarine commander. She's given them a bit of news, and with it a great deal of hope. But Jerry and Joan can't tell their news to Mrs. Gregory and the captain in their own quarters for fear of being overheard. We find the two youngsters standing on a balcony which overlooks the agricultural section of Euclidia, trying to look innocent as they watch the floor of the cavern seeking Mrs. Gregory and Tex Bradford.
All right. I didn't say anything, did I?
Not yet.
Then what are you sticking your elbow into my ribs about?
That is a reminder that you are to continue saying nothing.
Oh, okay. I know what's worrying you, and you can stop worrying about it.
Do you think we should continue our walk?
No, not yet. I thought I saw the captain and Mrs. Gregory walking over this way. We can go down and meet them.
Very well, we will watch for them.
Well, that's what I said the first time. If you hadn't given me an argument, we'd have saved a lot of time.
What would you suggest we do with the time?
What time?
The time we would have saved if we had not wasted it in talking.
You can say the silliest things. Hey, isn't that your mother and the captain over there?
Yes, I believe it is.
Well, then come on. Let's get back down the floor of this place and meet them.
The elevator directly behind us will take us to a point which should intersect the path upon which they're walking.
Okay, I can stand it if you can. But that funny cage they use for hauling pigs and cows around in this noisiest blamed thing this whole crazy Euclidia.
I noticed that, Jerry, and I can see no reason for it.
Well, neither can I. It's easy to see that they keep some of the things human beings use around noisy on purpose so they won't forget how to hear with all the silence around them. But who cares whether pigs can hear anything or not?
It is indeed puzzling, Jerry. But perhaps a thorough study of the mechanism as we descend will advance our education.
Well, I don't need any education about making noises to please pigs.
Nevertheless, it would be wise to accumulate as much knowledge of Euclidean methods as possible. It may prove valuable at some future time.
Now who's talking too much?
I said nothing.
You blame near said plenty. Now let's get into this noisemaker.
That is really rather terrible, Jerry.
Oh, it's really worse than that. Well, put your fingers in your ears. Here we go down. Well, golly whiskers. It's worse going down than it was coming up.
I should think the pigs would resent this.
They ought to, but hang on tight. It'll soon be over. Well, we're here. I said we're here.
I heard you, Jerry. I was merely ascertaining that your statement as to our presence was correct.
Well, I don't blame you. Now, if this gate hangs together long enough for me to open it...
We have arrived safely.
Yeah, and the next time we'll walk down.
Hello, Joan.
Oh, Jerry, there are Mother and the Captain.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Gregory and Captain Bradford. Come on over here. We got something to show you.
Well, if you were riding in that broken calliope that just came down, you should be worth looking at.
Are you all right, Joan, dear?
Oh, we are quite all right.
Well, it's nothing short of miraculous. Tex and I watched and listened, and it seems as if the entire city were falling in.
What's the idea of all that noise, Jerry?
I don't know, Captain, and Joan couldn't figure it out either. They use this elevator for pigs and cows. Maybe there's a reason for it.
Well, I can't imagine what it could be.
Neither can I. Is it all right for us to talk here?
Yes, Captain, this is the spot indicated as being quite safe for our conversation. We cannot be heard in any of the communication chambers, as this agricultural section is completely natural, with the acoustic properties of any open space of these dimensions.
Well, as it's a mile across, I guess we're safe enough then.
What was it, Jerry? Tex and I have been nearly frantic ever since you told us so mysteriously that we were to meet you here immediately after lunch.
That was the order given to us by the commander.
That girl submarine commander?
Precisely.
What did she want?
Well, she didn't tell us the whole thing. She's going to meet us here, right now, I guess, or pretty soon.
Have you any idea what it's all about?
Yes, Captain, I think it offers a slight hope for us.
Hope? Hope of what?
Getting out of this crazy city of Euclidia.
Jerry, you mean
Not
that
too loudly, Mother.
Oh, I thought we were safe here.
All we have to do is to keep our voices reasonably low, and above everything else, we must watch carefully on all sides to see that no one approaches.
All right, we'll watch all that. Now, get along with the news. What's it all about?
Well, that girl submarine commander can tell you exactly where to look for them, and maybe she's got an idea or two how about to use them. But anyway, she knows where our homing pigeons are.
Tex, those little...
Quiet, Mother.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll be quiet. But, Tex, those homing pigeons, do you realize what this may mean to us?
You bet it may. If it's humanly possible to get those birds out of this place, we'll escape, and we'll do it mighty soon.
Shh. Quiet, everybody. Here comes the commander now.
Where?
She is coming through that small door over there in the wall. You and I must go, Mother.
Go where?
It was the wish of the commander that we watch carefully as she explains her plan to the captain and Jerry. You will walk down that path and keep us in view. Study the trees or the flowers, and be prepared to warn us if anyone should come.
Very well, Joan, dear. Please tell me as soon as you possibly can.
Yeah. You're next, Joan. Better get over there by the door to the commander's quarters. If anyone comes through it, you can get bawled out for hanging around there and give the commander a chance to get away from us.
Such was exactly my thought. How do you do, Commander?
What are you doing here, Cleostra?
Just wandering idly around.
Very well. Wander as much as you will, but do not attempt to enter that door.
That girl sure doesn't take any chances, does she?
Oh, she can't. It would be just too bad for her if she was caught doing this.
Might I ask the purpose of your conference in this spot?
Oh, hello, Commander. I'm afraid we haven't any purpose in mind. We're apt to be found standing in spots all over this strange underwater world, just feasting our eyes on sights we never expected to see.
That would seem innocent enough. How much have you told the captain, Hall?
Well, not much. Just that you knew where the homing pigeons were kept.
That is well. And you discussed that only in this spot?
That's right, Commander. Jerry and Joe never said a word until they got us over here. But would it look suspicious if you were seen talking to us?
It might. if it were not for the fact that I arranged to have your presence here observed, and I have been sent to instruct you as to where you may and may not go on this side of the city.
What about the pigeons?
They are kept in a steel cage in the submarine experimental laboratory. I understand that you, Captain, are to work with G-47 in that section.
Right. He asked me to help him locate the weakness in those submarines.
Excellent. You will have ample opportunity to observe those pigeons and plan for their release.
Then you think we've really got a chance to get out of this place?
The opportunity is there. It must be well handled.
Have you any suggestions?
Yes. Encourage G-47 to allow you to accompany submarines and rocket ships on test runs. Attempt to establish the habit of carrying something aboard with you, something large enough to contain a pigeon at some future time.
That's mighty clever, Commander.
There is a reason for my position as High Command of the Euclidean Fleet.
I'll say there is. You think on your feet.
Only when I am standing,
Well, that's just a slang expression of Jerry's. What he meant was to say...
and I trust it will prove necessary to warn you again. I see that Cleostra is on forbidden ground. I will send her to you, and it will be well if you confine your activities to another portion of the city.
Gee, she's plenty smart.
He sure is, son.
Cleostra, you will join your friends and leave this sector at once.
Of course, Commander, just as you say.
Joan's getting bawled out.
And she's taking it well. I'm glad we know so many people who know how to think fast.
Are you two going to stand there and talk all day?
Oh, we're going to move on, Mrs. Gregory. We just got bawled out by that girl commander.
I think we were mistaken in coming to this side of the chamber. The commander made it very plain that we were to remain away from here.
And she made that plain to us, too.
What did you find out, Tex?
I found out where the pigeons are, or at least where to look for them. And more than that, the commander gave me a mighty good tip on how to use them.
She actually suggested a way to get them free? Release them from this underwater city?
Yeah, and if I can't work it the way she suggested, it's all my fault.
Boy, then we're as good as free right now.
Do not raise your voice, Jerry.
No, and don't get too enthusiastic over our chances. This thing will take weeks, maybe months to work out.
Oh, it doesn't matter how long it takes. If we have the slightest hope of escaping from Euclidia, we can surely have patience enough to bring it about.
I'll say we can. Oh, boy. Wait till Tex starts experimenting with those submarines.
It will only be a matter of time. I am sure of that.
I think we've talked long enough about this right now. We might find that someone could slip up on us. Well, let's all keep quiet about it and do plenty of thinking. Ideas will come in handy the next time we have a chance to talk it over.
I suggest we return to our quarters.
We may as well. We've seen everything we're going to be allowed to see today.
Well, I don't care where we go now. I'm so blame happy, I'm liable to whistle right in old G-47's face if I meet him.
That would be about the worst thing you could do, Jerry. We must all be sure to act just as hopeless as we're supposed to be. G-47 would get wise mighty quickly if we're too happy all at once.
You're right, Tex. A long face is our best protection now. How far are we from our quarters?
Well, if we walk, we're a couple of miles around those paths. But if we ride this nice, quiet elevator right here, well, we're only a couple of minutes to the balcony, then right around our quarters.
Then by all means, the elevator.
Suits me. I walked plenty for one day.
This is rather a novel elevator. You may be surprised by its activity.
Yeah, and it's quiet, too.
I saw you two come down in it, but I'll take a chance.
Okay, here we go. Now, I'll open the door.
Good heaven!
Were you afraid this contraption will be too quiet for us?
It will surprise you still further as we ascend.
Jerry, are you sure this thing is entirely safe?
Oh, they haul plenty of pigs on it every day.
Then it certainly should do for us. These Euclideans give those pigs the best of care.
Now, I'll shut the door, and up we go. Oh, boy, am I happy.
Heck, isn't this terrible?
I've had smoother rides.
Jerry thinks this is very funny.
Well, isn't it?
Your sense of humor is rougher than mine.
Pat and I watched you come down in this, but it's worse than we expected.
Yes, I didn't expect quiet, as Jerry promised. But watching is nothing to the torture of riding.
Well, we're here. Everybody out.
Now be careful, Jerry. Don't forget to look sad.
I'll try, but it's going to be mighty hard. I know what I know.
The underwater city of Euclidia is a weird and terrifying place. and it would seem almost impossible to escape from this well-guarded scientific colony 400 feet below the level of the South Pacific Ocean. It would be impossible for anyone depending on the mechanical devices protecting Euclidia, but the adventuring Gregory party escaped from the Magic Island with the help of their brave little homing pigeons. And now it appears that these same little birds may aid them again. The girl submarine commander, who has proven a friend in many instances, has informed Jerry and Joan that the homing pigeons are kept in the very laboratory where Captain Bradford will work with G-47. The great difficulty now will be how to plan the use of the pigeons without being overheard. Jerry and Joan are discussing this in their own quarters.
Are you sure it's all right for us to talk now, Joan?
We are quite safe. This small room is completely lined with Euclidean cloth.
Then you're sure that if we put this cloth around the room carefully, every time we want to talk in here, that nobody's going to hear us?
That is the situation. However, we must ascertain that the cloth is in perfect condition each time we use it.
Huh? Oh, what could happen to the cloth?
You understand, do you not, that the soundproof qualities of this Euclidean cloth are contained not in the fabric of the cloth itself, but in the liquid with which the cloth is saturated.
Oh, sure, I know that. It's just plain old cloth made of seaweed until they soak it in that secret formula there.
Precisely. And that soundproofing liquid may be removed just as it is applied with another liquid.
Gee whiz, Joan. You mean that one of those Euclideans might sneak in here while we're out and spoil his cloth? Take the soundproofing out of it so we'd get caught next time we try to talk about something secret?
That is precisely my meaning, Jerry. And I think it is only logical to expect such a move to be made.
Yeah, well, I guess you're right. But now that we've got it all fixed up, let's figure out what we're going to do.
I feel there is very little we can do until the captain is given the opportunity of working in the submarine laboratory with G-47 and locating the pigeons.
Well, then he'll have to plan a way to smuggle one of them on board a submarine or a rocket ship with him on a test run so that he can get a chance to turn a pigeon loose within range of Los Angeles.
How far will one of those little birds be able to fly and find my mother's home in Los Angeles?
Well, that's the trouble, Joan. And that's the reason the captain's got to try to turn them loose pretty close to home. He's not sure how far they can make it now.
At one time, the captain told me he thought 1,000 miles would be their limit.
Oh, that was all right then. They were just away from home a few weeks, and they were in training all the time. But now they've been locked up in a strange place for a long time, and they haven't had any practice. And Tex is afraid that a few hundred miles is all they can possibly make.
Then it will be necessary for the captain to arrange a long test run with a submarine or a rocket plane to release the pigeons within a short distance of Los Angeles.
Yep, that's it.
And he will be closely guarded on those tests.
Well, yes. But Tex figures yes and no on that.
What do you mean, yes and no?
Well, G-47 knows that Tex is plenty smart about machinery and probably just as good a scientist as any of the rest of them. And when Tex is out with one of those ships, testing it to find out what's wrong with it, G-47 is going to give him plenty of chance to do his stuff.
Nevertheless, to carry a homing pigeon aboard with him and find the opportunity of releasing it without being observed will prove very difficult.
Oh, but it's not that hard. Tex won't care if he's observed or not once the pigeon gets away.
That is a mistake, Jerry.
What's a mistake about it?
I think we may consider that the release of the pigeon will be detected, probably at the time it is released, or surely within a very short time.
Well, what of it? If the pigeon gets away, he's away, and that's that.
No, Jerry. As you would say, that is not that.
Well, why isn't it?
In the first place, if the pigeon is released from a rocket ship, which I consider most likely, the ship could easily overtake and destroy the little bird.
Did you ever try catching a little bird going 40 miles an hour?
Naturally not. Did you?
No, but I don't have to. You're the one that thinks it can be done.
I see no reason why that should be particularly difficult. But in the event that fog or clouds allowed the pigeon to safely lose itself, it would merely become necessary for one of the scientists to send a radio message to a Euclidean agent in Los Angeles. And the pigeon would be caught as Mr. Johnson waited for its arrival.
Yeah. Gee, I never thought of that. Johnson wouldn't even be waiting for its arrival. Johnson's like everybody else by now. He thinks we were all killed when that artificial volcano eruption made it look like the island was destroyed.
Precisely. He will be expecting no communication from us, and the little bird may not find anyone ready to receive its message.
Well, just the same, Tex figures that he can get a chance to use those pigeons to do us some good, and I think so, too.
I hope you are correct.
Well, I know I am. And in the meantime, let you and I plan a few things of our own.
What do you wish me to do?
Oh, help me think.
Think about what?
About escaping from this city in the cellar.
That would only be a waste of time. Except for the captain's daring plan, we have no hope.
Sometime I get so blamed sore at you that I could give you a good spanking.
What is a spanking?
Didn't you ever have one?
No, Jerry. I have never had a spanking. Is it something I would like very much?
No, it's something you wouldn't like very much. A spanking means that I'd turn you over my knee and paddle you good.
Paddle. I have heard of paddle. That is the instrument with which a small boat is propelled through the water, is it not?
Well, I wasn't thinking of just that kind of paddle, but maybe it's a good idea at that.
Hello, children.
Oh, Mother.
Mrs. Gregory.
What's the matter? You two seem surprised to see me.
We
Well,
are.
I'll say we are. How did you get in here?
How did I get in here? You mean in this room?
No, I mean in this apartment. This big place where all our rooms are.
Oh, I simply walked in.
Jerry, do you realize what that means?
Boy, I'll say I do. It means that anybody else could have walked in just as easy and heard all we were saying.
Were you discussing something you did not want overheard?
Yes, Mother. We have covered this small closet with the Euclidean cloth, as you can see, and we were discussing...
Look out, Joan. If Mrs. Gregory walked in on us, anybody else could do the same thing.
It was indeed stupid of us, Jerry. We should have realized that while this cloth was making this room soundproof, it was also making it impossible for us to hear anyone entering these chambers.
I hope you haven't given away any of Tex's ideas.
Well, I guess we have, if anybody was listening.
Oh, Jerry.
I think we are safe this time, Mother. Jerry and I have been speaking but a few moments, and you would probably have seen anyone leaving who might have overheard us.
Yes, probably. But now that you have this little room fixed up so well, we'll continue using it with this added protection. When any two of us are discussing our plans, a third one must remain out in that other room on guard.
You're right, Mrs. Gregory. And I hope it isn't too late for your idea to be of any good.
I would not worry about that, Jerry. The element of time involved in our recent discussion should prove adequate protection.
Yeah, we didn't talk long either.
That is precisely what I said.
Well, then you took too long to say it.
Well, here you are.
Oh, Tex.
Sure happens quick.
What's this?
Now you can understand how startled Jerry and I were.
I do understand. And I also understand how dangerous it is to speak in the false security of this room.
Well, what's going on here?
Well, Joan and I covered the inside of this room with that Euclidean soundproof cloth, as you can see. And when we were talking in here, Mrs. Gregory popped in just like you did.
You see, Tex, Jerry and Joan feel that someone else, someone from whom our plans should be concealed, could have walked in on them just as easily as I did.
Oh, I see. That could happen. But remember that nobody would have overheard very much when you had these curtains drawn as they were when I came in. I never heard a sound until I stuck my head through these drapes you put up.
Oh, boy. That's sure a relief.
Nevertheless, I feel that one of us should remain in the outer chamber whenever we are discussing anything of value.
By all means.
Yes, it might be safer. I have a little something to plan with Jerry right now.
Yes, Captain?
No, not for the moment, Joe. I'll tell you and Pat later. Now, if you two ladies will get busy doing nothing out in the central room, Jerry and I can do a little planning in safety behind these curtains.
Come, Joan. It's nearly time for lunch. We'll freshen up a bit.
Very well, Mother. Do not be long, Jerry.
Okay, Joan. We'll be there when the...
Well, Jerry's voice was certainly cut off sharply when that curtain fell over the doorway.
That cloth is perfectly soundproof. And, Mother,
Yes, dear?
I think that should render our fears groundless.
Oh, what do you mean?
Even if someone had entered and walked unheard to that door, as you and the captain did, they could not have heard what we were saying without opening the curtains as you did.
Let's hope you're right. But remember, Joan, dear, there are a great many things about this weird underwater city that we know nothing about. Perhaps there's some way G47 and the other scientists could overhear your conversation in that room.
Of course, that is possible, but I do not think it is at all likely.
Well, we can't help any by worrying about it. Come, dear, let's get ready for lunch.
But I have not heard the luncheon signal yet.
You'll hear it any minute now. And then that table will start coming up through the floor. You know, I'd like to visit the kitchens here and see how they do it.
I believe that could be easily arranged. We will ask G47's permission.
They must have a wonderful organization there. Food prepared for and served to nearly 300 people in a half an hour.
That is sufficient time, is it not?
Well, apparently it's quite enough here. But back home, it wouldn't be long enough.
I am afraid, Mother, that all things back home, as you call your world, must be forgotten.
Now, Joan, that's no way to talk. Tex and Jerry are planning right now. And when those two get down to business, things usually happen.
Jerry is very clever for one so young, is he not, Mother?
Yes, he is. But most young people of that age are clever. Perhaps as clever as Jerry.
Most of them never get a chance to show what they really can do. As older people insist on dictating to them, overruling them on everything, and molding them to older standards, whether they fit or not. Now, Tex isn't like that. He's always figured that anybody old enough to think and express their thoughts is old enough to have an opinion worth listening to. And when Jerry gets an idea, Tex listens.
The captain is a very fine and understanding man. You are quite fond of him, are you not, Mother?
Why, yes, Joan, well, naturally, dear, oh, Joan, dear, come on, let's get ready for lunch.
Mother, why do you always seem so nervous? And why do you wish to change the subject when I inquire as to your feelings for the captain?
Now, Joan, dear, we're too busy for that, and oh, there's the luncheon signal.
Yes, and the steel slide is moving in the floor. Our luncheon table will be up in a few seconds.
Perhaps you'd better go over there and tell Tex and Jerry that lunch is served.
Surely they would know that. The signal is quite plain.
But would they hear it behind the cloth?
Oh, how stupid of me, Mother. Of course not. I will call them at once. Captain Tex, Jerry, will you come? Mother,
Yes, Joan?
come here quickly.
What is it, dear? Has something happened?
Oh, that I do not know, but the captain and Jerry are not here.
Now, here, let me see.
They are gone.
But how? Where? Is there any other opening to that
Not
room?
that I have been able to locate. Only this small door, and the walls, floor, and ceiling are of solid steel.
But, Joan, two men just don't fade away through solid steel.
Of course they do not. Nevertheless, they are gone, and they did not come through the door.
But where did they go and how? Joan, we must know what's happened to them.
Down in the underwater city of Euclidia, 400 feet below the surface of the South Pacific Ocean, Mrs. Gregory and her daughter Joan find themselves in a strange and terrifying situation. One of the smaller rooms in the quarters assigned to them by the Euclideans has been lined with a soundproof Euclidean cloth to allow them to talk in privacy. Jerry and Captain Bradford were in this small room discussing plans for the possible use of homing pigeons in their escape when the time comes to capture the city. When luncheon is served, Joan calls to the conspirators, but they don't answer. Mrs. Gregory rushes to Joan's side. The room is empty.
But, Joan, there's no way to get out of this little room.
I think you are mistaken, Mother.
But these walls are solid steel behind this cloth.
Granted, nevertheless, Jerry and the captain are not in here now.
Well, where did they go?
That we cannot determine.
Joan, at times I think you are the most exasperating child I've ever known.
I am sorry, Mother.
Oh, forgive me, Joan. I didn't mean that, really. But all of this disappearing and jumping around noiselessly from place to place is just a little too much for me.
I suppose you do find it disturbing, but I have lived so long with the Euclideans that such actions are perfectly natural to me.
Well, they're not natural to me. Jerry and Tex have disappeared, and we're going to do something about it.
What can you suggest?
We'll have to look for them, Joan.
I am quite willing to search, but it will be a foolish effort. We know that the construction of this room is solid steel.
Nevertheless, Tex and Jerry got out of this room.
And the means of exit is certainly closed to us.
Oh, I suppose it's hopeless. Like everything else that happens around here, we might as well sit quietly and wait for the Euclideans to bring the answer to us.
I think it would be far more sensible to partake of our lunch while we are waiting.
You're right, dear. We must eat.
Hey, Tex, here's the door.
Jerry!
That door wasn't here a minute ago.
And the captain.
Oh, sure it's us.
But where have you been?
We haven't been any place but right in this little room.
Captain, Mother, and I have just looked in this room, and you were not here.
Well, you can see that we're here now, and we never did go anyplace.
Tex, just what is this? Joan and I felt all over the walls of this room. We couldn't find a possible opening, and yet you disappeared, and the room was empty.
Now, wait a minute, Pat. Don't get excited. There's something mighty funny going on here. Jerry and I were talking in this small closet, surrounded by this Euclidean cloth. When we tried to come out, the door was gone, but we never left the room.
The explanation is quite simple, I believe.
Well, then let's have it. Mrs. Gregory looks like she's just seen a ghost.
Well, I am a little upset, Jerry.
What's your idea, Joan?
It could be only one thing, an optical illusion created by an additional partition dropped through the room.
That could have been easily enough done, but that means that we haven't the privacy we counted on.
I'll say it does. We're only kidding ourselves about being able to talk in that little room.
And if the Euclideans have overheard you, all of your plans about using the homing
Careful, Pat.
Yes, Mother. It is not wise to speak too freely now. I think we may safely feel that this soundproof cloth has served its purpose.
I hope you're right.
So do I. But I don't feel any too happy about it.
I think we'd better eat while we have a chance. Remember that it'll be 6 o'clock tonight before they push the next meal up through the floor at us.
Hey, look, we're too late. The table's starting to go back down through the floor.
We are indeed too late.
And I was hungry, too.
Well, maybe I can catch something off the table before it gets down below the floor.
Be careful, Jerry. That machinery must be very powerful.
Too late, Jerry. It's no use.
Well, you're right. Well, there went our lunch.
I feel it's all my fault. If I hadn't been so frightened, Joan would have had sense enough to eat while the food was here.
Do not feel badly, Mother. It will not hurt any of us to do without this one meal.
That's what you think. I'll bet I shrink all up before dinner.
Yeah, I guess you can stand it, son. Well, now that we're all together again, what have we accomplished? Let's sit down and talk it over.
Well, someone has been in this apartment. Someone has been here and has made several changes since our last meal.
Well, we've been out of it since breakfast. I guess they've had plenty of chance to do anything they liked in here. But I don't see where anything's changed.
Neither do I.
I believe I know what you mean, Mother. Our steps no longer make any sound, and these metal chairs move noiselessly along the floor.
Yes, Joan, that's it.
Golly, they've been in here and put that soundproof paint all over everything.
Looks like it, but why should they do that?
You will find your radio reception much clearer in a soundproof room
Thales.
Yes, but where's his voice coming from?
from the radio receiver installed in your apartment,
So, we're going to have a radio now. Where is it?
in the wall near the exit to the main corridor.
Yeah, look. I see it now.
I see a square of steel that appears to be slightly newer than the rest of the wall.
That is the radio installation. You will find the switch in the wall panel. After I am through addressing you, you may use this equipment at your pleasure. However, at this time, you will be prepared to give your attention to a broadcast originating in the United States.
Gee, news from home.
Oh, it'll certainly sound good to hear someone who speaks as we do.
Wait a minute, Pat. These Euclideans are so anxious to have us hear this broadcast. I have an idea that we're not going to like it any too well.
You are correct, Captain Bradford. It is entirely possible that this broadcast will contain material which may prove distasteful to you. Nevertheless, it will also contain information which should make your present position quite clear to you.
How soon does all this happen?
I am speaking to you from the central communication chamber in the heart of Euclidia. Before me is a chronometer perfectly synchronized with the time employed on your radio stations. In a few seconds, I will connect your receiver with our main apparatus, and you may listen directly to a news broadcast originating in Los Angeles. The guest of honor is your former assistant, Mr. Johnson.
Johnson, Mother, you're Mr. Johnson.
But what is he doing on a radio news program?
Silence. In less than 20 seconds, you will hear the answer for yourselves.
Tex, what is this?
I don't know any more about it than you do, Pat. But I think we'd better sit still and listen.
That is an excellent suggestion, Captain.
It's a good idea, too.
Quiet, everybody.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our regular meeting with an outstanding figure in the news of the week. The past week has been a lively one in the world of news, with events crowding each other out of the way for a place on page one. But we've chosen as the most interesting single news item of the week the story of the Gregory expedition to the South Seas and the mysterious disappearance of the so-called Magic Island.
Gee, it's
We're
about
fortunate in having with us in the studio today a man who has been closely associated with Mrs. Patricia Gregory for several years, one of her most able lieutenants, and the man who directed the rescue of the Gregory party on 2 previous attempts to escape from the influence of the Magic Island, Mr. Clyde Johnson. Will you come in, please, Mr. Johnson, and allow us to ask you a few questions?
Yes, for the sake of the general interest in this cruise, I'll be glad to offer such news as I have.
Well, Mr. Johnson, your attitude suggests that your news isn't going to be very pleasant.
Indeed, it isn't. On the contrary, I know what I have to say will strike deeply into the hearts of the thousands who have followed so sympathetically Mrs. Gregory's search for her long-lost little girl.
If you'll allow me, Mr. Johnson, I'd like to guide the path of this interview, not through any desire to interfere with your freedom in telling your story, but rather to help you extract a brief yet complete picture from the whole story.
Well, I wish you would do just that. I feel that there's so much to be told, well, I just don't know where to start it.
Suppose we start with the beginning of the first cruise to this island.
Well, Mrs. Gregory and Captain Tex Bradford, who was in charge of all her travels and cruises, had heard over shortwave radio that her long-lost little girl, Joan, might be found on a strange island. The position of the island was given accurately.
That position was 29 degrees south, 124 degrees, 30 minutes west, was it not?
It was. A young amateur radio operator named Jerry Hall talked himself into the trip, and they sailed on Mrs. Gregory's yacht with a crew of 2, an old sea captain, John Craig, and a Scotch engineer, Angus MacLeod. They had no trouble finding the island, though it was certainly a weird place.
The island was artificial, wasn't it?
That's right. And in the complete description I shall give the news agencies, you'll find the dimensions. But for our purposes today, why, I'd say that it's enough to, pardon me, the island proved to be an unnatural place. Home of a colony of brilliant, though perhaps slightly mad scientists who have developed many things far beyond our world.
And the Gregory party successfully escaped from this island after finding Mrs. Gregory's little girl living there.
Yes. They were caught and returned on their first attempt, but the second time they helped themselves to one of the submarines belonging to the scientists, and they reached Los Angeles in safety.
What isn't clear to your reporter, and I'm sure it isn't clear to our listening audience, is this. Why did they not stay safely in Los Angeles?
Well, there were two reasons for that. First, because Captain Bradford was convinced that these scientists are a menace to the world and should be overcome. And second, because the scientists had so many spies and agents in California, all over the world for that matter, it seemed much safer for Mrs. Gregory, Joan, Jerry Hall, and the captain to remain together on a boat rather than to attempt to lead a normal life in this country.
And on this last trip, they reached the island.
We have every reason to believe that they did. In fact, we found their abandoned boat, stripped of everything of value, drifting at the exact location of the island.
Might I ask how you were so sure of the location if the boat was drifting?
The position was correct with that of the island, and it was exactly at that spot the eruption occurred.
Eruption? Volcanic?
Yes. The Magic Island was undoubtedly destroyed by an eruption. It must have been located in the crater of an extinct volcano. Well, that is one that was believed to be extinct.
You saw this eruption?
I'll never forget it. I was on the ship the United States had contributed to help wipe out this island. All around us were the ships of other nations who had joined us, fully armed and ready to act as a body of international police to wipe out this menace to world safety. Well, there must have been at least 100 witnesses on each boat, and everyone agrees perfectly on what happened. The sensation aboard ship was much the same as that of an earthquake, and the water was thrown violently upward in a shower of fire. The sound of dull explosions was plainly heard as vast caves filled with natural gas must have exploded. And well, there's nothing left. Nothing to mark the spot where the Gregory party landed, to pit their knowledge against the scientists of that mad colony.
You're sure, then, perfectly sure in your own mind, that this island was completely destroyed?
Anything else would be impossible. And the Gregory party has gone with that island. And I think that's all.
I know how hard it's been for you to tell us this story, Mr. Johnson. You may be sure that everyone listening is deeply sympathetic toward this little party of adventurers. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you have listened to an account of the destruction of the tiny island in the South Pacific, the Magic Island as we've come to know it. And with this item, your reporter concludes this broadcast.
I will now terminate your reception for this time. I trust you have heard and appreciated the story of your destruction. You are lost to the world, and you will remain so.
Gee, that gives me the creeps.
Oh, it wasn't pleasant, Jerry.
To hear ourselves spoken of as being dead.
Well, I don't blame Johnson or anyone else for thinking as they do, but we're very much alive.
I'll say we are. And before we get through with these Euclideans, the whole blame world is going to know we're alive.
Down in the underwater city of Euclidia, the Gregory party finds life rather difficult. It wasn't any too pleasant to think that there was little hope of their rescue. But when they actually hear a radio broadcast with their own man, Johnson, in Los Angeles as the speaker, telling the world of their death, then things do look mighty bad. When the Euclideans started their artificial volcanic eruption and caused the rescue fleet to sail away from the position of the Magic Island, all hope of rescue was gone. Mrs. Gregory and Joan are resting in their comfortable quarters in the underwater city, while Jerry and Captain Bradford have started for the rocket ship laboratories. There the captain is to be allowed to study the construction and operation of these 1,000-mile-an-hour Euclidean planes. Jerry and the captain are standing near the doorway to the scientists' quarters, waiting for their guide.
I know it's all right to talk here. That girl submarine commander said it was. I guess she ought to know.
Okay if you say so, Jerry, but it seems funny to be talking so freely out in this big open room after being so careful in our own quarters.
Well, there's so many funny things in this crazy place that I'm kind of getting used to them.
I'm afraid we'll never really learn to take all this for granted.
No, I guess not. But look here, Captain Bradford. How did it happen that old G-47 said I could go into the laboratory with you?
That surprised me too, son. Maybe he thought you'd be more likely to stay out of trouble there.
Yeah, well, I won't have much chance to do anything they don't like with a room full of scientists watching me.
And don't try to do anything. You just keep your eyes open and learn all you can about this place. I'll be figuring how to get my instrument case aboard.
Oh, that small case that looks like a lady's overnight case?
Yep, that's just large enough to comfortably hold a pigeon.
And then one of these times you'll leave the instrument out of the case and have the pigeon in it, huh?
Right. But don't get impatient about it, Jerry. It may take weeks or months to get that chance.
Oh, yeah, I know. They'll search that instrument case pretty carefully the first time you take it on board.
Not only the first time, but a good many times. Our hope is that they'll finally get careless about looking at it. And I'll be able to smuggle the homing pigeon aboard a rocket ship for a test run.
And it'll have to be a long test run to get the pigeon near enough to Los Angeles so we'll have a chance to get home.
Yes, I'd like to be within a few hundred miles, or even better than that. And I think that can be arranged. G-47 is planning a series of night flights right over the principal cities of the United States.
But gee, Tex, he'll get caught at that.
I'm afraid he won't get caught. Those rocket ships are noiseless, or practically so, and they'll run without lights. I think it'll be altogether too easy to sneak up on Los Angeles, Chicago, or New York, and cruise around over them while G-47 studies the cities and maps the important points in each.
Gee, that sounds like they were getting ready for a war.
They are, a very definite war. Though this will be the most peaceful, noiseless war the world has ever known.
Well, what do you think they'll do?
Just a few magnetic bombs in the cities. All traffic, transportation, telephone, electricity, everything will stop. And that will make the country just as helpless as if it was desert.
And then the Euclideans land and take over the country, huh?
Looks like that's the idea, Jerry. And not only our country. While that's going on in the United States, the same thing will be happening over Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa, and South America. If these Euclideans can do as they expect to do, and I think they can, 1 hour would be long enough for them to take over the control of the entire world.
Oh, boy. Wouldn't it be swell if we could stop them?
Yes, it would be, and we'll try it. But don't get too hopeful about the outcome.
Oh, I know it looks mighty hard, but we can do it. Mrs. Gregory's feeling pretty bad about things now, and, well, Joan's scared of these crazy Euclideans. But we'll do it some way.
I think so, too, son, but we've got a long way to go.
Quiet. Here comes one of the Euclideans.
Which one?
Well, I can't see yet. It's too dark back under that balcony.
Well, I suppose we'll be taken to the laboratory now.
Well, I hope so. Oh, boy. It's our friend, the girl submarine commander.
So it is.
That means we get a break.
I would not advise you to break anything.
How do you do, Commander?
Oh, I didn't mean to break anything. I meant that you'd give us a good break.
Your expressions mean little to me, Hall, and I am of the opinion they mean little at all times.
Oh, is that so?
Never mind, Jerry. Well, Commander, what are the orders?
You, Captain Bradford, and you, Hall, will accompany me to the transportation laboratory.
Oh, boy. And will we get a ride in a rocket ship?
I have been instructed to make a test flight with you two as passengers.
Well, we're ready.
We will go at once.
Oh, Jerry! Jerry!
Hey, there's Joan over there.
You will have no time to speak with her.
Wait a moment, Jerry. I am going with you.
You are not.
Sorry, Joan, but this is a business trip, and the Commander has orders for only Jerry and myself.
Hey, Commander, couldn't you let Joan come along with us?
Silence, Hall. You will return to your quarters, Cleostra.
But
Best to do as she says, Joan, and I think you should stay with your mother anyhow.
But Mother is resting. I am of no value to her, and I do so want to see the laboratories with you.
Cleostra, if you continue, I will order your arrest and confinement.
Golly whiskers, Joan. What's the matter with you?
There is nothing the matter with me.
Well, there must be. You ought to know these Euclideans well enough to know they mean business and not keep on arguing with the commander.
You are being unusually sensible, Hall.
Jerry's right, Joan. You can't help us any, and I'd feel more comfortable if you stayed with Pat.
Very well, Captain. I will return to Mother and remain in our quarters.
Cleostra is acting in a very peculiar manner.
Well, maybe she's afraid of something.
No, I guess she just worried about everything and thought she'd like to go with us.
Enough of this useless speculation as to what Cleostra might think. Come, we will enter the laboratories. As we enter, you will preserve silence unless directly addressed by one of the scientists.
We won't say anything.
I will open the panel.
Oh, boy. What a room.
Silence. You will follow me. The larger ships ranged along this side of the chamber are submarines. On that side are the rocket ships. One moment while I observe our surroundings. Yes, we are alone in this section. You may speak.
It's about time. I was going to bust if I couldn't say something pretty soon.
I don't blame you, Jerry. This is quite a sight.
There are 25 submarines and 50 rocket ships.
Oh, boy. 75 of these things. And they don't half fill this room. Whoever dug these caves sure had plenty of time.
These caves are natural, except for the improvements installed by the Euclideans.
Well, Jerry knows that. Commander,
Yes,
mind if I ask some questions?
proceed.
And when you get done, I'll ask some.
Silence, Hall. Proceed, Captain Bradford.
Well, we're familiar with the submarines, as you know.
As all Euclidia knows, only too well.
Yeah, we sure put one over on all of you when we swiped that other sub.
Never mind that now, Jerry. We're here to learn all we can about this place.
G47 has informed us that you will aid him in certain tests with the rocket ships.
So he said, but I thought he meant rocket planes, not submarines.
These rocket ships are both air and water vessels.
Huh? These little submarines fly?
Precisely.
But, Commander, there isn't anything about them that looks like a flying machine.
They are not airplanes in the ordinary sense of the word. They are rocket planes propelled by a continuous stream of compressed gas bombs until they reach the static zenith, at which time they derive their power from the natural electrical impulses in the rarefied atmosphere.
She's talking to you now, Captain. I can't understand any of it.
I'm not much better off, son, but perhaps the commander will explain.
The explanation will be made by one more proficient in the higher reaches of science. Cheops, the master builder of Euclidia, will explain the construction of the rocket plane.
Hey, how soon do we see Cheops?
You may have that honor now.
Well, how do you do?
You will not be needed further, Commander.
Very well. I will be in my quarters if you need me.
How soon do we see the rocket ships, Mr. Cheops?
The term Mr. is superfluous. I am referred to as Cheops, master builder of Euclidia.
Yeah, I know. Your grandfather built the pyramids or something.
Never mind that now, Jerry.
Sorry.
I should like to inspect the rocket planes as soon as possible.
We will inspect one at this time. G47 has ordered that you be given a complete explanation as to the mechanical principles involved.
Yes, the electrical principles also, if you don't mind. I can visualize the possibilities of the compressed gas in the form of rocket power, but the use of atmospheric electrical energy is something I'm not at all clear on.
That explanation must come from Thales. He will join us later and explain the electrical devices. It is my task to acquaint you with the physical features of this rocket ship. Before we enter, you will observe the fins set into the sides of the ship.
I was noticing those things. What good are they?
They are, to use your worldly description of them, simply wings.
Wings?
Those things are wings folded back into the body of this submarine?
Precisely.
And this machine actually flies?
This rocket ship will consistently maintain a speed of 1,000 miles per hour and has a cruising range, when fully fueled, of 10,000 miles.
10,000 miles? Golly whiskers. Enough to fly all over the United States and back here again.
Just what I was thinking, Jerry.
And possibly what the designer had in mind.
Yes, quite possibly. The ship works as a submarine with its wings folded and an airship with them extended.
Precisely.
Well, we're over 400 feet below the surface of the ocean. I'd think that thing would have to be made mighty heavy, or it wouldn't stand the water pressure long enough to get it under the surface.
Yes, I wondered about that too, Jerry.
You are quite observant, Hall. In fact, that matter of pressure is something we have not been able to overcome. And the weight of such a ship, even a ship made of the finest Euclidean metals, would prove too great for the best results in the air. Therefore, these ships are carried in floating pressure chambers to within 5 fathoms of the surface and there released.
And then at the end of a flight, they are landed on the water and returned to the lot.
Precisely. We will now enter the rocket ship. If you don't mind, I will proceed, making the necessary explanations as we go.
Oh, boy. This is sure some rocket ship. Gee, the whole inside of the thing is full of gadgets.
Plenty of instruments, all right, Jerry, and everything's made of copper, isn't it?
The entire structure is tempered copper, amalgamated with aluminum. These various controls you see are used in navigation, the action closely paralleling that of a submarine.
You fly this thing just like you sail it on the water or under the water?
Precisely, and at a speed of 1,000 miles an hour. The displacement approaches that of a boat of similar weight in water.
How soon am I allowed to take a trip in one of these things?
Your first flight is scheduled to begin with the appearance of Thales. We will accompany you.
Gee, Tex, 10,000 miles we can go. Let's fly over Los Angeles.
I'm afraid that wouldn't be allowed, Jerry.
You are quite sure it would not be allowed, Captain Bradford. The ship has a cruising range of 10,000 miles, but you will find that it is fuel for a 500-mile run and no more. If you attempt to escape, you would leave us only one course. The escaping ship would be overtaken and destroyed. And it seems hardly likely that you would have time to leave the ship.
You sure must want us here.
At least, we do not want you elsewhere.
Captain Bradford and Jerry Hall are about to begin the test flight, which they hope will lay the foundation for their ultimate escape. Then, following the escape, Captain Bradford's formula will be used to gain possession of the Magic Island and force the Euclideans to give up their mad scheme of world terrorism. Down in the strange underwater city of Euclidia, 400 feet below the surface of the ocean, Jerry and the captain are standing in the immense rocket ship chamber, examining one of the 1,000-mile-an-hour planes, which is also a submarine. Cheops, the master builder of Euclidia, explains something of the weird plane's action as they wait for Thales, the Euclidean electrical expert. Thales will accompany them on their first ride in the rocket ship.
I sure wish that fellow Thales would hurry up and get here. I'd like to take a ride in this thing.
Are you going along, Cheops?
Naturally. As the master builder of Euclidia, my place is with this rocket plane while it is being tested. Thales is responsible for the electrical impulses used. G47 for the mechanics of the whole. And mine is the responsibility for the construction of the plane.
Well, the captain's going to try and find out what's wrong with these things.
Well, not exactly that, Jerry. G47 merely asked me to make some test runs in these ships and see if I could discover any weakness in them.
All of which is most ridiculous. If the Euclideans can find no flaw in their work, how can you, a mere engineer in your world, hope to discover what we of Euclidia's great scientific fountainhead have overlooked?
Oh, you think Tex isn't as smart as you are, huh?
Steady, Jerry.
Have no fear, Captain. Nothing this prattling young fool could say would make me angry. It merely annoys me.
Okay, I'll keep still.
Might be just as well.
All right, I won't say anything more about it. But I can go right on thinking the captain's smarter than you are.
You will confine yourself to thinking at once. Is the rocket plane prepared?
How do you do, Thales?
The plane is prepared for 500 miles, 1/2 hour of flying.
So, G47 puts little trust in our dear captain?
Obviously, the orders are to remain within 100 miles of Euclidia, conducting our experiments while circling at altitudes not to exceed 50,000 feet.
Excellent. That will make it rather difficult for you to attempt any trickery, Captain.
Decidedly so. We're not to exceed 50,000 feet in altitude.
Correct.
But we could exceed that. I mean, these planes will fly at altitudes greater than 50,000 feet.
Naturally. These rocket planes cannot attain their maximum speed until they reach the rarefied atmosphere above 50,000 feet.
Golly whiskers.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing.
That is probably true.
Well, gentlemen, if you've amused yourselves sufficiently at our expense, I suggest we get along with this cruise.
Agreed. Thales, will you enter your compartment?
I will. Bradford and Hall will sit behind me in the gas chamber. You, Cheops, will occupy the stern section.
I want to see everything that goes on. Can I watch it all from here?
Easily.
Though these interiors give the impression of considerable size, most of that is used for fuel storage and instruments.
Well, I'd say there was a big weakness there. You can't carry much of a payload in one of these things.
That is indeed worthy of consideration, but perhaps you forget the cruising radius?
Yeah, you don't have to carry very much when you can travel 1,000 miles an hour for 10,000 miles.
That's true enough, son. Well, are we all set?
I am ready.
Ready here.
You may all relax in your compartments. There is no appreciable sensation involved.
What's going on now?
We are now moving down an incline into the lock.
Must be plenty of pressure on that lock at this depth.
As we enter the lock, it will be closed about us and raised to within 5 fathoms of the surface. At that point, the pressures within the lock and without will be equalized, and our rocket plane will slip out into the water.
The rocket plane acts as well as a submarine as it does as an airship?
Yes, though at moderate speeds.
Something slow, like 50 or 75 miles an hour underwater, huh?
Precisely.
That's plenty fast for us.
The lock is now being filled with water, In a few seconds, we will be on our way to the surface.
Is it all right if I ask a question?
Anything within reason will be answered.
Well, this is a mighty good question, I think. How does this lock get up to the surface with us?
You just beat me to it, Jerry. I was going to ask that.
The process is quite obvious. The lock is now full. The walls of this lock are air chambers. These will carry us to the desired depth.
But how does it work after we get up there?
I will open this visibility slide. You may then see the operator in the lock.
Gee, look, Tex. There's a fellow in the corner of the lock with a lot of instruments and gadgets around him. Yep, we're going up.
I suppose it's all very simple to you, but I don't understand half I see around here. How does the lock get back down here again after we leave it?
That is very simple, Captain Bradford. The air chambers are flooded, and the lock sinks slowly.
How do you control the return to the landing ramp we've just left?
The giant Euclidean magnets will pull the lock back into position, and these locks may be used at any of the ramps, as their only contact with the ramp is electrical.
Boy, this is sure something, isn't it, Tex?
It sure is, Jerry. What would the folks back home think of this one?
We will now leave the lock. In a few seconds, we will proceed under our own power.
Well, let's not waste much time using this thing as a submarine. I want to see how it works as an airship.
I'm a little impatient for that myself, kid.
We are now free of the lock.
Gee, can we go up to the surface now?
One moment. It is necessary to observe the surface of the water for a considerable distance.
Might be a good idea to make sure no one is watching us at that.
I am now using the prism reflectors. The surface is clear of all shipping within a radius of 100 miles.
You can see 100 miles in all directions with that thing?
Naturally not.
Then how does it work?
On the principle of the electric eye. This instrument transmits a constant beam in all directions. It has an effective range of 100 miles. If the beam is not interrupted, there is no magnetic or metallic body within that range.
Hey, but how about Euclidia? We're not more than a few hundred feet from that place, and it's got magnets all over it.
This beam is refracted along the surface of the water only. We would receive no impulses from a depth of more than 3 fathoms.
How about a submarine?
The speed of submarines from your world is so ridiculously low, and their clumsy shape so easily identified, that the main control room on Euclidia would have notified us when such a vessel was within 200 miles.
Are you prepared to rise to the surface?
I am prepared.
Proceed.
Gee, now what's happened?
We are now lying on the surface of the water.
Did you close that visibility slide? I can't see a thing.
Did you think we would burst out of the water for a chance observer to see?
I thought you said we were safe.
Nothing is left to chance on Euclidia.
Well, I still can't figure it out. What has the fact that I can't see anything got to do with our safety?
We are surrounded by a ring of magnetic fog.
This plane has created its own fog ring instantly?
Precisely.
I'll say it was precisely.
Are you ready for the air fins?
Ready.
Are the wings going out now?
They are. You will be able to see them once we are in the air, and there is no further need of the fog ring.
The fins are in place.
Very well. I will dissolve the fog ring.
Gee, Tex, look, the fog's gone.
Yes, Jerry. It didn't take long.
We are ready for a test flight. I will make such explanations as may be required. Thales, you will navigate.
Right. We rise.
Oh, boy! We're flying.
What's our speed, Cheops?
We are flying at the rate of 500 miles an hour and gaining altitude at the rate of 4,000 feet per minute.
4,000 feet of climb a minute, and we can't even feel it.
Well, these chairs of ours are on universal joints, just like they were in the regular submarines.
Precisely. Now, if you will watch this instrument panel before me, you will note our progress as I increase our speed to 800 miles an hour and our rate of climb to 10,000 feet per minute.
10,000 feet a minute?
Observe the instruments.
But, hey, 10,000 feet a minute. That's pretty near straight up.
It might be, Jerry, if our forward speed wasn't so terrific.
Precisely. We progress forward 702,000 feet while climbing only 10,000 feet in 60 seconds. Therefore, our actual rate of climb is something less than 15 degrees.
Yes, it all sounds very simple when you figure it like that. But what I can't understand is how this compressed gas you use for fuel will drive this huge metal contrivance upward at 15 degrees and forward at 800 miles an hour and do it all noiselessly.
The gas is very simple. You are quite aware that hydrogen is inflammable and therefore, under proper conditions, also explosive.
Sure, we know that.
We merely admit the air through tubes in the nose of the plane. This is properly mixed with a free agent, which I must decline to reveal to you. And as the gas is released through tubes in the stern, it mixes with natural hydrogen in the air, causing a series of explosions.
But golly, we can't hear these explosions.
Well, I'm not enough of a lightning calculator to have it all figured out in my head. But it seems to me that we must be traveling at approximately the speed of sound.
You mean we're going as fast as sound travels?
The captain is correct. Our speed is almost identical with the speed of sound at this temperature and this altitude. However, even if we could remain stationary during the discharge of the gas, you would not be conscious of it, as the explosions are continuous and do not disturb the air within this plane.
Boy, this is sure some airship.
More than that, Jerry. We're taking a trip we can remember for a long time.
Silence.
What's the matter?
Silence. There is a disturbance on the radiograph.
I will establish communications with Euclidia. Straighter plane, X1, reporting. Straighter plane, X1, to Euclidia. There is a disturbance on our radiograph. Instructions. Waiting for instructions.
What's this liable to mean?
It might mean a number of things, though in all probability, our course has been crossed by another Euclidean craft.
The beam to Euclidia is clear.
Precisely. That course signal is steady, but this instrument continues to register disturbance. That can mean but one thing. There is another flying machine of some type on our course, and at greater altitude. We will remain at this course, come what may.
Captain Tex Bradford and Jerry Hall are certainly in an exciting spot now. Two of the Euclidean scientists, Cheops, the master builder, and Thales, the chief electrician of the underwater city, have taken Jerry and Tex for a test run in one of the rocket-propelled airships of the Euclideans. All has been going very smoothly, with nothing worse than amazement happening to our friends. But now, a new note has crept into the proceedings. There is a disturbance on the radiograph. Someone is on their course. The beam signal from Euclidia is not interrupted. Therefore, another aircraft of some type must be in the air, ahead of them and above them. But that's impossible. Their delicate instruments don't register the presence of any other plane. Let's see what the scientists can do about this.
Well, gee, what are you going to do about it?
There seems little to do at the moment.
But if someone is on this course, isn't there danger of our running into them?
There is the pleasant possibility of our doing that.
Pleasant possibility? Running into another airship 40,000 feet in the air and going 800 miles an hour?
Captain Bradford.
Yes?
Is there any type of aircraft in your world which might be cruising at an altitude of 40,000 feet over this location in the South Pacific Ocean?
Not a chance.
We will continue to climb steadily.
Don't forget Chief 47's orders. He said not to go over 50,000 feet and not to get more than 100 miles from the position of Euclidia.
We do not require your assistance, Hall. The orders were clear to us.
Jerry was only thinking about making G-47 angry. He's bad enough at any time.
Silence. The radio beam is fading out.
It's gone now. What does that mean?
I am not sure.
Oh, boy. Did you hear that, Tex? There's something that one of these Euclideans is not sure about.
This is indeed most unusual.
Well, do we just sit here and comment on it while we race along towards danger at 1,000 miles an hour?
You will be so good as to remember that our course lies in a circle over the undersea city of Euclidia. If this obstacle remains on our course, it can mean but one thing. Another aircraft of some strange type is also on the same course, describing the same circle.
You mean somebody's chasing us?
Oh, we're chasing them?
Something of that nature.
Thales, you will conserve your power. Prepare to stabilize this plane with the helium escape valves and check our position.
Right?
Seems to be something going on here, Jerry.
It sure looks like it.
Every instrument on board this plane is distorted.
Your proof?
Look downward.
Yeah. Look, Tex. There's the ocean.
Sure is, Jerry. We're only a few thousand feet above it.
I cannot understand this.
Well, how do we get home?
I will attempt to communicate with Euclidia. Straighter plane X1 to Euclidia. Requesting bearings. Straighter plane X1 to Euclidia. Check our beam and give us our position.
Oh, boy. We're lost.
We are. very definitely lost. Our instruments have all failed. Our altimeter shows 43,000 feet. We are actually about 4,300 feet above the water.
Well, this seems like a good time for a little simple navigation with the sun.
That would be the answer indeed, if it were not for the fact that we have no idea as to where Euclidia lies in relation to our present position.
But we can't be over 100 miles from it.
We should not be over 100 miles from Euclidia. We may be near 500.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. If our instruments are all wrong, we may not have been describing a circle at all.
Oh, but Tex, we only had fuel enough for 500 miles. If we're going 400 miles in a straight line, how do we get home?
Looks like we may have to walk.
That will hardly be necessary, but we would have to ask for aid from the city.
Huh. I'll bet G47 would like that.
G47 would find a number of ways to make life most unpleasant for us if such were the case.
Yes, and he's good at that.
Commander S1, waiting your report. You will proceed, Thales.
Gee, the girl commander on
Silence.
Euclidia.
You will make the report, Thales.
Stratoplane reporting to Commander S1. All instruments paralyzed. Request check beam and give our position.
Your beam is being checked. Your course is number 1 west from Euclidia.
Due west of Euclidia.
We have fuel for 100 miles.
What power are you using on your voice transmitter?
25 watts.
Your graph is being calibrated. Here is the result. Your command lies approximately 125 miles from Euclidia.
What are G47's instructions?
You will proceed at full speed toward Euclidia. Maintain your present altitude. Report when fuel exhausted. When you complete that report, you will descend and submerge at once. Aid will be dispatched at this time. Lay your course due east. That is all.
One moment, Commander. We have no compass. Everything on the control panel is useless.
If you do not know how to navigate a true course in broad daylight with the sun shining brightly, perhaps Captain Bradford will assist you. That is all.
Oh, boy. Did that girl commander tell you that time?
Careful, Jerry.
You will learn to hold your tongue, young man. Cheops, full speed forward. Due east. Run to the exhaustion of our fuel.
Full speed, due east. Very well.
I'll be glad to help you navigate if you want me to, Thales.
I could easily request a radio beam from Euclidia if it were necessary.
Well, if you can't tell which direction is east, I'd say it was kind of necessary right now.
Silence.
Sorry.
Our course is now due east. We are accelerating rapidly.
Very well. Continue so.
What happens when we run out of fuel?
We will take advantage of our altitude to progress as far as possible along our course, then settle to the surface and submerge.
Yeah, and wait there for G47 to come out and give us plenty of trouble.
I think G47 will have other things to think about. That girl's submarine commander will require his attention for her impertinence to me.
G47 may not look at it that way. We have found that girl commander most intelligent.
You have also found her most helpful on occasion, have you not?
What?
Gee, do you suppose G47 suspects?
Watch it, Jerry.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Yes, my foolish young man. G47 not only suspects, he knows.
Knows what?
That the girl in question, the finest and most trusted submarine commander in our colony, deliberately aided your party in your 2 escapes from the island.
You mean G47
Hey,
knows?
Tex, don't let these fellows kid you. That girl didn't help us a bit. That's just imagination.
Yes?
Yes, there's a mistake somewhere.
There is indeed, but that mistake will be rectified upon our return to Euclidia.
But don't you do anything to get that girl in bad. She's a friend of ours.
Just as I thought.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Tex.
Never mind, Jerry. I don't think we could tell these men anything they don't know already.
That is your most intelligent observation to date, Captain.
Well, I suggest you stop worrying us and give your attention to getting this crippled ship home.
While you are making suggestions, you might offer one as to the cause of this condition. You are here at the request of G47, who, for some reason, believed you might prove valuable in such a predicament as this.
If you want my advice, you can have it.
We will listen.
Well, in the first place, are these ships comparatively new? By that I mean, how many long cruises have you made in them under various conditions?
These planes have been out rarely. There is no necessity of running exhaustive tests on anything of Euclidean invention. Our machines are perfect.
Yeah, like the way this ship is acting today.
This was unavoidable.
Nothing is unavoidable. G47 is the author of that remark. I think you'll find that your tempered copper is much too fine a conductor to be highly successful as a material used throughout this ship. Instruments will all react to magnetism under certain conditions, and even the cases containing these instruments are of copper.
That will substantiate a claim I made at the time Thales insisted that my tempered copper was the material for this work. I disagreed with him.
The copper has nothing to do with this condition, related to it in no possible... Oh, yes. That could be those fins. They are copper with a steel core.
And nearly anything wrapped around a steel core would make a fine magnet in a ship full of electricity.
Well, I'll bet that's it. The instruments were all right when we were on the water, and those wings were folded back into the sides of the ship.
If that were the case, how do you account for the fact that numerous trips have been made in ships such as this one, and the instruments worked perfectly?
Well, I can't explain that yet, but give me time to take one of these things to pieces when we get back to Euclidean, and I'll find out where the weak points are.
Commander S1 to rocket plane. S1 calling Thales in straight of plane.
Silence. Thales to Commander S1. Ready.
You will continue to transmit continuously. Your graph will be run and your position corrected.
Position is correct as last given. On course 1 east to Euclidia.
You are not on course 1 east. Directional prism reflectors fail to locate you. Continue transmitting.
Very well. We are proceeding at full speed along a course believed to be due east to Euclidia. Altitude about 4,000 feet. Fuel for approximately 50 miles. Is there any further information I can give you?
You may cease transmission. Your graph has been calibrated. You are 7 degrees off your course.
Impossible.
You are 7 degrees north of your course. You will make this correction immediately.
Very well.
Proceed along course. Notify me immediately when fuel exhausted. I am leaving at once. That is all.
Hey, that girl is coming out after us with her submarine.
Obviously so.
This is getting to be a habit. It'll make the third time she's dragged us to the island.
It will be a comparatively simple task on this occasion. We should reach the surface of the water within 25 miles of Euclidia.
If that sound has any significance, your latest observation is faulty, Thales.
Yes, that was bad. We are losing headway. We must take advantage of this altitude and glide down.
What was that noise?
The last of the gas leaving the fuel chambers. We are without fuel.
And we're a lot more than 25 miles from Euclidia.
Only less than 75 miles.
Hey, we're going down mighty fast. How can you land this thing without power?
Right, Jerry. We haven't enough wing surface for a glide. This thing's dropping like a bullet.
I will now compensate for that.
Oh, boy. Did we bounce that time? Hey, what did we hit?
That sudden jar was caused by the release of the helium cylinders. The outer shell of this plane is now expanding.
Expanding?
Precisely.
You mean that you release compressed helium into the outer shell, and that it is pliable enough to expand and carry our weight as a lighter than airship?
Precisely.
Well, it's a good trick if it works, but it looks to me like we're starting down again, and mighty fast, too.
What? Yes, we are falling again. I will release the reserve supply of helium.
Hey, you have to do that so rough?
It's better to flatten out up here than it is to hit the water at the speed we were making.
We are gaining speed again. We are not being supported.
Yes, something vital has failed.
You mean we're falling? You can't stop us?
Steady, Jerry. What's to be done, Thales?
I have exhausted every means at my command.
How about you, Cheops?
There is nothing more to be done.
What will be our speed when we hit that water?
The least we may hope for is a speed of 75 miles an hour.
75 miles an hour? But, hey, we can't land that fast. We're going pretty near straight down. Well, that's going to smash the ship to pieces.
Afraid it will, Jerry. This is once the Euclidean perfection has failed, and failed plenty.
One of the Euclidean rocket planes is hurtling down out of the sky. With Captain Bradford and Jerry Hall on board, two of the Euclidean scientists, Cheops and Thales, have made a test run in a rocket plane. Some flaw in the instruments has caused them to run beyond their fuel limits. And in trying to return to Euclidia, the fuel supply has failed them completely. They are within 75 miles of the underwater city, and help from Euclidia will reach them quickly. But all of this may do them very little good. The plane is diving for the water at a speed of over 50 miles an hour, and the helium gas supply, which was to have inflated the shell of the strange craft and allow them to settle gently to the sea, has proven inadequate. Only 1,000 feet separates the falling plane from the water.
We're going to hit.
I can do nothing.
Here, give me the controls.
What can you do?
Give me the controls. Everybody keep quiet and hang on.
What are you going to do, Tex?
I'm not sure, kid, but I think I can do it. Now, hang on. Well, we're down.
I'll say we're down. And we're floating on the water just as nice as you please. How did you do it, Tex?
Just flew this thing down, that's all.
That is one of the most remarkable demonstrations it has been my experience to witness.
Phenomenal.
All you have to know is a little about flying. Perhaps you gentlemen would do well to take a few lessons.
Your rebuke is well deserved.
Yeah, serves you right, too. But how did you do it, Tex?
Just took a chance and it came out right. After all, Jerry, the secret in good flying is the men, not their instruments. I saw that those dinky little wings weren't going to hold us up at the rate we were going, so I folded them back in, shot straight down, and then checked our course by shooting the wings out again, and using full elevators at the same time.
You sure checked our course all right. I felt like I was going through the bottom of the sea.
That was preferable to going through the floor of the ocean.
And how it was.
You may not realize it, Captain Bradford, but you have placed yourself in a very enviable position.
Old G-47 will give me a tin medal for this, I suppose.
His expression will be more practical. You will undoubtedly find yourself given a place of honor among the scientists of Euclidia.
Oh, the captain doesn't want to be a Euclidean.
Don't be too sure of that, Jerry. As long as we're going to spend a long time in Euclidia, it might be more comfortable to spend it as a Euclidean.
Well, let's quit arguing about what we're going to be and tell somebody in Euclidia that we're sitting out here in the water.
Good idea, Jerry. We haven't any motive power?
None. Our gas is exhausted. I will report. Cheops to Euclidia. Straighter plane to central control. Waiting.
Gee, it's going to be nice if they've forgotten all about us out here.
That is impossible.
Yeah? Well, you said it was impossible for this plane to go wrong, too, but it sure did just the same.
I think they're waiting for a signal from us.
They are slow in answering. I will continue asking for a signal. Cheops to Euclidean control station. Cheops calling central control station. Straighter plane is down. Helpless on water. Answer at once. Cheops, Euclidean control.
This is indeed interesting, Commander.
You are very fortunate, Cleostra. G-47 is in high good humor when he allows anyone in this communication chamber.
It has been a long time since we heard from the plane. Do you suppose Jerry and Captain Bradford are all right?
Supposition is of little value in any case. We may assume that they are in no danger.
But if they are running out of fuel?
When they report again, we will start out to locate them and tow them in.
We? Then I am going with you.
You have G-47's permission to accompany me at any time. If your mother has no objection, I will take you on this trip.
Cheops calling central control station. Cheops calling central control station.
Silence, Cleostra. Cheops is calling.
Cheops calling Euclidia. Straighter plane is down. Helpless on water. Unable submerge. Answer at once.
Oh, Commander, they are down. And Cheops says they are helpless.
Silence. Commander S1 to straighter plane. Leaving at once with submarine. Will run on surface if possible. Keep me informed your position. That is all.
Something must have gone wrong with the plane.
That is not likely. Euclidean machines are perfect.
You may be right, but I am very worried about them.
We will start at once, using this large submarine with heavy stern towing fins. Follow me into the central control section. You may occupy the seat on my left. Hurry. We will use the lock which admits us to the water at this depth. The pressure will aid in getting maximum speed quickly.
Commander, what is that frightful noise?
We are sliding down the ramp into the lock. The submarine is being propelled by magnets beneath the floor of the ramp.
This is one of the regular submarines, is it not, Commander?
Yes. Another straighter plane would save little time on such a short run and would be almost useless for towing the other vessel.
We are now in the lock.
In a few seconds, the lock will be filled. Then we may go.
You do not feel at all alarmed over the position of the captain and Jerry? Yet they are helpless on the surface of the water.
Alarm would not aid them. We must not rush to conclusions as to their condition. We will arrive at their position in approximately 3,600 seconds. I will now leave the lock. Brace yourself firmly. Our speed will be very great.
We are rising at a terrifying rate.
The 400 feet to the surface should take us not more than 15 seconds.
What will happen when we burst out of the water at this speed?
We will not burst out, as you term it. I shall now level off gradually.
Oh, Commander, we are out of the water. We are on the surface and running smoothly.
Precisely. That should not surprise you. Did you not steal one of these submarines and take your mother, Jerry Hall, and the captain safely to Los Angeles?
To be sure, but I could never operate this as you do. You are very clever, Commander.
Naturally. I earned my place as the foremost commander on Euclidia. Now we will continue on this course. That plane will be drifting slightly, and Cheops was very indefinite as to their exact position. But I think we may safely run full speed ahead for some time.
What is our speed now?
You may observe the instruments.
Thank you. Oh, 75 miles per hour. This is the maximum speed of this vessel, is it not?
It is, and a speed that is not advisable except in an emergency.
Oh, I am so worried about the captain and Jerry.
You are very fond of that silly young man, are you not?
I am, and he is not silly.
Very well. I wish to tell you something, Joan.
Joan? Why, Commander, you called me Joan.
Precisely. You prefer that to Cleostra, do you not?
Why, yes. Of course I do, but you...
Do not interrupt me. We have only a short time, and I have much to tell you.
I will be happy to listen.
G-47 knows that I assisted you in your 2 attempts to escape from the island.
He knows.
Positively?
But if he knows that, he will punish you terribly.
My punishment has been prescribed. It will take the effect the moment we return from this rescue expedition.
What is the punishment to be?
I am to be stripped of my authority, robbed of my place as a Euclidean, and sent to join your party, where I will live under the same conditions as now govern you.
Our party? You mean that you will be considered as we are? Virtually prisoners? Potential enemies of Euclidia?
Precisely. I will have quarters adjoining yours. From this time forth, my lot is cast with yours.
Why, Commander, that is wonderful.
Wonderful?
Why, of course, is it not?
I am not sure.
Oh, but it will be wonderful. You will like our way of living, and then you can have lovely clothes and stop wearing that Euclidean cloth uniform.
I wonder how it will feel to live as you do.
Oh, you will be happy with us. Mother will let you have one of her dresses to wear. Oh, I am so excited. There is so much I want to tell you about Mother's world. I hardly know where to start.
Silence. Our conversation must be postponed.
Is something wrong?
Do not become excited. I will find out.
How can you tell who it is if the signal is too weak?
I will use a magnetic beam and attempt to relay the impulses to our equipment.
Cheops, calling Euclidean Control Station. Cheops to Euclidia. Straight a plane to Central Control. Emergent. Answer at once. Emergent. Cheops calling Euclidia.
Jerry and the captain, they are in trouble.
Silence, Cleostra. I will attend to this. Commander S1, Euclidean Patrol Submarine number 1. Getting your signal very faintly, Cheops. Proceed. Hurry. Waiting.
Our plane was damaged in landing. We are filling up with water. No compressed air. No gas. Preparing to leave ship. Bulkhead gas exhausted. We will have to swim without aid. The batteries are underwater. Radio will stop soon.
Break. Orders. Abandon ship immediately. Give us your exact position. We are proceeding at full speed along course 1 west from Euclidia. Your position.
Position. Last given is best. Advise. Water. Batteries. Hurry.
Commander, their radio stopped.
Yes. The vessel is flooded.
And we do not even know their exact position.
True. And without the ship, it will be almost difficult to reach them in the water.
I know that. If the water is the least bit rough, it is nearly impossible to see a swimmer in it.
Are the captain and young Hall good swimmers?
Very good. The captain has been a champion swimmer, and Jerry swims strongly and easily.
They will need all their skill. Neither Thales nor Cheops can swim.
They cannot swim.
Precisely. Very few Euclideans are able to swim. The perfection of Euclidean boats has made swimming unnecessary.
Then hurry, Commander, hurry.
I am driving this boat beyond the safety factor at this moment.
Well, if we save those men, you may thank Jerry and the captain for it. And remember that in our world, we do not depend on machines.
You speak freely of your world for one who knows so little of it, Cleostra.
I may know little of it, but anything known of the outside world is better than everything the Euclideans know.
I am beginning to believe you. I await my entry into your life with pleasure. But first, we have a mission to perform.
Just 75 miles from Euclidia, one of the rocket planes of the Euclidean scientists is down in the water. This should not prove very serious under ordinary conditions, but something went wrong with the plane. The instruments have failed. And now, even the gas-filled bulkheads which were designed to keep the strange craft afloat have proven worthless. Captain Bradford, Jerry Hall, Cheops, and Thales are helpless in the water as their craft is slowly sinking. On board a Euclidean submarine racing to their aid on the surface of the water are Joan Gregory and the Euclidean girl commander. They are within a few miles of Jerry, the captain, and the two Euclideans who were with them, but it seems as if even this short distance may be too great. The captain and Jerry have a mighty serious problem on their hands.
I think this portion of the plane will float for a few minutes at least.
It better float. We're a long swim from anywhere.
The chances are that this section will stay where it is for some time, and there's no use pulling it underwater until we have to. Now, look, let's all let loose and float in the water where we can reach out and grab that thing if we need it.
Okay, Tex. I'm floating now.
Hello over there on the other side. Cheops, Thales.
Yes, Captain Bradford.
We are here.
Are you hanging on to the ship?
We are.
Better let go and give the wreck a chance to stay afloat as long as it will. We might need to climb up on it.
Yeah.
But
We might find a couple of hungry sharks around here.
I am sorry, Captain. It will be impossible for me to release my hold on the wreckage.
Why is that impossible?
I cannot swim.
What? You can't swim?
I cannot swim.
And I am in the same predicament. I cannot swim.
Oh, gee, this is swell, Jerry.
Yeah. Just dandy. Here we are floating around in the Pacific Ocean with a sinking ship and two fellows who can't swim.
And we're all right as long as this wreck stays above water, but those air tanks were all cracked up when we hit, and seems they'll be opening up any minute.
And when that happens, you and I'll have to try to swim and keep those two above water at the same time.
Right, that's about the size of it, Jerry. You just take care of yourself. I can handle them. They don't lose their heads.
Oh, no, you don't. I can swim as long as you can. We'll take one of those fellows and we'll keep them afloat if we have to put them to sleep.
Right. You men work your way around to our side of this thing.
Very well, Captain.
Please, I'm coming.
Yes. Coming.
How soon do you think that submarine can get to us, Tex?
No way of telling, Jerry. I don't know what speed it's making or exactly how far we are from the position of Euclid.
Just to make it real nice, the submarine skipper isn't exactly sure where to look for us.
This is rather an unusual situation, is it not, Captain Bradford?
Well, you might call it that.
It's a situation that wouldn't happen to us if those Euclidean rocket ships were as blame perfect as you claimed they were.
That is true.
You are in a position of advantage now, Hall. You may think your remarks well advised, but let me warn you that once we are back in Euclidia, steps will be taken to curb your tongue.
Now, before you worry about taking any steps to do anything to us, you'd better give a little thought to saving yourselves. This boat won't float for more than a few minutes more. And when it goes down, we'll swim. Swim and float and tread water. And then swim and float some more. Possibly for hours until that rescue submarine locates us and picks us up.
I've told you twice that I do not swim.
Then you don't give any orders. Tex and I can swim and hold you two above water for a little while. If you do as you're told.
We will know how to obey orders.
I suppose you practice it right now. Might save a lot of trouble when the time comes.
What is to be done?
Drop your grip on the side of this boat and turn over on your backs.
Turn on our backs in the water?
Sure. Turn over on your backs. Here, Thales. Give me your hand. Now, don't try to push me through the bottom of the ocean. Just put your hand on my arm.
In this manner?
Yeah, that'll do.
Now, you do the same, Cheops.
Very well.
Now, turn over on your back and try lying as flat as possible in the water. Oh, don't worry about your nose. I'll keep it above water.
Very well.
You'll do the same thing, Thales.
I do not feel any particular confidence in you, Hall.
And you know how I felt about you all the time. You'd better either get some confidence in me or learn to swim.
I will attempt to turn over on my back.
Come on. There you are. That wasn't so hard, was it?
It's just a ridiculous position for a scientist.
Maybe, but if Jerry let your head go into water, your position would be a lot more ridiculous.
I would suggest, Thales, that you remain silent and be thankful these men are human fish.
It's a good idea, Cheops. Now, you're doing all right with your floating. Now, both of you know how it's done. Here, flop over right side up again and rest on this boat as long as you can.
How about it, Skipper? Will they do?
I think we can handle them, son. If they behave that well after the boat's gone down.
You have no fear of our behavior, have you?
We haven't any fear. But you'd better have it. If Tex and I get tired swimming around with you.
We'll do exactly as ordered.
That may save you a lot of trouble. Well, it looks like we've done all we can until the commander arrives with her submarine.
How do you estimate the distance separating us from our rescuer?
I don't. I couldn't even guess.
Well, at least we can't see anything of her submarine. And she said she'd be on the surface.
The submarine which the commander is using will project only 10 feet above the water under ordinary conditions.
10 feet. Plus a little if she's riding high and fast.
Yes. If the craft is making its best possible speed, it will stand less than 15 feet above water.
How far over the water can you see something? Only 15 feet high.
Slightly less than 5 miles, isn't it, Caps?
Yes. Precisely.
If the submarine is proceeding at top speed, it will not be visible to us until within 180 to 240 seconds run of our position.
Oh, boy. That's too blame close. If we can't see her any better at that, she can't see this thing half that far. She might run on past us and never know it.
Yes, that is indeed possible.
Let's break a piece out of the top of this ship and get it up into the air now.
That is impossible, Captain. While the construction of this rocket plane has proven inadequate as a protection against a forced landing, you will find it much too strong to be torn apart with the hands.
I suppose so.
And of course, the blame thing turned upside down, so we can't get at the door.
That is another weakness we will remember and remedy when construction of more of these ships is done.
Better fix plenty of these things before you build any more of these. Hey, Tex, look over there.
Where, Jerry? Where?
Look, where I'm pointing. Can't you see something on top of the water?
I can, plainly.
Yes, I should say that was a submarine running on the surface.
Get away from this boat, everybody, quick. She's sinking.
Oh, boy, sure is.
Do we turn over now?
You do, and fast. Grab Thales, Jerry. Let's swim out a few strokes. This thing's going to pull plenty when she goes down.
Right. Turn over, Thales. Now keep your mouth shut. Here we go.
You all right, Jerry?
Yep. I'm okay.
Able to get your breath, Caps?
I'm suffering no discomfort.
How are you doing, Thales?
I do not care for this position being pulled about by my head as a fish on a line. However, it will suffice.
You'd better. You'd feel like a fish without any water if I let go of you.
Jerry, that is a submarine. She isn't over half a mile away.
No, but it looks like she's running away from us.
I'm afraid she hasn't seen us yet.
Hey, Commander. Hey, the sub. Hey.
Please exercise greater care, Hall. You nearly let my head sink when you threshed around in that manner.
Oh, yeah, I've got it. Let me take both of them, Jerry. Here, you men put your hands on my shoulder. Easy now. Okay, son. Now rise up in the water as far as you can and wave your arms.
Okay. It's no use, Tex. She doesn't see us.
Yes, she does, Jerry. She's putting about.
I can't see where that sub's getting any closer.
Well, you won't for a few minutes, probably. She was going at a terrific clip. It'll take her some time to swim around and get over here to us.
Are you sure that that's the Euclidean submarine?
No doubt of that. Nothing else on the water today could make that kind of speed.
If it is the commander, she will reach us quickly.
Yes, that boat will describe a very small arc and lose headway rapidly.
It's doing that, all right. Golly whiskers, Tex. Look at that thing come.
Out of sight, Jerry. That girl has straightened it out and heading right for us.
It would be well to signal that she is not to run near us at too great a speed. I imagine that our position would not be too comfortable if the water was rough.
You might get part of the ocean in your nose, but we could roll that out of you later.
That will not be necessary. The commander is far too clever to endanger a life she is attempting to save.
You're right again, Caps. Sub is going to come gliding up to us here without even muscling the water.
How are we going to board that blame thing?
It will not be difficult, I think.
No, Jerry. Remember how the nose of those subs opened?
Yeah, I remember.
Well, look now, Jerry. Look. That boat's only 100 yards from us. The stern is slowly settling under. She drifts up.
I believe the commander will submerge the stern, bring the prow of the submarine to our immediate position in an upward manner, and admit us through the bow airlock.
That's it. It's getting closer. Don't wiggle out, Thales. I'll try to keep the water out of your face.
I will not move.
Now only the nose of the sub is sticking up out of the water. It's drifting quietly towards us. How that girl can handle that submarine.
She sure is good at it. Hey, in the sub there. You're close enough. Don't push us around with that thing.
Can you see which side the nose is hinged on, Jerry?
Yeah, right the way it's drifting.
And be sure and stay out from under. You might get hurt when it opens.
I'll watch it.
All right, Kieps. Turn over now and take hold of the edge of this hatchway.
Oh, I will do so.
You too, Thales. Get yourself a good tight hold there.
Can you find a handhold, Jerry?
Sure. I'm fine.
We are indeed safe.
Oh, Jerry, are you well?
Joan, what are you doing here?
Hello, Joan. We're all right.
Come aboard quickly. You must be in need of it.
Oh, we could sure use it.
You, Thales, will board this vessel first and report to the commander in the central control section.
Do you presume to issue orders to me?
Those are the orders of the commander.
Very well. I shall be pleased enough to be aboard.
Well, I'll give you a hand. Up you go. It'll be sort of pleased to catch you off my hands, too.
Can you make it?
I'm nearly within the submarine.
All right, you're next, Kieps. Right, Joan?
That is correct, Captain.
Hurry up, Kieps. I'm getting tired of this water.
I am making all possible speed.
Is Mrs. Gregory on board the sub with you, Joan?
No, Captain Bradford. Mother was resting when we left Euclidia. She does not know of the danger you and Jerry have been in.
That's good. All right, Jerry, in you go.
You first, Tex.
Orders, Jerry.
All right, Skipper. In I go, then.
Not hurt, Jerry.
Nothing but my feelings. I've been holding up that guy Thales for a long time.
Now, Captain, the way is clear for you.
I'll be right away, Joan. Right in.
Will you please follow the others to the central section? The commander has some hot liquid ready for you. I will remain here to close the port.
I'll help you, Joan.
No, off you go, Captain. It's orders, sir.
Aye, aye, Skipper.
Now, I will close the port, and we will return to Euclidia at once.
The Euclidean submarine, carrying the 4 men who were forced down on a test flight of a rocket plane, has landed them safely in the city of Euclidia. The 2 Euclidean scientists, Cheops and Thales, have gone to their own quarters, and the girl submarine commander is reporting the rescue to G-47. In the quarters of the Gregory party, we find our friends very happy over the reunion. Tex and Jerry are dressed in warm, dry clothing. Joan and her mother question them about their flight in the rocket plane.
But it must have been terribly dangerous, Tex.
Oh, we've been in worse places.
Well, I never have.
No, Jerry. Your position at the time that rocket plane fell helpless into the water would seem to be about the worst possible situation.
And Tex knows it was. He just doesn't like to worry us.
Nothing to worry about. Those Euclideans had a flying machine that would fly after a fashion, but when their power failed them and the gas tanks developed a leak, they didn't know what to do.
They sure didn't. And you did. I guess these Euclideans have too many fancy instruments and gadgets on everything. They forget how to do anything themselves.
But they've been so careful to preserve their natural sense of proportion about other things. Those rooms they keep noisy and the small farm they have here. All such things are maintained to keep them in tune with the normal way of doing things.
Even so, Mother, the failure of this rocket plane flight is an example of what the captain means. The Euclideans do depend entirely too much on their instruments.
Yeah, that's right, Joan. And the air isn't the best place in the world for that. Things happen pretty fast when you start falling out of the air. The man who flies only by instruments hasn't time to stop and remember how they used to do it in the old days.
Well, one thing is sure. If Tex hadn't known plenty about flying, we'd have hit that water so hard that the rocket plane would have gone straight through to the other side.
Jerry, that is not possible.
Well, maybe not, but we'd have hit plenty hard just the same.
Yeah, but we didn't, so let's stop worrying about it.
Yes, we may as well drop it. When Tex gets that, I don't want to be interviewed, it was only a routine flight look on his face. There's nothing more to be had from him.
Well, one thing we learned, and it ought to help us a lot.
What was that?
Oh, there's plenty of things wrong with that rocket ship, and if G-47 keeps his promise to let Tex work on them, he'll have plenty of time to plan our escape from here before he's through.
Careful, Jerry.
You need have no further worry about being overheard.
No, don't be too sure, Joan. Remember how Thales talked to us through that radio speaker they installed for us? And how easy it was for him to hear our conversation in the control room?
Golly whiskers, that's right.
We have no further need for caution in our conversation in these quarters. I am positive of that.
You seem sure of yourself, Joan, but I'm afraid the rest of us don't share your confidence in the matter.
Perhaps you have not learned all that I have had proven to me.
Well, giggling goldfish, don't act so blame mysterious about everything. What do you know that we don't?
You are impatient, Jerry.
Well, Joan, for once I think Jerry is justified. Our position here is not so enviable that we can afford any secrets from each other.
I am sorry, Captain. I will explain.
Please do, dear, at once.
As you know, I rode with the girl commander as she took that submarine to your rescue.
She did a swell job of it, too. Gee, Mrs. Gregory, if you could have seen the way that girl...
Jerry Hall, I am trying to explain.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The commander and I had a splendid opportunity for conversation as we searched for you on the surface of the water. One of the things I learned is that the Euclideans believe our position to be so absolutely hopeless that they are removing all guards assigned to spy on our movements and discussions.
Well, that'll help a lot if you're sure of it.
I am quite sure of it, Captain. However, I think it wise to exercise some little caution when discussing matters of importance.
I agree with that.
Me too.
What else did you learn, Joan, dear?
The other item is particularly interesting and possibly important to us. The commander will be sent in here to share these quarters with us.
That girl, Commander?
Yes,
Why, I thought you said these Euclideans weren't going to bother to watch us so closely after
they
this.
are not.
Well, looks to me like they're putting a spy right under the dining room table.
Sure looks that way to me.
It certainly does.
It means nothing of the kind. The commander will be one of us, a prisoner, no longer a Euclidean.
Why, Joan, dear, do you realize what you're saying?
Of course, Mother.
But what's it all about?
Well, I got an idea from something she said to Joan and me. G-47 found out that she helped us escape from that island. I'll bet that's it.
That is the answer. G-47 knows that the commander helped us at the time we put the scientists to sleep in the laboratory with the captain's gas formula.
And she's being stripped of her high command in the Euclidean fleet?
She is.
Oh, golly whiskers. That makes one more for our side. And that girl knows a lot about this place.
She certainly does. This may be a help to us.
It seems incredible.
Hey, that's the word I was trying to remember.
The girl is so valuable to these Euclideans. She's the finest submarine commander they have. I wonder if it isn't some sort of a trick.
I know it is not. In talking with the commander, I could see that she is deeply interested in learning something of the ways of our world. I described to her some of the pleasant things I had seen during my brief visit to Los Angeles, and her face positively shone with excitement.
Excitement? That girl got excited?
She did.
Oh, that's almost too much.
Yes, that girl is the coolest person in an emergency that I've ever seen. And if she was excited about the prospects of becoming one of us, she must be in earnest about it.
She was very much in earnest. I hope you will not object, Mother, but I promised her that you would allow her to wear one of your dresses so that she might see how it would change her appearance.
Of course she may wear one of my dresses, or all of them for that matter. Hasn't she ever worn anything but that uniform of Euclidean cloth?
Nothing. The commander was born on Euclidia and, except for ocean voyages, has spent her entire 22 years here.
Gee whiz. 22 years in this place.
Seems pretty terrible to us, son, but I suppose you can get used to anything, especially if you don't know what to do about changing your position.
Oh, I'm anxious to see her. When will she arrive?
I believe within a very short time.
Tex, will you help me?
Oh, sure. Doing what, Pat?
Well, let's fix up the little room next to mine. The one you have your instruments in.
Yes, that's probably the room they figured on her using.
I presume it is, as that is the only vacant room in these quarters.
Come on, Tex. We'll put it in order.
This is certainly a surprising angle to run into.
Gee whiz, Joan. This is the weirdest thing I ever heard of. One of the Euclideans coming over to our side.
Jerry.
Huh?
Do you like the commander so very much?
Oh, sure. I told you she was a friend of ours.
I do not mean that. I mean, do you like her as well as you like me?
Oh, Joan, stop that silly stuff, will you? You women are all alike. Sure, I like her. She's a mighty pretty girl, and well, so are you.
Am I pretty, Jerry?
Yes, you're pretty, Jerry. Now, stop worrying about that girl. Why, she's 22 years old. I guess you won't have much time for me.
But would you like her to have time for you?
Joan, will you stop acting like a baby? Oh, I bet that's her now.
I suppose it is.
Come in.
It is I.
Hello, Commander. Come in and make yourself at home.
It is indeed unfortunate that I must disturb you in this manner.
We do not mind.
Well, I'll say we don't. We're tickled to death. Here, sit down.
Thank you. I suppose Joan has told you that I am to be one of you?
Joan? Did you call her Joan?
That is the name she will use in your world? I am now of that world?
Thank you, Commander.
Well, wait a minute, then. You're not going to be called Commander anymore, either. What's your real name?
I anticipated such a question, and I am ready and willing to enter your ways in all things. I have my record from the Euclidean personnel file. My worldly name is Elaine Raleigh.
Elaine. Gee, that's a pretty name.
Elaine is a nice name. Do you think you will like it?
I may as well like it.
Well, look, Commander, Elaine, that's swell. Now, there's one more thing I wish you'd do for us. Stop talking like a Euclidean and talk like we do.
Perhaps the Elaine is able to speak no other way.
To be sure I am.
Oh, boy. Did you hear that, Joan?
Naturally.
Well, it may be natural to you, but it sure surprised me.
The Euclideans have found it necessary, for numerous reasons, to develop a unique speech which will hide their true identities in time of need. But we are also constantly trained in using a manner of speech suitable to your world, so that we may not attract undue attention when moving in your world on secret missions.
Well, I sure like your voice a lot better this way.
It is indeed more pleasant.
Gee, Joan, you sound more like a Euclidean than the commander.
Perhaps I do. I have had no training in any other manner of speech.
Well, you just stick around Elaine and me, and we'll teach you how to talk.
Jerry.
One thing that I cannot understand, Jerry. Do many people in your world prattle on endlessly about meaningless things as you do?
Oh, I'm not so bad.
You speak far too much and say too little. Yet you seem sensible, and I have seen evidence of your intelligence.
In the world which Jerry knows, it is not considered necessary to wear a mask of science in order to display intelligence.
Oh, gee, thanks, Joan. You sure can make words get up and dance for you.
Well, I see that our latest edition has arrived. Welcome to the prisoners section, Commander.
I am grateful for the privilege, Captain.
Hey, Elaine, forget that commander stuff and talk to the captain like you did to us.
It is not easy to change a habit so deeply ingrained.
Hello. Say, that's a surprise.
It was also a surprise to us, Captain.
So, this Euclidean manner of speech is only disguise, as Joan tried to explain to us.
Precisely, Captain Bradford. G47 has felt that we should be able to go into the world without exciting any suspicion.
Well, I like this way of talking a whole lot better.
So do I, Jerry. We've heard about enough of that high-pitched, whining voice Euclideans affect.
Your natural manner of speaking is much more pleasant to the ear.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Commander, but we had used the extra room here as a storeroom, and I was clearing it out for you.
That is quite all right, Mrs. Gregory.
Tex, did you hear that?
Sure, I heard it, Pat. The commander has a perfectly good voice, which he's been hiding under that nasal whine of the Euclidean.
Well, that certainly is a relief. You're welcome to our party, Commander.
Thank you.
The commander will now be known by her worldly name, Elaine.
Elaine. What a pretty name. And you're very lovely, my dear, now that you've dropped your Euclidean manner.
Boy, I think she's keen.
Jerry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I should like to see you in one of my dresses.
I would enjoy that.
Hold it. There's the dinner bell.
It is indeed the signal for the evening meal.
You are forgetting again.
It is stupid of me. I will not forget often.
Well, now, don't you worry about that, Elaine. Look, let's all gather around that table, which is in the habit of coming up through the floor just along about this time.
Oh, it's right on the dot. Here it comes.
I am happy to see that you have real food in here.
Did you have to eat that concentrated food?
Most of the time.
Oh, we've got a lot of things you'll like.
Well, now, look, let's talk about them after we eat. I'm hungry.
I am sure you will be happy with Mother and her friends, Elaine. They know and do so many lovely things in their world.
I am sure you are correct, Joan.
Oh, it is so pleasant to hear you call me Joan. I hope I never hear the name Cleostra again.
Well, Tex, our family has grown. Will you serve, Elaine?
There's an old saying that there's strength in numbers, and this is possibly as true on the Magic Island or in Euclidia as it is anywhere else. The Gregory party of 4 has now grown to 5, with the addition of the Euclidean girl submarine commander. The girl whom we have known only as the commander has been sent to live with our party as a punishment for aiding them to escape from the Magic Island. She's a very lovely and clever young person and will be known from this time on as Elaine Raleigh. In the living quarters set aside for Mrs. Gregory and her loyal friends, Joan and her mother are fitting one of Mrs. Gregory's dresses on Elaine, while Jerry and the captain are out trying to get a little more information on their position.
I know I'm right, Captain Bradford.
Well, I hope you are, Jerry, but this doesn't look much like it.
Oh, just the same, I think we should keep walking along this narrow little hallway.
At least it was built here for some purpose, and the more we learn of this place, the more chance we have of escaping from it.
I know one thing for sure.
What's that?
Nobody can hear us talking in this tunnel.
How are you so sure of that?
Well, the commander told me so.
Elaine?
Yep, that's right. I've called her the commander so long that it's hard to remember to call her anything else. But Elaine is sure a swell name.
It is a pretty name, Jerry, and Elaine is a very attractive girl.
You bet she is. I think she's mighty nice.
Well, I'll agree with you, son, but if you don't mind, I'd like to give you a little advice about her.
About Elaine?
Mm-hmm. Elaine and all the rest of the ladies.
Yeah? Well, what is it?
Well, Jerry, just as one man to another, I'd say that it might be just as well if you didn't say too much about how nice you think Elaine is.
especially when Joan is around.
Oh, sure. I figured that out for myself. Joan gets all steamed up every time I say something nice about the girl.
Yes, you may find that such things will happen to you from time to time.
Yeah, I know that. Women are all alike. Oh, but I guess they can't help acting like that. And they're pretty nice.
Not bad, Jerry. And if you understand them that well, I'll let you alone to work out your own problems with it.
Yeah, but Elaine is mighty smart about things in this crazy place. And when she says nobody can hear us in this tunnel, I know it's right.
Well, at least it's worth taking a chance on. But why do you think she was so insistent that we explore this passageway?
Well, you started it all by what you said at dinner last night.
What was that?
Well, when you said you thought there must be some easier way to get out of this underwater city than taking a submarine out through those locks.
Well, I naturally figured that anyone as clever as these Euclideans are would have more than one exit. There would always be an emergency outlet someplace.
That's the idea, and Elaine says there is.
And she thinks this steel shaft is the answer?
That's right.
I wonder. Well, we're going back away from the city now and climbing at the same time. I'd say this was very near that elevator shaft we came down from the island to the underwater city.
That's what I think. I've got an idea, Tex. Well, it may be crazy, but I wish you'd listen to it.
Well, right ahead, Jerry. Ideas aren't so plentiful that we can afford to waste any of them.
Well, that universal solvent of yours, that's the only thing we've got that's better than anything the Euclideans have, isn't it?
Yes, I expect that's right.
And the only way you can use that is to have it where you can turn it loose or pour it out or spill it or let it run down on something?
That's right. Our only real hope to use my solvent as a threat when we try to capture this place is to find the highest point in the city, suspend a quantity of the solvent there, and threaten to release it and destroy the city. That is, unless the Euclideans surrender at our terms.
Okay, that's swell. And that fits right in with what the commander, Elaine, said.
Yes, go on.
Well, she figures that this tunnel we're walking in comes out inside that mountain that the crater of the volcano is in. Only this thing goes right up inside one of the little peaks around the crater, and that the opening at the top is only 30 or 40 feet below the water.
Well, if that's true, say we're as good as off this place right now. But we'll have to be sure that nobody else knows what we know.
Oh, what could they do about it?
Prevent our coming up here, for one thing, and close this off for another.
Yeah, they'd do that all right. Hey, Tex. Oh, listen to our steps.
Yeah. We're off that noiseless steel and walking on rock. Good solid rock, too. Begins to look as if your girlfriend is correct.
Boy, it sure does. But it looks like there's something here she didn't know about.
What? Oh, a steel door, eh?
Mm-hmm. And a mighty heavy door from the looks of things.
Well, now, if we can get this open, give me a hand here, Jerry.
Aye, aye, sir.
I'll say, this isn't going to be any too easy.
No. Must be some way to get it open, though.
I don't like to make too much noise or stay up here too long. We might get caught at it, and that would spoil all our plans.
Oh, sure, but, well, we may not get many chances to come up here either. I think we ought to try getting through there right now.
Well, your guess is as good as mine in Euclidia, Jerry. Come on, we'll try some more.
This is... it's sure funny. The door looks like it was stuck to the sides. All the way around.
Yes, except on the bottom. Here, put your hands flat against the door, and we'll try pushing down on it.
Down?
Down.
Okay, Skipper. Here we go. Hey, it's moving, Tex. It's moving.
Well, it sure is, son. Look, it's going down. That's the best thing in the world for us.
Why? Why is it?
Well, I'd say there's only one reason for a door to open down. There isn't room for it to open up. And that can mean only one thing. There isn't room for it to open up because we're too near the top of this mountain. Or whatever we're inside of.
Gee, Tex, look into that room.
Yes. Not only into the room, but look through the room.
Come on.
Wait, hold it, Jerry. Wait till this door is all the way down into the floor. You might get hurt if you start in there now.
Okay. Boy, that's something to see, isn't it?
It certainly is. Look, that room is made of transparent steel. And it's mighty near the surface of the water. Why, it must be.
Yep. Why, the water's light's enough that you can see all around in the room. How deep could the water be and let in that much light?
Well, I don't know exactly, but I'd say, not over 4 or 5 fathoms.
Not more than 30 feet?
Oh, something like that, I think.
Gee, Tex, if we're only 30 feet below the surface of the water, why, we could swim out if we had to without getting hurt.
Yeah, we could do just that, son. Well, everything seems to be stationary. Come on, let's go on in.
Gee, this place isn't very big.
Plenty big enough for an escape chamber, and that's just what it was designed for.
Well, how do you get out of here?
I'm trying to figure that out. I think I have.
How?
Now, look, see that valve down there in the corner?
Huh? Oh, yeah. I get it. Air pressure.
Right, boy. Either air pressure to bring the pressure of this room up to that outside, or to flood this lock with water.
Be hard to get out of here and into the water at that. That's a long time to hold your breath.
I don't have any idea that you're supposed to hold your breath while you're getting out of here.
Well, how else can it be done?
Looks more to me as if this whole room was a lock. Yeah, a floating lock. It can be forced up to the surface of the water.
Looks like the locks they used to get that rocket plane out of that underwater city.
Exactly. I think when our time comes to escape from Euclidia, this is the way we do it.
And you can leave some of your solvent out in that hallway, so we'll eat down through into the city and let the ocean flood in and destroy everything.
That's it, except that we'll give the Euclideans a chance to surrender and become good citizens of the world. You know, after all, Jerry, we're here to stop those scientists before they do a lot of harm in our world with their inventions and discoveries. Our business isn't to hurt anyone.
Well, I guess not. But they wouldn't worry about hurting anyone else.
Well, do you know of anyone they've hurt?
No. Yeah. How about that old sailor who got the first radio message off to us?
He wasn't hurt. He's alive and well, a prisoner like the rest of us.
Maybe you're right. But will these Euclideans behave if we do capture them and take them home?
We'll put them where they'll have to.
In jail, you mean?
No, I don't think so. You know, I doubt very much if it's possible to prove anything criminal against them. At least nothing serious enough to keep them in a prison for life. You know, after all, Jerry, all they've done is to be just a little too brilliant for the present order of society. While that may be dangerous, well, certainly isn't criminal.
But if we can't put them in prison, where can we put them?
Well, Mrs. Gregory has money, Jerry. Almost unlimited money. Many of her friends are equally fortunate. I'm sure Pat would lead a movement to form a syndicate, establish a scientific foundation for these people. There they would be allowed to carry on their work, but they'd also be watched to see that anything they develop would only be used for good.
It sounds okay, but it sure costs a lot of money and plenty of trouble.
It's the only answer I can think of.
Oh, I hope they refuse to surrender. And we can turn this water in on the whole bunch of them.
Now, Jerry, you wouldn't do that.
Well, maybe I wouldn't want to do that to the animals they've got down there. But I don't feel very bad about anything happening to the Euclideans.
Why, Jerry, they're human, just the same as we are. They're entitled to fair treatment.
Yeah, only... Hey, Tex, look.
Yeah, I see it, Jerry.
A shadow on the water above us.
Looks like the shadow of a submarine.
No, it's one of those rocket planes shaped like a submarine.
How can you tell?
Well, see the shadows, those little bumps on the sides, where the wings don't quite fold into the ship?
Say, you're right. It is one of the Euclidean rocket planes. It's just drifting on the surface of the water.
Well, it's going to be right over us in a minute.
The shape of that shadow is changing. There's a bulge on one side of it.
Looks almost like somebody was getting out of it and into the water.
That's just what's happening. Now, look, that fellow's feet are touching the water.
Yep, and we're mighty close to the surface. I'll bet it is over 20 feet.
Nearer 30, I think, but the water's perfectly clear. Jerry, that man is coming down into the water, and he's coming right for this transparent steel lock.
Hey, let's get out of here.
Wait, we can step outside the door into the hallway and still see him. I want to watch how this is done.
But if he sees us in here, then our chance of using this place for an escape are all gone.
Oh, now look, we'll step backward to the door and start to shut it. When it's nearly up to the top, we can safely watch over it and close it quickly when he's near enough to see us.
Okay, but we'd better get busy.
Look, Jerry, the man has on heavy shoes like a diver, but no diving suit.
Well, he's got a little thing like a helmet on, though.
Right, just something to allow him to breathe for the few seconds it takes him to get into this lock.
He's right beside the lock now, but he's turned sideways, so I guess he can't see us.
Now, look, he's reaching down to turn something. It's a valve. Just what I thought. This is a lock, and he'll fill it with water before coming into it.
But how can he get the water out of it when he wants to come through this door?
Probably pump it out with that valve we saw in here.
Hey, he's letting in the water.
He's liable to turn around in a minute. Here, give me a hand here, Jerry, and we'll shut this door quick.
Aye, sir.
Now, come on, son. Let's get away from here quick.
I'll say, oh, boy, what we know about this place now.
Sure looks encouraging, Jerry, but we'll have to be mighty careful about discussing with the others.
But we'll have to tell Joan, their mother, and the girl commander, Elaine.
Well, we'll tell them all right, but let's be careful. We're as good as out of Euclidia right now.
That's what you think.
What's up, kid?
Well, look behind you. Through the transparent wall of that steel lock we just came out of.
Huh?
That's a funny one.
Yes, that fellow took off his helmet and stored away in that little cabinet, but he isn't coming out this door.
Well, he's sure not going to try going back up through that water without a helmet.
Get out of here quick, Jerry. He's coming this way.
Playing these transparent steel walls, you can't tell when you're through something.
He's coming now, and there's no doubt of it.
And I'm not sure we can find our way out of here.
Well, there aren't any turns in this corridor.
You mean there weren't any turns in it when we came up here? No telling what's happened to it since then.
Come on, step on it, Jerry. That door's opening behind us.
And if we can't get around the turn in this tunnel before that fellow sees us, we'll never get a chance to see this place for an escape.
Down in the weird underwater city of Euclidia, many strange things take place, and most of them have been terrifying to the Gregory party. Now, however, a big ray of hope has suddenly appeared. Mrs. Gregory, her daughter Joan, and their newly found friend Elaine, the Euclidean girl submarine commander, are in their quarters. Mrs. Gregory is enjoying herself as Elaine tries on one of her dresses while Joan watches admiringly.
I am so worried about Jerry and the captain.
Now, Joan, dear, when Tex and Jerry are together, they're able to get themselves out of anything that might come up.
But, Mother, they were to be gone only a few minutes, and it is now more than an hour.
Well, you're worrying much too soon, Joan. When you've lived as long as I have, you'll realize that a man loses all sense of time when he's out doing something that interests him and completely forgets anyone who might be waiting for him.
That would seem to be the case, but I do not like it.
Well, dear, older women than any of us find fault with things men do. But it's much easier to find fault than to find the cure.
Oh, Mother, look.
Why, Elaine, you're lovely in that dress, dear.
I think it must be the dress that is lovely. I have not changed, and no one has told me previously that I am lovely.
But you are. I like that much better than your uniform of Euclidean cloth.
I hope I may never again...
You have forgotten, Elaine.
I am sorry.
We understand, my dear girl. You've kept up that Euclidean atmosphere so long that you find it difficult to realize that all of your Euclidean mannerisms and your obligations to these scientists have been left behind you with that uniform.
Mother, may Elaine have this dress? I mean, may she keep it?
Well, to be sure.
I am not at all sure about doing that. This dress must have some value, and if I understand things in your world, articles of value must be exchanged for things of equal value.
That's approximately correct. But don't let that worry you for a moment. I can well afford to give you a dress or a complete wardrobe.
Mother is a very rich woman, Elaine.
Oh, Joan, dear, please.
But that is what Jerry says about you.
Well, even if it's true, we don't discuss those things.
Mrs. Gregory, if I return to your world with you and attempt to enter life as you know it, what will be my place?
Your place?
Yes. I am not, as you are, a very rich woman. We have nothing of value to call our own on Euclidia. No medium of exchange except our efforts, in return for which we receive a bare sustenance. If I attempt to take my place in your world, how will I exist?
That is a very well-placed question, Mother.
Well, it might be if Elaine were not such an unusual person. As it is, I think we'll find that her new life will present more opportunities for accumulating money than she will have time to grasp.
How could that be, Mrs. Gregory?
Oh, it's very obvious.
Not to me, and Elaine is plainly disturbed by it.
Well, it's too long a story to go into in great detail, but in the first place, you could amass a small fortune in a short time as a lecturer.
Lecturer? Surely you do not mean as an educator?
In a sense, yes. You see, your knowledge of things Euclidean and your personal story of your life here would provide material for any number of public appearances. However, I propose to protect you from that sort of exploitation until you know our world well enough to make your own choice in such matters. You will live in my home as my guest and Joan's companion until you feel thoroughly acquainted with our manner of living.
Oh, Mother, that will be wonderful. To have Elaine with us in your home.
Oh, indeed it will, Joan.
I realize that I should be very grateful for such an offer, and I hope I may show that gratitude. But will you permit me to question the offer?
Question it?
You need not question it, Elaine. My mother is very sincere in her gesture.
Oh, indeed I am.
I am sorry to express myself so poorly. I would like to ask a question regarding your offer. Perhaps that is a more satisfactory way to state it.
Well, of course. What's worrying you?
Will it not be crowding you, making your quarters stretch beyond the number of people your apartments were designed to accommodate?
Oh, and that's what's bothering you. Why, my dear girl, I could take a dozen young people into my home and still have room to spare.
Mother has a truly enormous home, Elaine.
That must be so. And Jerry is quite possibly correct when he says that you are a very rich woman.
Well, perhaps he is. But let's forget that for the moment and get back to the matter of your appearance.
You think that I will present a proper appearance?
And more.
Indeed you will. I wish Jerry were here. He has a number of expressions which are very poor English and sound silly, yet are quite valuable. Jerry could tell you in a few slang phrases just how acceptable your appearance is.
Boy, oh boy, have we got big news.
Jerry!
You bet it's Jerry, the one and only in person.
Well, Jerry, you're all excited.
You bet I am.
And he's got a mighty good reason to be excited.
What is it, Captain Bradford?
Yes, Tex. Is it something good?
Something so good that we'll have to be very careful how we tell you about it.
Well, may we hear now?
Golly whiskers. Oh, boy. Hey, Tex, Look,
Well, what struck you, Jerry?
the commander.
I did not strike you, Hall.
Oh, forget that Euclidean talk. Look at that girl, Tex. Is she a knockout? What a picture for the film magazines. Would she knock 'em dead in Hollywood? Boy, is she something to write home about. Giggling goldfish.
That was what I referred to, Elaine. You have no idea what Jerry meant by all that, yet his intentions are perfectly clear.
And Jerry didn't tell more than half of it.
Now, Elaine, how do you feel?
I feel something that I have never felt before. It is all so strange to me. You are all such strange people. You are concerned with my comfort, planning my future, and commending me on my appearance. I feel that if you will excuse me for a few moments, I will try to compose myself.
Well, what's the matter with her?
Gosh, did I say something wrong?
No, Jerry, you said everything just right. But Elaine isn't accustomed to compliments and kindness. For the first time in her life, she was overcome with emotion. And she prefers to be alone for a few moments.
Yeah, I know. All girls are the same way. When they get too happy to do anything else, they start to cry about it.
Looked like a case of tears, all right.
I can understand that. My feelings were the same when you first found me on the island. I had known nothing of affection, love, or kindness.
We all understand, and a good cry will help her a lot. Now suppose we let poor Elaine alone for a little while, so she may exercise her first opportunity to act like a woman and give us the big news.
Gee, Tex, I got so excited when I saw that girl in Mrs. Gregory's dress that I forgot all about our news.
Well, I didn't. And while I'm not at all sure we have all the privacy we're supposed to have here, well, it's got to be told sometime, and might as well start now.
You have learned something of real value, Captain?
We certainly have. Jerry and I have found the place to escape from Euclidia.
Tex, not really.
Absolutely.
Well, how did this happen?
Oh, we're pretty smart.
You must be.
Oh, it wasn't any trouble for us. We just started out to look for it, and there it was.
No, Jerry, wasn't there a little luck mixed up with it?
Well, not much.
And didn't we have a well-directed hint from Elaine that we might find something of value if we followed that steel tube to the top?
Sure, but, all right. We just happened to find it.
That's more like it.
Well, never mind the distribution of credit. What was it you found?
We found an airlock near the former position of the island, and so close to the surface of the water that all of us could easily escape and get to the surface without any help if we had to.
Tex, really?
That's right.
Where was this?
Well, we followed this steel tunnel round and round, getting higher and higher all the time, and I guess we kind of lost our directions. But it was someplace in the edge of that old crater where the island was built.
Yes, I think the tunnel parallels that elevator we came down in, and it sure comes out on the rim of the crater. But what's more important is that there's a transparent steel lock at the top, and it's within 30 feet of the surface of the water.
Oh, it should be easy to escape from there.
It should indeed. But after the escape, what?
After the escape, we're free.
Yes, on the surface of the ocean, 4,000 miles from Los Angeles.
I see what you mean, Joan, and naturally we'd take care of that.
But how, Tex?
By the very simple process of having a boat up there to pick us up.
How is that so simple?
Well, now, don't forget that tomorrow I'm beginning a regular series of test flights in the rocket planes. Sooner or later, I'll plan the rescue.
Will you have a chance to smuggle one of the homing pigeons aboard the plane?
I think so, in time.
Have you asked permission to take your instrument case aboard?
No, I was afraid to ask permission, for fear it would give me away. So on the trial flight today, I simply walked up to the ship with the case in my hand.
And G-47 grabbed it and searched it plenty.
He did, and he'll probably do the same for several days to come. But one of these times, I'll know when G-47 is going to be busy at the time I start a flight. And when that time comes, I'll have a homing pigeon in that instrument case.
You realize what the results will be if you are caught.
No worse than what we must eventually face if I don't try it. We're here forever as far as G-47 is concerned.
Yes. Our punishment is to be completely ignored until in desperation we trade your formula for freedom, and then find ourselves denied that freedom.
Well, we're going to use that formula in a lot easier way than that, and a better way.
How, Jerry?
Well, Tex is
Hold
going
it, Jerry, hold it.
What's wrong?
Well, I thought I heard a noise outside that door.
But this room is soundproof.
Perhaps we should say we believe it to be soundproof.
Yes, there's always that. We can't be sure of anything here.
Well, never mind that no. I know how to use the formula when the time comes. The only thing that I'd like to know a little more about is the exact method of escape from that airlock Jerry and I discovered.
Perhaps I can assist you there, Captain Bradford.
Well, if you've got any ideas, toss them in.
By all means, Elaine. We'd welcome your advice.
I'm not familiar with the manner of operating the escape mechanism in the lock, but experience with other locks on Euclidia would lead me to conclude that it would be a very simple matter to arrange the flooding of the lock.
I thought that too, Elaine. What worries me is just how difficult it's going to be to get from that lock to the surface. With a number of us getting out at the same time, the last one out is going to have a long stretch without breathing. I'm sure we'll never have the chance to get any special equipment up there without being seen.
Yeah, it's always so easy until it gets hard.
That is not a serious problem. Every Euclidean has been instructed in the use of that escape lock in the event of an emergency, such as the flooding of the city. We have never searched for them, but somewhere in the wall panels of that steel room, and probably easily located, are a number of small air helmets, sufficient to sustain life underwater for several hundred seconds.
Hooray!
That's the answer, Tex.
It certainly is.
And our future is brighter than it has been for some time.
It's positively rosy, Joan.
Yeah, but how long will it be before you can get a message out for help?
That all depends on how long it takes me to get a rocket plane over Los Angeles with a homing pigeon aboard. Any other means of communication is impossible.
You plan to smuggle a pigeon aboard in your instrument case?
Yes.
Excellent. But would it not be wise to carry 2 pigeons in the event one of them is discovered?
Oh, sure, but if one is hard to hide, why try to make it 2?
You will carry your individual emergency tank of oxygen on each flight, will you not, Captain?
Yes, each man on the rocket plane will have one. I insisted on that after our last flight nearly ended in disaster.
Precisely. And if you are willing to risk the danger of being without that oxygen, I can show you how to remove the end of the tank. And in that tank, on your important flight, you will have the second homing pigeon.
The underwater city of Euclidia has a new surprise to offer in each of its giant rooms. This weird colony beneath the sea, composed of 13 immense natural caverns, improved and strengthened by the Euclidean scientists, has been the prison for the adventuring Gregory party for some time. Strange things have happened to different members of the party, and the most recent, and perhaps strangest of all, is the addition of the girl submarine commander, who has been removed from her position as a Euclidean and sent to join Mrs. Gregory. Jerry and Joan are talking about this as they approach the entrance to the largest of the underwater caves, and one which they have not seen before.
Well, gee whiz, Joan. If Tex and your mother and this Euclidean girl are so blame sure we can get away from here, what are you so afraid of?
Please, Jerry, do not speak so freely. We may be overheard.
Not along here. That girl commander said we could talk in this room just the same as if we were outdoors.
I wonder if she will remain loyal to us.
Oh, sure she will.
I know that you are very sure of the attractiveness of your world, Jerry, but it does not hold everyone. Each of the Euclideans could have a place of prominence in your world if he chose, yet they remain here. And 3 members of the crew of Mother's boat have become loyal Euclideans.
Oh, don't you believe it. Those fellows are just working for the Euclideans to keep them happy. You'll see whose side they're on when the time comes to escape from here.
I hope you are correct, Jerry. But in any event, I'm sure you speak too freely of escape.
Well, okay, I won't say any more about it, but we'll escape just the same.
Is this the entrance we're to use?
Well, it must be. It's the only one near here.
Then let us enter.
Well, sure, come on.
Oh, Jerry!
Golly whiskers, Joan. There's an airplane flying around this room.
You are right, Jerry. That is a small airship of the type employed in your world.
And imagine a room big enough to fly one of those things around. Watch it now. It's going to land.
Jerry, there is no one in that plane.
There ain't what?
Not ain't.
No, isn't either. You're right. That cockpit is empty. But that little plane was doing a good job of flying around the cave.
It must be radio controlled.
If it is, they sure know their business. That landing was the smoothest thing I ever saw.
How large would you estimate this chamber to be?
Well, I'm not used to rooms this size, and things fool you around this crazy place. Well, I'll bet it's at least 2 miles across and pretty near a mile high.
That would be my estimate, too.
Oh, wonder they can fly airships in here. But why are they doing it?
I should say that was obvious. They are testing the plane in some manner.
Well, sure they are. But why test a thing like that? Well, they've got rocket planes here that will go 1,000 miles an hour. Why would they be playing around with a little old ship like that?
That I do not know.
Well, I'll bet I'll find out pretty soon. G-47 said we could ask as many questions as we wanted to. And here's where I asked some.
Of whom are you going to ask them?
Yeah, and it might be a good idea to find somebody to talk to. This is the emptiest, lonesomest room I've seen since we came here.
There must be someone who was observing and controlling the flight of that small plane.
Quiet, Joan. Listen.
Jerry, isn't
it sure is. Why, that must be the old guy who experiments with notes of music. What's his name?
Octavo.
Yeah, that's the fella. He's trying to figure out a note that will bust up something right now, I'll bet.
I believe the sound came from behind that steel screen over there.
Well, let's try it over and see.
Yes.
Yep, you're right, Joan. There's the old boy. Hello there, Octavo.
He is very deaf, Jerry. I do not believe he heard you.
Well, let's get around in front of him. Hello there. I said hello.
Who are you?
I'm Jerry Hall.
And I am Joan Gregory.
I know you. You were once Cleostra, the living symbol of the perfect Euclidean calendar. Now you are an outcast.
The choice was mine.
The choice of the outcast is usually his own.
Hey, look here, mister. We didn't come around here for you to make wisecracks to us.
Was there any purpose in your coming?
Sure there was.
Then state it. I'm busy.
We will not interrupt, but G47 gave us permission to visit various parts of Euclidia and ask questions regarding anything we did not understand.
And there's plenty we don't understand.
I can believe that of you.
Well, never mind that stuff. Is it all right if we watch what you're doing?
If G47 has given his permission, it is not within my province to deny your request.
No, okay. We won't get in the way. What are you doing?
Did you observe the flight of that robot-controlled plane?
Yeah?
We witnessed the end of a flight as we entered this chamber.
I am working with the destructive musical notes, searching for the keynote of the motor in that plane. When I find it, the plane will crash.
I should think it would.
I will be interested in studying the results.
To try it out on real planes in our world someday, huh?
Who knows?
Well, I don't know, but I've got a pretty good idea.
Keep your ideas and hold your tongue.
Please, Jerry, we will not be allowed to witness this experiment if you anger Octavo.
Oh, okay, I'm shut.
I believe I am approaching the correct note. I will send the plane aloft once more.
How do you do that?
Thales, the master electrician, is operating the controls for me. You may see him in the tower yonder.
There he is, Jerry.
Oh, I see him, and I don't like him.
Jerry, was that not sudden?
Sudden? It's worse than that. Well, that little plane just jumped into the air.
You will observe the plane. It is flying rapidly, in irregular curves and loops. Watch it intently as I strike a variety of notes on the musical glasses.
Hey, Octavo, when you hit that other note, I thought the motor of the plane started acting up.
There was a change in the sound of the plane.
I observed that. However, the plane continued unharmed. The musical note was, therefore, not perfect.
Yep, it's still flying, but that came mighty close.
I will signal Thales to land the plane and rearrange the scale of these glasses.
That is very clever, is it not, Jerry? The manner in which that small plane is controlled from a distance.
Sure is, but I've seen that done back home. What I'm interested in is this musical glass thing.
You will observe that I will change the level of the liquid in several of these glasses.
Well, which glass do you use now?
That I cannot determine without going over them.
Well, you've got to do all that all over again?
Precisely.
You are impatient, Jerry.
But this is liable to go on all day.
All day? Young man, I have spent a lifetime at this work, and I've isolated only a few of the destructive notes.
Well, we'll walk around and look at something else while you get tuned up.
You have my permission to do as you please. But let me warn you to remain out of range of the musical notes.
We will be very careful.
See that you are.
Come on, Joan. Let's see what we can see around here.
I believe there is little of interest in this cabin. It appears to be merely a testing laboratory for planes.
Well, what's the matter with that for interesting? A testing laboratory for airships, and the ceiling of the place is 400 feet below the ocean.
It is unique.
Yeah, I guess it is. Hey, look, Joan. Is that a real airplane?
Where?
Right here, this little thing.
It appears to be.
I never saw anything that small that was supposed to fly except the kite.
Oh, do not touch it.
Oh, well, I wouldn't hurt it any.
Nevertheless, I would advise you to leave it alone.
Oh, okay. Sounds like Octavo's getting ready to try it again.
The little airplane is still standing idly.
Well, I guess the old boy knows he hasn't even got a note to close to what he needs.
There is the control tower, Jerry.
And Thales looks like he's got some fun out of doing something to us.
I think that Thales and Cheops are now both very dangerous enemies.
And I know they are. G47 punished both of them for letting that rocket plane crash while Tex and I were along. And they acted like it was our fault.
The captain's quick action in saving all of your lives made Cheops and Thales look very foolish. And the Euclideans do not enjoy being the object of ridicule.
Well, I don't think anybody does, but it's too late to worry about it now.
Did you notice, Jerry, that there are clouds up near the ceiling of this cavern?
Clouds? Well, by Jiminy, you're right, Joan. And that's sure something to tell the folks. A room under the ocean so high that it has clouds in it.
Of course, the clouds might easily be formed by vapors arising from the damp floor of the cave.
Something going on again.
The old man is striking his musical glasses.
And the plane's taking off again. Maybe we'll see something this
A
time.
number of the notes have been struck, and there is no obvious effect on the plane.
The old boy's staying right with it, though. He must think he's got something.
He has unlimited patience.
One thing you've got to say for Thales, he sure knows how to run that plane by remote control.
Jerry, I believe Octavo is nearing the solution of his problem.
What makes you think so?
He is striking that one note continuously.
Yep, he is. Maybe that's the one. We'd better watch that little plane mighty close now. Oh, boy! He put in your hat at that
The
time.
motor was stopped for a moment, but it is running perfectly again. He's striking that note again.
And you can hear it. It's longer. It seems to stay in the air.
Jerry, that motor has stopped.
And the plane is falling.
No, the motor is functioning again.
Boy, that was close. I wonder what he'll do now.
He is repeating that note.
Yep. And this time he's really making it stay in the air.
Motor is uncertain. No, it has stopped.
He's got it, Joan. He's got it this time for sure.
The plane is falling, although Thales is working the controls in an attempt to keep it afloat.
He'll never keep that ship up. Look, Joan, the motor wasn't the only thing the musical note hit. The wings. See how loose and floppy they are?
The entire plane is going to pieces.
It is. It's going to crash. Gee whiz.
Oh, Jerry, that was terrifying.
I'll say it was. Suppose that had been a big plane with people in it.
Perhaps a human pilot in the plane could have kept it aloft.
Not a chance. Nobody can fly him when the wings come off. I've heard Captain Bradford say that.
Well, young man, you do not seem to be in such a light mood now. Did you enjoy my little demonstration?
No, I didn't enjoy it, but it was good.
That was my meaning.
Octavo, could you have done the same thing to a larger plane with a human pilot at the controls?
Certainly. Probably with less effort.
Well, what are you going to do with that thing?
Can you not imagine the effect such a demonstration would have on your country, for example?
Gee, you wouldn't dare do anything like that.
That is a foolish remark, and you know it only too well.
Yeah, well, I guess I do.
Jerry, let us return to our quarters.
It suits me. And if we've got to see things like this all the time, well, I'd just as soon not do any more looking around.
Jerry and Joan have just watched one of the most terrifying demonstrations they have ever seen. Down in the underwater city of Euclidia, where the ceilings of the giant caverns are over 400 feet below the surface of the sea, and the caves themselves are from 1 mile to nearly 2 miles in diameter, the two younger members of the Gregory party have learned something which sends them running back to their quarters to report their experience. Waiting for them are Captain Bradford, Mrs. Gregory, and the Euclidean girl submarine commander, who has been robbed of her Euclidean honors and sent to spend her time in confinement with the Gregory party.
But, Tex, I don't feel quite so sure about it.
Oh, take it easy, Pat. Those kids are all right.
I believe the captain is correct, Mrs. Gregory. Jerry Hall and your daughter are quite capable of taking care of themselves.
Right, Elaine. Those two can get out of anything they get themselves into.
But, Tex, there are so many things in Euclidia we don't understand, things we know nothing of. And Jerry is inclined to talk far too much and too loud. I'm always worried for fear he'll make one of the Euclideans angry.
I think you need have no further worries along those lines, Mrs. Gregory. The Euclideans will treat Jerry kindly, regardless of his actions, until such time as they have secured the captain's formula.
Well, then they'll wait a while. I'm not ready to let them have it just yet. And when I do, they won't enjoy receiving it.
Tex, have you decided exactly how you're going to use the formula when the time comes?
Just about. At least I know exactly where I'll use it.
Oh, there's the 12 o'clock signal. And Jerry and Joan are not here for lunch.
That won't hurt anything but their feelings. Those two are well fed. Missing a meal won't do them any great harm.
The captain is right, Mrs. Gregory.
Oh, I know he is. He's always right. But there are so many terrible things all around us, and we've lived so long in uncertainty and fear that I don't like to see our party separated.
We'll probably have to separate plenty of times before we manage our escape from this place.
Hi, everybody.
Jerry, please do not make so much noise.
I'm not making any noise.
Well, Pat?
They're in perfect health.
Hey, Mrs. Gregory, Joan's afraid of a little noise.
No, Mother, not a little noise.
Where have you two been?
Oh, wait till we tell you. Hey, but let's have lunch first,
The
huh?
table is not rising through the floor.
Perhaps luncheon has been delayed.
Well, they don't delay things for fun around this place. I'll bet they're mad at us, and we don't get any lunch.
Have you been doing something to get yourself in bed?
No, Captain, but we have watched a very wonderful experiment.
Oh, tell us about it, Joan.
Oh, we will. But let's eat first, huh?
As you have observed, it will be rather difficult to eat without food.
What has happened?
Well, we don't know, dear. The luncheon signal sounded just before you and Jerry came in, but the table isn't making its usual startling entrance.
Well, Jiminy Jimcracks. Will you look at that?
What?
That little steel pole sticking up through the floor.
Where did that come from?
Obviously, it has been raised from the lower level, much as the table is elevated.
Yes, I can see that, but we were looking for a table full of lunch. That thing won't help us any.
I have seen this happen many times, Captain Bradford. I believe you will find that our noonday meal is there for us.
A meal on top of that thing?
Are you serious, Elaine?
Hey, hold it, everybody. I'm beginning to get the idea, and I don't like it.
I think I know, Jerry. More of those pills.
The concentrated Euclidean food pellets.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, I think I can do without mine.
Me too. I'm not as hungry as I thought I was.
It would be very foolish to refuse food. We will find that this concentrated meal is an indication of an emergency within the city. And if we do not eat now, it may be some time before we will be offered another meal. And certainly some time before another meal of worldly food is sent to us.
Will you please bring the pellets, Jerry?
Oh, well, yeah, sure. If this is all we're going to get for a while, you better eat it. Yep, here they are. 5 little pills for us to get fat on. Well, I can't give you any choice. They're all alike, so help yourselves.
Thank you, Jerry.
You do not seem to enjoy the prospect, Mrs. Gregory.
Well, none of us are crazy about it, but it's the best thing we have offered right now. Thanks, Jerry.
This is very nice, thank you.
What's nice about it?
When you are offered food on Euclidia, it will be well for you to remember that anything you receive deserves your gratitude.
Oh, hey, forget it, Elaine.
Why, I am sorry.
We understand, my dear. You have been a Euclidean so long that it's not easy for you to break away from it.
Did sound startling, though, to hear the voice of that submarine commander suddenly pop out at it.
I will be more careful in the future. No one could want to forget Euclidia more quickly than myself.
Well, our dinner's all over. I don't feel any too fat.
Now, Jerry, you are perfectly aware that the food you have eaten is entirely sufficient for your needs.
Oh, sure. But I can't taste it.
What did you and Joan see that kept you so long, Jerry?
Oh, well, when we went over to...
Pardon me just a moment, Jerry. But I think that's the sort of second-order business. I'd like to hear something more from Elaine about this emergency she spoke of.
I cannot tell what it is, as I have no way of securing information now. But something is happening. Something which the Euclideans feel important enough to warrant calling the staff from the food chambers to active duty.
Oh, all hands and the cook on deck, huh?
Must be that, son.
But what could be happening?
Many things. Perhaps an attack from the outer world.
I think not. With the exception of yourselves, no one from the outer world even suspects the existence of this underwater colony.
That's true, so far as we know.
Well, what makes you so sure anything's gone wrong?
Emergency rations in the form of this concentrated food invariably means that everyone in Euclidia has been called to their emergency stations.
And the most natural emergency is an attack.
Not necessarily. The Euclideans live in constant fear of the ocean.
A fear that these caverns may not withstand the pressure and allow the water to flood the city?
I felt that we were in danger from that.
No, not that, I think. These caverns are natural, and even though the scientists do not like to admit it, their artificial structures fall far short of nature's wonders.
I knew it. Golly whiskers, I knew it. Those guys aren't as good as they claim to be.
Now, don't go too fast along those lines, Jerry. G47 is the greatest scientist in the world, perhaps the greatest of all time. And he's merely showing his intelligence when he fails to trust something he's built against all the laws of nature.
I agree with you on that, Tex. G47 isn't going to make any mistake as serious as the mistake of overestimating his power.
I think that is quite correct.
Okay, he's smart then. But so are we. Let's go and find out what he's doing.
I will go with you, Jerry.
No, Joan, dear.
But, Mother...
Not this time, Joan. You don't know any more about this underwater city than we do. And you and Jerry have done enough touring for one day. Now, I think your mother, Elaine, and myself will go out presently and have a look around. But before we do, it might help to know what you and Jerry saw on this last trip.
Well, we saw plenty, and it wasn't good news for our world either.
What was it, Jerry?
Well, You remember those musical notes that blame near wrecked the submarine we stole?
We are not likely to forget that quickly. The horrible tremors that passed through the steel shell of that huge boat as the musical note struck it.
Are they working on those things again?
They are indeed, Captain Bradford. Jerry and I saw Octavo perform an amazing experiment.
He's working in the airship testing cavern, is he not?
He sure is. And he's got Thales working with him, too.
Thales is operating the radio control from the tower, and Octavo is testing his musical robot-controlled plane, flown within the chamber.
Within the chamber?
Yes, Mother.
You mean one of those undersea caverns is large enough to fly airplanes in?
Boy, I'll say it's large enough.
The plane we saw in use was a very small one, of the type ordinarily used in your world for observation. Yet the results would be the same with a large plane.
What happened?
Well, the first couple of times old Octavo hit a note, the plane just shivered a little and kept on going. But the third bunch of music he turned loose, the motor stopped, and the plane started to fall to pieces.
The plane was breaking up in the air?
Indeed it was.
Then Octavo has accomplished something he has worked on for more than 10 years.
And what will be the effect of this on flying if we can't stop these activities?
Well, if we can't keep this guy Octavo from getting loose in our world, well, there just won't be any flying, unless the Euclideans do it.
Exactly. And what you've just seen is one more reason for our plans to take this place over.
Captain Bradford, may I ask a question?
Why, certainly, Elaine.
Will you trust me?
Trust you?
What do you mean, Elaine?
Trust me completely. Allow me to participate in your plans for escape and the capture of Euclidia?
Oh, sure we will. Well, I've known ever since I first saw you that you were going to be a friend of ours.
And I, too, feel that the commander... Oh, I'm sorry. That Elaine is to be trusted.
Of course. You're one of us now, Elaine. And you have no more reason to love the Euclideans than we have.
What caused you to ask that question?
It would appear to me that the time has come for us to make some well-organized and rapid movements if we hope to leave Euclidia in safety.
And, what do you suggest?
Nothing for the moment. But if you will allow me to enter into all of your discussions, I am sure that my services will prove of value to you.
Oh, sure they will.
That would seem reasonable to me.
If you wish, I will go over the situation with Jerry and Joan, while the captain and yourself learn what you can of the present emergency.
Very well. Come on, Pat. Let's go out and look around.
Well, you ready to leave at once?
Yes, I just thought of something.
Hey, isn't there anything we could be doing?
Do what Elaine suggested. Get all of our ideas on our position here. We'll go over them when we're together again.
Take you back, Mother.
Well, we'll return as soon as possible, dear.
And while we're gone, you three remain in these quarters. Whatever happens, don't leave here until you see us again.
Oh, but Captain Bradford, what is it?
Tex, what's the matter with you?
I've got an idea.
Well, it must have been a sudden one.
Well, it was, and I wanted to get you out of there where I could tell you before my face gave me away.
What is it, Tex? Something you didn't want the others to find out?
Something I didn't want that girl submarine commander to find out.
Tex, what has happened?
Nothing yet. And I think as long as we keep an eye on that girl, nothing will continue to happen. But let her out of our sight after she knows our plans, and G-47 will have them just quick as she can get to it.
Oh, you're mistaken.
Oh, I wish I was. Something tells me that girl is not what she pretends to be.
Why, that's out of the question, Tex. It isn't reasonable. That girl has helped us a number of times.
Yeah, true, but if you remember, she never helped us into any very permanent security.
But she's an outcast from Euclidia. Even Thales and Cheops told you that, Tex.
It would be to their advantage to tell me that, wouldn't it?
Tex, something very definite has happened. What is it?
That girl asking us if we trust her. That sounds too much like a criminal who gets his alibi ready before anyone accuses him of the crime.
Oh, you're worried about nothing at all, Tex. That girl is a friend of ours, and I'll trust her with our lives.
Well, I won't. I think she's hiding something from us, and that's that. We won't discuss our plans with her.
Tex, I'm sorry to have to say this, but you've invited it. I'm in charge of our party.
What?
Just that. After all, this entire expedition is mine. We came on my boat. The responsibility for all of you rests with me, and from now on, I'll assume active command.
But, Pat,
I'm sorry, Tex, but I don't see it your way. And you'll be good enough to take orders from me. That girl remains a member of our party, and I expect you to treat her as such.
Down in the depths of the Euclidean underwater city, the little band of adventurers whom we have come to know as the Gregory Party find themselves faced with a new problem, and probably a new danger. The Euclidean girl submarine commander who helped them to escape from the island has been put out of the Euclidean colony and made a prisoner with the Gregory Party. Jerry and Joan believe the girl to be a good friend of theirs, but Captain Bradford isn't so sure. Some emergency has stopped all activity on Euclidia, and Mrs. Gregory and the captain have gone to find out what they can. Jerry and Joan remain with the girl submarine commander in their quarters.
Hey, you know, Joan, there was something mighty funny about the way Tex was acting when he went out of here.
His manners seem to be very abrupt.
Well, it was more than that. Golly, Tex doesn't get excited very often, but he was sure off balance about something this time.
Do Do you think that we said or did anything to offend him?
I believe I know what was troubling the captain.
What?
For some reason, which I cannot understand, he suddenly became suspicious of me.
Of you, Elaine?
Precisely.
Well, what did you do?
Nothing. I merely asked permission to take part in all of your discussions for plans to escape, and the captain decided to leave the room, taking Mrs. Gregory with him.
Oh, that didn't have anything to do with it.
Surely not.
I appreciate your confidence in me, but you are mistaken. I have studied too thoroughly the expressions of faces under strain. I know what the captain was thinking. However, it will not change my plans. I would like to help you, and will continue to do so to the best of my ability.
Oh, gee, Elaine, we know that. Now quit worrying about it, and tell Joan and me what this emergency or something, what's it all about?
I have no more definite knowledge than you two, but I recognized the existence of such an emergency when the concentrated food pellets were substituted for our regular food.
Do you think that all of the Euclideans are now engaged in some important work and could not spare the time to prepare our usual meal?
Precisely. What may have happened, we can only surmise, but it must be serious.
Well, at least they're still here.
Thank heaven for that.
Hey, they're all excited about something.
What has happened, Mother?
Oh, a great deal.
You three haven't moved out of this room since we left?
No, sir.
We have followed your instructions to the letter, Captain.
Good. Now we'll have to work fast.
Doing what?
Escaping from this place.
Escaping?
Yes, Joan, dear. We have a greater chance now than we'll ever have again.
What has happened?
One of the chambers...
Silence!
What?
I am sorry. I forgot for the moment. But if you had not spoken, if I had been allowed to count the strokes of that alarm gong, I could have told you where the accident occurred.
Oh, well, then, I'm sorry. I know about what is happening, but I'm not sure where.
I have counted the strokes. There were 12.
12. Chamber 12. The airplane testing chamber.
What does it mean?
The chamber is being flooded. They would sound a general alarm for nothing else.
Well, it's general, all right. Every Euclidean in the place was running toward the other end of this first big cave.
Yes, that would be correct. Chamber 12 is diametrically opposite our entrance to the city.
Oh, but if that place is flooded, well, we'll all drown.
Isn't there anything we can do?
Oh, I thought something of trying to steal one of those rocket planes, but guards in the locks would stop us.
If the guards are still there.
Those men will remain. I have a plan.
Well, hurry up with it. We need it.
Oh, by all means, Elaine, hurry.
If the captain will allow me.
Huh?
You must trust me now, Captain.
Well, how did you know that I mean,
that
what
is
makes you
not
think I don't?
important now. I have a plan which may save all of our lives.
Oh, we'll hear it gladly.
Did you see your 3 former employees in the agricultural section?
Yes, McLeod, the skipper, and Jim Lowe are still among their pigs and chickens.
They would be of no assistance to the Euclideans. I will take them with me as I pass through there. Where is my Euclidean uniform?
Well, in my room, Elaine.
Give it to me.
Well,
Hurry.
I'll get it.
Well, what's the idea, Lane?
I am going to steal a rocket plane, taking your 3 employees with me. My Euclidean uniform may get me through the guards, who will not know that I am no longer a Euclidean. If I can get into one of the rocket planes and out into the water, we are saved, at least for the moment.
Oh, yeah, you are. But what about us? We haven't any Euclidean uniforms to sneak past those guards with.
You will go up this narrow steel corridor leading to the airlock near the surface of the water.
You mean the one we found in the crest of the volcanic crater?
Precisely. In a panel in the wall, you will find helmets. Put them on. Wait there for me. When the shadow of my plane is over you, fill the lock with water and leave it. I will take you aboard.
But what about provisions, and what of these Euclideans?
Please pull that uniform over my head quickly. I have no time to remove my dress.
Oh, very well. Help me, dear John.
Yes, Mother.
I will take as many precautions as time will permit to safeguard the escape. But we will run certain risks.
Oh, golly whiskers, we're used to that.
How long will it take you to do all this?
Probably less than 180 seconds. I will hurry, and you will not have more than enough time to gain the surface lock.
But what if you fail?
You will still be safe.
Gee. Golly, that girl's got nerve.
Well, Tex?
Oh, I'm sorry I suspected her.
Well, this is no time for such worries. We must be on our way.
Yeah, that's right. But if she gets a rocket plane up there in 3 minutes, We can't get there much ahead of her.
Right. Come on, let's go.
What do we take with us?
Nothing but the clothes we have on.
But, Tex, we're 4,000 miles from Los Angeles.
Oh, and that rocket plane will make it in 4 hours.
That's it, Pat. All we need is a chance to get away.
Are you sure you remember which corridor we take?
Oh, we found it once.
Yes, and we'll find it again. Now, come on, out you go. Everybody, hurry.
Well, let's see. We turn this corner right around to the left.
Well, you lead the way, Jerry.
A good idea. You and Joan in the middle, Pat. Come on, now, I'll bring up the rear.
All right. Well, come on, then. Now, we'll have to hurry to beat that girl to the top of this thing.
Oh, I don't like to be walking on this noiseless steel at a time like this. It's too easy for someone to slip up on us.
So Jerry and I thought, Mother, until we discovered that all of these polished steel walls act as mirrors if anyone is following or approaching you.
Why, sure they do. If we can see ourselves in them, why, we could see other people.
Well, if anybody could see how we look now, they'd sure get a laugh out of us.
We aren't dressed for a 1,000-mile trip, and we're going to get wet and cold in that water.
Yeah, and we're also going to get away from Euclidia. If we can trust that girl.
I think you may do so, Captain.
Well, I don't want you to think that I'm in the habit of running around suspecting people without reason. So I'll tell you why I'm afraid of that girl. Come on, let's keep walking as I tell you.
Oh, yeah? Well, what is it?
Well, she's been carrying a ray gun around with her. She advised us to leave ours in the sleeping room.
Are you sure of that?
Positive.
I think I can explain that.
Oh, golly. I wish you would, June, so the captain would stop suspecting that swell girl.
I will. The commander, or Elaine as we now know her, was afraid that Jerry might use the ray guns at the wrong moment, act on the spur of the moment, and do us more harm than good.
Oh, is that so? She didn't think I had enough sense to take care of one of those things, huh? Well, maybe she isn't such a swell girl after all.
Oh, take it easy, kid. It was all for your own good.
Oh, I suppose it was, but golly, well, I never did get any fun out of things that were for my own good.
Well, at least that relieves our minds.
This is a very steep climb. How much farther must we go?
Only a little ways now. I think I can see the door to the lock. There, just ahead of us.
Oh, that can't be, Tex. We made a turn just before we came to the door.
You sure of that, Jerry?
You bet I'm sure.
Tex, suppose you can't locate the door.
We'll locate it, all right. We did locate it.
Oh, no, we didn't. That's just the turn in the wall you bumped into.
You are correct, Jerry.
How much, Father?
Getting tired, Pat?
Well, we're climbing awfully fast.
Oh, it's just a little ways now. We're walking on solid rock.
We must have come up at least 200 feet, I think.
No, not quite. Our quarters are about 200 feet below the surface, and this lock is about 30 feet.
Oh, here's the door, Tex.
Right. Now get the palms of your hands against it.
Aye, aye, Skipper.
Why, that door slides down.
Yes, Mother. I presume there is no room for it to slide in any other direction.
That's right. We're in a narrow ledge of rock, in the edge of the old volcano crater. Mighty little room. All right, okay, now in we go.
Now, where's that panel with the diving helmets in it?
It must be here, Jerry. This is the only opaque panel in the entire room.
Well, let's have a look then.
Here, I'll give you a hand, Jerry. Now, Pat, you and Joan watch out into the water in all directions. Tell us the minute you see the shadow of that girl's rocket plane on the surface.
Hey, Tex, she isn't on time.
She didn't give herself enough time. We're not ready for her anyway.
I've got it, Tex. It's opening. Hey, and there's the helmet.
And here comes the shadow of the... Why, I thought you said she'd have a rocket plane. That shadow is made by a submarine.
I think not. Here, now. Here, start putting on your helmet.
No, Mother. The rocket planes look like submarines.
Here's a helmet for you, Joan. Come on, get into it quick.
Right. Now, you go up first, Jerry. All right, you next, Joan. Then Pat. Now follow. Open that valve, kid.
Open it is.
Now, helmet's on quick. Now, just swim up. It's only 30 feet. Lock is opening. All right, shoot, kid. Good luck, everybody.
Hey, Skipper! Open up, will you?
Come aboard as rapidly as possible, Jerry. Make room for the others.
Okay, Skipper. Boy, you sure move fast. Hey, Joan! Over here.
I'm coming, Jerry.
Throw away your helmet. I have done so. Up, forward, out of the way, Jerry. Hurry, Joan.
I will get in as rapidly as possible.
Everybody here?
All here, Tex.
Where's Jerry?
Jerry is aboard. Hurry up forward, Joan. Come, Mrs. Gregory.
Well, I'll do my best. Oh, these wet clouds.
Hey, wait a minute. I'll give you a hand, Pat.
Up forward, please, Mrs. Gregory.
Be in the second, Elaine.
Close the door after you. I will prepare to take off.
Okay, Elaine. Now we're all shipshape.
Brace yourselves up forward as well as you can. We are crowded, but not overloaded. We will now take off.
Oh, boy, we're off again.
And in 4 hours, we'll be home.
4,000 miles away.
That's pretty fast, but it's the best way to leave Euclidia.
Hey, Elaine, where's the skipper and McLeod and the Chinese cook?
They are in the forward baggage compartment. Everyone is safe. I will set my course for Los Angeles.
How soon will the Euclideans take out after us?
Not 4 hours. I have magnetized their submarine locks. We will not be overtaken on this flight.
Once more, the Gregory party has escaped from Euclidia. It seems a little out of place to escape from the very locality you've come to capture, but sometimes a well-ordered retreat is the best manner of attack. Captain Bradford has discovered exactly where and how he will use his universal solvent to take over the weird underwater colony of Euclidia. But he hasn't any of the materials necessary to compound the formula, and the only way to get them is a quick return to Los Angeles. The Euclidean girl submarine commander has proven a real friend and has taken one of the Euclidean rocket planes. We find the girl commander at the controls now, as the entire Gregory party of 7 other people ride with her at a speed of 1,000 miles an hour. They have been in the air 4 hours since leaving Euclidia and are almost over Los Angeles.
I believe, Captain Bradford, that we will be ready to land in Los Angeles in less than 600 seconds.
10 minutes to Los Angeles?
Precisely.
And we've come more than 4,000 miles in 4 hours.
Well, the wonderful part about it is there's no noise, no sensation.
Boy, there was plenty of sensation when that plane like this one went down with us, wasn't there, Tex?
Plenty, Jerry, but Elaine seems to have better luck with this one.
I think it is not a matter of luck, Captain. Elaine is the finest pilot in Euclidia.
Right, Joan?
Yes, Joan, dear. The type of flying Elaine has done during the past 4 hours wasn't luck.
I am glad my work as a pilot meets with your approval.
Oh, it certainly does, Elaine.
Oh, Mother.
Yes, Joan?
Look down.
Oh, I've been looking. Can't see a thing.
Not much visibility. What's our altitude now, Elaine?
We have descended to 4,000 feet.
4,000 feet? Why, that must be a very heavy fog below us.
It is indeed, and soon it will be all around us. I must descend if we hope to locate Los Angeles.
Yes, and after we locate, it's going to be fun to find a place to land there.
Surely it will not be difficult. We will have the entire ocean.
Oh, no, we won't. You just can't flop down the rocket plane anywhere around Los Angeles. Or you'd have so many people around you, it should be sunk before you could land.
That is not reasonable, Jerry.
Well, it is to us, Elaine. Our people have never seen anything like this.
Afraid that won't do, Elaine. We'll have to locate some place where we can get out of this plane and hide away before anybody knows we're home.
I cannot help you now. I know nothing of small bodies of water near your home.
I got it. Can't we get word to Johnson to meet us?
Well, of course, Jerry. But it will have to be someplace very near home. Elaine says we'll be over the city in a few minutes.
Well, this is close to home, all right, if it's big enough. How much water do you need to land this ship in? I mean, how long a body of water?
I would prefer 100 feet. I can land in 80 if it is necessary.
80 feet?
But this plane is 65 feet long.
Precisely. My helium tanks are full. We will inflate the shell to its capacity using the emergency balloons of fabric. It is possible to settle down almost vertically.
You mean you've got balloons hidden in the roof of this thing? And all you've got to do is turn some helium into them?
Precisely.
Well, golly, whiskers.
Yeah, me too, son. Hey, we're losing altitude rapidly now, aren't we?
We are. I would suggest that you call your Mr. Johnson at once.
Oh, he'll be so surprised. When we talked to him an hour ago, we were 1,000 miles from here.
Mr. Johnson knows our speed. He will be waiting for the call.
Is this radio ready now, Elaine?
You may proceed.
Well, where's your body of water, Jerry?
Lake Hollywood?
Lake Hollywood?
Is that large enough, Tex?
Plenty large enough. We've got several hundred feet of water surface there, but it's in a bad spot in the fog.
I will not worry about the fog, Captain Bradford. When you assure me we are within reasonable range of this lake, I will take care of the fog.
You will what?
I will remove the fog from my path.
I did not know that was possible. In fact, I am learning that I knew very little of Euclidia.
I think we're all learning that, Joan.
But how can you do anything about
Here,
it?
hold it, Jerry. I'd better get Johnson. CQ Johnson. Hello, Johnson. Bradford to Johnson. Are you getting me?
Go ahead, Bradford. Your signal is strong. Johnson. Waiting. Go ahead.
We're almost over Los Angeles. Be there in a matter of 5 minutes or so. Going to land on Lake Hollywood. Rush up there with transportation for 8 of us. Keep it quiet. Repeat.
Meet you at Lake Hollywood as soon as possible. Transportation for 8. Keep it quiet. Johnson.
That's all. Wait, Johnson. Hold on.
Waiting.
Leave the gates open so we can run into the grounds and into the house on the double quick. We might pick up a curious friend. That's all.
Everything will be ready. That's all.
Your man Johnson is dependable.
Oh, Johnson's a treasure. He thought we were all lost when the island sank beneath that artificial eruption. But when we located him with the radio an hour ago, he was as calm as if we'd just left him at lunch.
I would say that Mr. Johnson had never given up hope of news from us.
He sure hadn't. And I can't see why.
Well, I can. Johnson came down on one of those boats that saw the eruption and sailed away. But Johnson wasn't fooled a bit. He knew that if the explosion had been real, if the island had actually been destroyed, some evidence of it would have floated to the surface.
What an amazingly simple reasoning.
Almost childish. Yet none of us thought of it except Tex.
And Johnson.
You will learn, Elaine, that Captain Bradford and Mr. Johnson do many amazing things together.
That is obvious. One moment. Captain Bradford.
Yes?
The fog is not solid ahead. I see a tall building.
Oh, well, that's the Los Angeles City Hall.
We're too low to get over to Lake Hollywood.
You take the controls, Captain.
Hey, I'm no wizard with these ships.
You are familiar with landmarks. I will retard our speed to 100 miles an hour or less. You will fly us into a position over the lake. I will land the plane.
Okay, Skipper.
How far are we from the lake, Captain?
Only a few miles. Cut the speed as much as you can, will you, Elaine?
I am doing so. And I will begin to use helium in the shell. After I attain 100% buoyancy, the speed may be negligible.
Boy, oh boy. I hope we don't wind up on Lookout Mountain.
I'm taking no chances, Jerry. I can get an occasional glimpse of Riverside Drive down there. I'll follow it around behind the hills. That's the easiest way to get in.
Are we not in great danger of being seen from the ground?
Well, I should think so, but we can't do anything about it.
We are making no sound, and we will not attract much attention, merely passing through openings in this fog.
Yeah, I guess we're all right there.
Yeah, nobody could get a second look at us anyway. We're nearly there. Better cut speed some more.
I am doing so.
Johnson can't possibly get to the lake from my home in this length of time, Tex.
He won't be far behind us, and remember that we're not down the lake yet.
The fog is thicker here, is it not?
Sure is. I can't see any holes in it now.
Well, I've got the general direction of the lake spotted, but I'll never hit it exactly in this step.
Well, what did you say about controlling the fog?
I will use the fog ray. That will give us perfect visibility from this plane to the ground, in a circle 100 feet in diameter.
Gee, can you do that?
I said I would do it.
Well, isn't it time to try it, Tex?
I don't like to use it until we absolutely have to. That circle cut out of the fog is going to attract the attention of anyone we fly over.
There is no other course, Captain. You cannot land in this fog.
You're right, Joan. I guess. Turn on, Skipper.
I am doing so.
I never saw anybody who could be doing what people want you to do before they want it, like you can.
I have been well trained.
Joan, Jerry, look down.
Mother, we can see the ground.
Sure can.
The ray is not perfectly focused for this altitude. I will clear it up.
No, don't. That little haze along the ground may be our greatest protection. I can see what I want. And I'm way off my course.
Are we in danger, Captain?
The only danger we're in is that of going to San Francisco. We're miles over into the valley. I can't get used to the speed of these things.
We are now making only 80 miles an hour.
Oh, it's that fog, Tex. You can't gauge your speed through that stuff.
Here, I'll cut it around hard. At 80 miles an hour, we should be over the lake in a couple of minutes.
Is the lake entirely surrounded by mountains?
Well, they're not exactly mountains, Joan. Just hills. But even so, it would be a little embarrassing to fly into one.
No danger of that with this fog cleared away under us.
Yeah, it doesn't do any good straight ahead, though.
Don't need it, son. I know every wrinkle in this terrain. We'll slip in over the lake with 100 feet to spare.
That should be ample.
Perhaps, but it is not a great deal.
No, Joan, dear, but we haven't a great deal of time either. Remember that it would defeat our purpose to be discovered at this time.
It would appear that this local fog is most fortunate.
It sure is. All right, Elaine, take it over. There's the lake right under us.
Oh, golly. Now we overshot it.
That is of no moment. I will circle down and remain within this radius.
Are we going to land smoothly?
There is no reason why we should not. Why do you ask?
Well, the rest of our crew aren't any too comfortable crowded into that front compartment.
Gee, that's right. You know, we ought to tell them we're going to land so they can brace themselves.
That will not be necessary. I will now cut off all power.
Can we just drift down to the lake surface?
Precisely.
May I make a suggestion?
You may.
As soon as you are stabilized over the lake and within 100 feet of the surface, would it not be wise to allow the fog to surround us again? That would remove any possibility of our being observed from the shore of the lake.
Good idea, Joan. How about that, Elaine?
I will stop the fog ray. We are now directly over the center of the lake and less than 100 feet above it.
Isn't there any wind which might blow us slightly off the landing?
None. I will now release the helium balloons from our upper surface.
Boy, we sure stopped going down.
Not entirely, Jerry. We are descending slowly.
What a novel way to land a plane. Why shouldn't this prove practical for our own planes, Tex?
It would. And after we take care of those Euclideans, we'll put a lot of these ideas to work in our world.
We are nearly to the surface.
Hey, any minute now we'll hit. Get set, everybody.
No preparation is necessary. The landing will not disturb you.
And that fog is so thick we can't see a thing.
Nobody can see us.
Good thing they can't. Boy, what a story this would make in Hollywood.
I suppose it's silly, but I'm getting a little nervous. We should soon be down.
We are resting on the surface of the water.
Huh?
Down?
But, Elaine, I couldn't even tell when we landed.
Naturally not. The helium balloons compensated perfectly for our landing.
Can you taxi over the shore without making any noise?
Easily. But would it not be well to wait until we know where Mr. Johnston is?
I know where he'll be, at the dam on the south end.
Then I will use small jets of gas and feel my way slowly to the south end.
Golly, we're home. We're here, Mrs. Gregory.
Yes, Jerry, we're home. And less than 4.5 hours ago, we were over 4,000 miles from here.
It is indeed remarkable. But one thing is not clear to me.
What's that, Joan?
This fog will not remain here. How will we hide the rocket plane?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
After we leave it, I will flood the outer shell. The plane will sink in the lake and remain in perfect condition and safely hidden until we want it again.
Well, it looks as if our troubles are nearly over.
Yes, they are for the moment. But we still have the little matter of going back to Euclidia and capturing those men and doing that in a matter of hours.
That we will be able to do. I will now land you at the south side of the lake.
Hollywood, California. That may seem a strange place to learn anything about the Magic Island, but Hollywood is the scene of our story for today. The Euclidean Girl submarine commander has landed her rocket plane safely on Lake Hollywood in a fog. The plane was allowed to sink slightly below the surface, so it might not be discovered until our friends want it again. Mrs. Gregory's home is now a busy place, with plans being rushed for the expedition to capture Euclidia. However, it looks as if things are not going any too well. We see Captain Tex Bradford, Mrs. Gregory, and their right-hand man, Johnson, talking in the Gregory home. They're in the small room which Captain Bradford uses as his chemical laboratory.
But, Tex, it simply won't do any good.
Even if it looks that way, we've got to keep trying.
I agree with the captain, Mrs. Gregory. We must compound as much of the captain's formula as possible in a short space of time, and then continue our plans to return to Euclidia.
But, Johnson, what good will that do? Elaine has admitted that the submarine locks on that underwater city can't possibly stay magnetized more than a day or two at the most. Now, I've chartered the fastest private steamer on the West Coast, but it will take a full week to arrive at the location of the Magic Island.
I know all that, Pat, and I may be wasting my time. But we can't hope to take that place over with anything but this formula. And I've made up a lot of it.
Is it ready now, Tex?
Yes, there's enough of this liquid ready to destroy every inch of Euclidia.
Well, just how are you going to use it, Captain?
We haven't had a chance to explain it to you, Johnson. But there's a small steel room, sort of an airlock, way up inside one edge of the crater of that old volcano. If we release this formula there, it will eat its way down into the underwater city and promptly flood the whole place.
However, Johnson, don't think that we intend to shut all of those people up in that place and flood them. I've chartered this steamer to take them all off that location.
Well, of course you don't want to harm them if you can help it. And it would be too bad if all of those great scientific minds were lost to the world. But what are you going to do with them? You can't just bring them back and turn them loose in this country.
We don't intend to. Pat has been out calling on some of her influential friends, and I believe raised enough money to put over a very ambitious plan. Is that right, Pat?
Yes, Tex. I had no trouble at all raising the money. We've decided to take over the buildings and grounds of a little private college near here. The property was for sale, and we really got it at a very reasonable figure. Now, I propose to establish those Euclideans on that property, under constant guard, of course, and let them work on their inventions.
Say, that's a great idea, Mrs. Gregory. Their knowledge can be used for benefit to the world, without the danger of their using their power in the wrong direction.
Yes, that's my idea.
I hope it works out all right.
Well, now, as I understand it, this girl submarine commander who brought you home, she left the Euclidean submarine locks magnetized.
Yes, and while they stay that way, the Euclideans are helpless.
But just how long will the magnetism remain effective?
That's our trouble. Elaine, the girl commander, said that we couldn't hope for more than 24 hours.
It'll take a week at least to get down there with a steamer large enough to take them all off.
And there are over 250 Euclideans.
Yes, and if we don't have something ready to replace that magnetism, Euclidia will be empty in 24 hours. G-47 will lead his men out of there. They'll establish another colony at some other place.
Well, if I didn't know you so well, I'd say it was hopeless. But I know that you haven't worked all night compounding this formula for nothing.
You're right, I haven't.
But, Tex, I can't see where we have the slightest chance to use that formula.
Well, that girl commander will be here in a few minutes. She has an idea. Must be a wild one, as there's only time for a wild one to help us any. But whatever it is, she says it will work, and I'm going to listen to it.
Does she know how to find this room?
I told her we'd meet her in the living room. She ought to be back any minute now.
I told them to hurry. But Jerry and Joan may be having trouble with her.
Trouble? Well, if she's not trustworthy, why did you let Jerry and Joan go out with her?
Not that sort of trouble, Johnson. Jerry and Joan are taking Elaine on her first visit to a real store, and they may have trouble getting her out of there.
Well, I wouldn't call that very serious.
Yeah, it wouldn't be if we had any time to spare. But as it is, it can be mighty serious if that girl doesn't get back here soon with her idea.
Is it safe to leave your formula here while we go into the living room?
Oh, perfectly safe.
Well, I'll stay here and watch if you want me to.
Oh, never mind. You'd better be with us when Elaine outlines her idea.
Yes, there may be a part in it for you.
Well, I certainly hope so. It's not very exciting to sit at home with a radio set and let you have all the experiences.
Maybe not, Johnson. But you've saved us a couple of times by that very same sitting at home. Who's there?
It's Jerry.
Okay, Jerry, just a minute.
Oh, that means they're safely home.
Come on in, kid.
Hey, gee, what goes on? You got this place all locked up.
Well, we've just finished my, wait a minute. Joan and the girl commander with you?
Well, we came back together. They're waiting in the living room.
Did you have any trouble getting Elaine out of the stores?
She was walking in her sleep.
Why, Jerry,
Sorry,
what
Pat, but I'll have to interrupt this now. Let's get on with this idea. Time is precious now.
Oh, of course, Tex. Come on, Jerry. You and I'll go into the living room. Tex and Johnson will follow as soon as they lock up the laboratory.
And while you're there, make sure we're alone.
I will. I'll send the servants away on some errands.
Oh, Joan's already done that, Mrs. Gregory.
Joan has?
Yes. She figured you might want some privacy, so she thought up a lot of silly things for them to do, and they started doing them.
Well, good for Joan. She'll soon be able to manage this home as well as I do.
Were you speaking of me, Mother?
Yes, Joan, dear. Jerry tells me you've guaranteed our privacy for a while.
I thought it advisable. Elaine has told me something of her plan, and it seemed wise to discuss it where we could not be overheard.
I did advise Joan to exercise all caution. This plan of mine has elements of danger in it.
Oh, you're all too nervous about this thing. There's no more Euclideans in Hollywood.
You do not know that.
No, Jerry. We know very little about the Euclideans.
It is as well to use care. Where is Captain Bradford?
Oh, he'll be here in a minute or two. He's with Johnson, locking up the laboratory. And while we're waiting for them, tell me something about your visit to the stores.
It was very exciting.
Boy, it must have been. All you did was stand around in front of counters and hold a lot of cloth and ribbons in your hands.
It was the first time I have ever felt such fabric.
Of course, Elaine. I can understand how you felt.
Elaine would not purchase anything, Mother. I tried to persuade her to bring home a dress or a coat or something for herself, but she refused.
Why was that, Elaine?
Oh, she figured that she didn't want to spend any of your money, and Joan and I couldn't talk her out of it.
I hope you will understand my position, Mrs. Gregory. You are more than kind in giving me the freedom of your lovely home. I should prefer to wait until our mission is accomplished. Then I may feel that I have rendered some little service to you.
Mother, I have tried to reason with Elaine, but it is without effect. She feels that she must earn your money before she can accept any of it.
I am sorry if that is not correct for your world.
Oh, it's correct for anybody's world. But I never heard of anybody worrying so much about taking money before.
It is unusual, Jerry, but Elaine is right. And I appreciate how she feels. We'll fix that later.
Come right on in, Johnson. I see everybody's here. We'll get right down to business.
If you'll sit over here, Johnson.
Thank you.
I'll sit here by the door and leave it open. All right, Elaine? What's the idea?
Your formula is complete.
Ready to go.
Is it possible to suspend your containers in the water?
Sure, if the depth isn't too great. The containers are naturally made of glass, so that they may be broken and allow the halves of the formula to run together.
Oh, yeah, but that stuff won't be much good underwater. That is, it would get too weak to do any good.
That's right, Jerry. The only way it could be used underwater would be to suspend it against some metallic substance it would eat through before dilution became too great.
That is my idea. If my calculations are correct, we have less than 6 hours of safety. At any time after that, the Euclideans may succeed in freeing those submarine locks of the magnetism I imposed.
6 hours? Why, we can't get down there in less than 6 days.
But wait until you hear Elaine's plan, Mother.
Well, let's have it, Elaine. 6 hours sounds mighty short to me.
You and I will return to Euclidia at once in the rocket plane, Captain Bradford.
Hey, what about the rest of us?
You will follow in the boat which is to return the Euclideans to this country.
Oh, I hate to think of you running into danger while we sit safely on a big boat.
Well, if Elaine has it figured out, let's have it all. There must be some reason for just 2 of us going.
There is a good and sufficient reason. In the first place, the rocket plane was badly overloaded coming up here, and the fuel is running low. With only 2 of us aboard, we have a chance to reach the location of Euclidia.
That sounds reasonable.
Sounds dangerous, too, if you think you've only got a chance to land there.
I don't like that.
I would prefer to accompany them, Mother, but I believe Elaine knows best.
Well, go on, Elaine. What's your plan?
You and I will go at once, Captain. We will have fuel enough to reach there, I think, and provisions for at least a week. All we have to do is suspend containers of your formula against the submarine locks and on top of the escape lock we used and float there on the surface until the boat arrives.
You know, I could be a lot of help if I went along.
Possibly, and your weight might be the deciding factor if we run out of fuel short of our goal.
But, Elaine, suppose you do run out of fuel anyway and have to land before you reach Euclidia.
We'll just land on the course. You'll follow with the boat, float around there until you come down and pick us up. The Euclideans will escape, but we can't help that.
I think their escape is not as serious as what they would do to you if they found you floating helplessly on the water.
Gee, I never thought of that.
I did, Jerry, and it isn't a pleasant thought.
We have no alternative if we ever hope to capture those scientists.
That's right, Elaine. If they get away from us this time, they'll destroy that city as they leave, and move to some other out-of-the-way place and start another colony.
In addition to which, they will do immeasurable harm in this world.
Yes. Their motives for revenge would lead them into almost anything.
Well, it looks like Elaine's plan is the only one. But I wish I could go along.
So do I, Jerry. I've stayed at home long enough through all of this excitement.
Sorry, Johnson, but we'll have to leave you again. This time, however, you'll have Mrs. Gregory, Jerry, and Joan to take care of, and you'll be in charge of the rescue boat.
Well, that'll help some.
And we will make the trip in our boat as rapidly as possible.
I'll say we will.
How long will it take to raise that plane of yours, Elaine?
Only a matter of moments. I will make a short dive under the water and turn on the exposed helium valve. The shell will be reinflated and the ship will rise rapidly.
But it's broad daylight. We'll be seen at Lake Hollywood.
I know it, but there isn't a thing in the world we can do about it. Elaine says we haven't more than 6 hours.
I am sure the Euclideans will be free shortly after that time.
And it will take us a little over 4 hours to fly down there. Let's go.
Well, now, what do we do?
You get the formula, all of it except one set of containers, which you can bring on the boat with you.
Can I do anything, Captain?
Help Johnson load that stuff in the car and keep your eyes open in the driveway.
Aye, aye, sir. Come on, Johnson.
Right with you, Jerry.
What can I do, Tex?
You and Joan get some warm clothes ready for Elaine. We're going to need them, for we've got a lot of diving to do.
I wish I might go with you, Captain.
I know that, Joan. You and Jerry's been a big help plenty of times, but I'll have to go this time without you.
You'll keep in touch with us, won't you, Tex?
Why, sure. The minute we land at Euclidia, we'll radio you. And you'd better shove off with that boat the minute we leave.
I'll call the crew to stand by right now. They're all waiting for the call.
Well, it looks like this is our last try at capturing G-47. And with a little luck, we'll make it.
One of the most peaceful spots in the Hollywood Hills is that surrounding Lake Hollywood. Yet at this minute, there is a fierce activity on the shore of the lake which would certainly make a stranger think some weird country was landing machines of war in our very midst. The Euclidean rocket plane, which brought the Gregory party of 7 and the girl submarine commander safely back to Los Angeles, has been refloated on the surface of the lake. Preparations are underway for an immediate takeoff. Captain Tex Bradford and Elaine, the girl Euclidean commander, are going to make a dash back to Euclidia. Jerry Hall and Joan Gregory are helping them with their last-minute plans.
Are you sure you've got everything, Tex?
Everything we have time to worry about.
The plane does not seem to be buoyant enough to rise from the water.
I was wondering about that, Joan.
How about it, Elaine?
I am nearly ready, Captain Bradford. The task of driving the water from the outer shell has been slower than usual, due to the necessity of watching the rise closely. In flooding and then re-raising the ship, all from the outside, as we have done this time, it must be done slowly, as the plane could easily leap from the water and float beyond our reach if I admitted too much helium.
Well, golly whiskers. Who ever heard of a leaping plane?
This rocket ship would do exactly that, Jerry.
Yeah, I guess it would.
That should be sufficient gas. Will you watch the stern, Captain Bradford?
Right, Elaine. It's coming up pretty fast.
That will be all.
This thing is sure ready to jump into the air now.
And we're about ready to jump with it.
Captain Bradford.
Yes, Joan?
I believe we are observed.
Huh? Where?
On that highway above us.
Yes, we are, and that means we'd better get out of here quick. We don't want to answer any questions right now.
The plane is ready. We can take off now in a matter of 100 seconds.
Oh, why so long?
That much time will be required to distribute the first charge of fuel to the gas jets.
Okay, Elaine, turn them on. That car's stopping up there, and a couple of mighty businesslike fellows are pouring out of it.
The tanks are now charging.
Yeah, and these two fellows from the car are charging, too.
Oh, Jerry, we are being attacked.
Attacked? What do you mean, attacked?
One of those men is carrying a weapon in a black case.
A weapon? Oh, yeah, it's a weapon, all right, Joan, but it isn't very dangerous, except for getting our pictures in the paper.
Well, that's bad enough right now.
Yes, it is at that.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. You and the skipper pile in and shove off. Joan and I'll get our pictures taken and keep these boys away from you.
Excellent plan, Jerry. Come, Captain.
Right. Go ahead, Elaine. We'll give the last-minute instructions to the kids here.
Hurry, Captain. Those men are nearly upon us.
You two let them question you all you want to, but don't tell them who you are. Don't give them any information. We've got to have 4 hours to get back to Euclidia before anyone finds out about it.
Hey, they'll get the license number of Mrs. Gregory's car.
No, they won't. I took the plates off, and the registration slip is at the house.
Well, we're liable to get caught by the cops on the way back to the house.
We will be arrested.
Possibly. They have a habit of arresting people without license numbers or registration slips. But just to make it sure, Jerry, you might go a little too fast at the wrong time.
Oh, I got it.
Remind them that they are not to attempt to contact us by radio until we call them.
Why is that, Captain?
We don't want those Euclideans to know we're on our way. It might make them take chances getting out of that underwater city before we can bottle them up.
I got you. Better shove off, Tex. Here they come.
Right. Ready, Elaine?
Ready.
So long, kids.
Good luck, Tex.
Goodbye, Captain and Elaine.
Remember, Joan, we don't know what's happening.
I couldn't even get set for a picture of that thing.
You know best, Jerry. This is a situation entirely strange to me.
Me too, but I think I'm going to like it.
Hey, you two kids, what's going on here? Who was that just took off? And where did that flying submarine come from?
How should I know?
I never saw anything leave so fast but last week's pay. That thing was out of sight before I could get a decent picture of it.
Why should you want a picture of it?
What do you think?
Jerry, what do I think?
You think it's none of his business?
I think it's none of your business.
Say, what is this?
We don't know.
You just saw that flying dill pickle jump off the briny deep, didn't you?
We didn't see anything, did we, Joan?
No, Jerry.
Wait a minute. I'm beginning to get an idea. Move around where the light's better. I'll try to get you a picture of it so you can prove it to the editor.
Save the comedy. I've got an idea who these two are.
So have I. They're Jack and Jill. They just come down the hill to fill their little pails of water.
Oh, no, we're not.
You bet you're not. You're Jerry Hall and Joan Gregory.
Oh, Jerry.
Hold it.
You're right, Pete.
Sure I'm right. These are the two kids who just got back from the Magic Island.
Why, That thing was blown up by a volcano weeks ago.
Oh, no, it wasn't. I had a hunch that volcano story was a phony.
Well, go right ahead and have all the hunches you want. We won't tell you a thing.
You're Joan Gregory, aren't you? The little girl who was lost 14 years on that island.
I do not understand you.
You're talking to yourself, Pete.
Maybe, but I'll bet you two understand this. Captain Tex Bradford just took off from this lake in some sort of a wild flying contraption. He's on his way back to that screwy place you call the Magic Island. He was in a hurry. He didn't want anyone to know what he was doing. That's all the story I need. Come on, Fuzzy.
Wait till I take a couple of shots of these two.
Okay, but make it snappy. This is one story that'll look better without any of your comic strips.
You never wrote a story that could get along without my pictures.
One's enough. Come on.
Come on, Joan. We've got business.
Where, Jerry?
I'll tell you after we get going.
Don't hurry, you two. You can read this story when you get back home if you take your time.
Jerry, that man will ruin everything.
He might, if his story got out in time.
Oh, but nothing can prevent that.
Well, I've got other ideas. Just get in your mother's car as fast as you can.
But they are going to their own car. They will have that story all over the city in a few minutes.
Maybe and maybe not. Now, hurry up and get into the car and don't stop to argue.
Very well, Jerry.
Well, I haven't been up and on this road for a couple of years, but if they haven't changed it any, we're all right.
Those men are hurrying to their car, too, Jerry. They will reach the highway before we do.
Maybe not. You watch them and tell me which way they go, and I'll see how quickly I can get us out of this.
Oh, Jerry, these curves are dangerous.
Nothing is dangerous to you, Euclidean. Now, take it easy.
Well, I will try.
Well, just let me drive this car, and keep your eyes on those two in the other car.
They are going up a winding drive, almost opposite to the direction we have taken.
Did they turn to their right as they started up the hill?
Yes, they did.
Swam. Hang on tight, Joan. We'll see if this car of your mother's is as good as it looks.
Oh, Jerry, please be careful.
We're still on the road.
But you go so fast around those turns.
Those other fellows are going pretty near as fast, only they've got farther to go. Now, if I can beat them to the top of this hill, we're all right.
But what good will that do?
We'll see when we get there. I mean, if we get there.
You are being very foolish, Jerry.
Sure I am. But Captain Bradford and Elaine are flying 1,000 miles an hour, trying to get to Euclidia before G-47 knows they're coming. And if these men get that story to their newspapers, it'll be on the radio in half an hour, and G-47 will know all about it.
I know that, Jerry. But how can you prevent it?
Well, just give me a few seconds to get around this next turn on the top of this hill, and I'll tell you.
Oh, Jerry. Jerry, did you not see that notice at the top of this drive?
Oh, sure I saw it.
But you are going down a one-way drive. It is wrong to go down this way.
Well, I know it. And I'm going to stop going, right in that narrow place just ahead of us. Hang on while I skid this car straight across the road.
But that will block the road.
I hope you're right, Joan. Hang on tight. Well, we're here.
Yes, Jerry. We are here. And we are helplessly stopped. It will not be possible to move this car now. There is no room to go forward or backward.
Uh-huh, and if you noticed it, it's going to be mighty hard for another car to get around us, too.
That does not better our position.
Maybe not, but it won't hurt Captain Bradford's position any.
Jerry, you are going to compel that car to stop.
You bet I am. Here they come now. And look at their faces.
They have seen us.
Sure they have. And do they look mad?
But what will they do to us?
Nothing. I had an accident with a car. It got stuck across the road. And if that keeps a couple of wild men from running to their papers with our story, well, I can't help it.
Hey, get that thing out of the way.
They are very angry, Jerry.
I had an idea they might be.
Don't you know this is a one-way road?
Never heard of it.
Jerry, could they not back their car down and go around the other way?
Well, that's what I was afraid of. They'd do. But luck's on our side now. There's another car coming up behind us.
And the people in that other car will be angry also.
Oh, guess they will. But if enough cars pile up on this road, we'll manage to keep our friends here for a while.
Hey, you two lunkheads, what's the idea?
Sorry, mister. I guess I started down the wrong road.
You know, blame well you did.
Well, you can see where I skidded. trying to turn it around and get out of your way.
I can see where you skidded all right, but those tire tracks don't say anything about trying to get out of our way.
Looks more like you deliberately skidded your car across this road to block it.
Oh, no, that's against the law. I wouldn't do anything like that.
Oh, I'll bet you wouldn't.
There is another car down there now, Jerry.
Yeah. Well, why don't you fellas get your car out of the way so these boys can get past?
Why, you young... If I wouldn't like to wring your neck.
Huh? Go ahead.
No, I'll save the pleasure. Just now, I want you to get this car out of here.
Well, I can't do that. You know I can't.
You going to leave it here all night?
Oh, no. I'm going to walk to Hollywood and telephone a garage to come and get it with a wrecking truck. Well, they can drag it around on the road.
And I suppose the cars that will pile up here on this hill can just pile up and exercise their horns while you and the girlfriend stroll down to Hollywood.
Oh, that's right.
Jerry, is this not a police officer coming?
Sounds like it.
Looks like it, too. And when he gets here, you move out of the way.
Oh, I don't think he can pull this car out with that motorcycle.
Oh, Jerry, what will the officer do to us?
I hope he takes us to jail. If he does, we can't phone a garage to come after this car, and our nice friends here can wait a while longer.
You're going to get plenty of action, Jerry, my boy, and you're going to get it right now.
The magic island of Euclidia is over 4,000 miles from Los Angeles, California. Yet most of the activity of our story has been around Los Angeles for some little time. To begin with, Mrs. Gregory and her entire party were landed safely back in California, the Euclidean girl submarine commander bringing her rocket plane down on Lake Hollywood. Now, Captain Bradford and this girl have set off again in the rocket plane, trying to reach Euclidia before G-47 and the scientists can escape. Mrs. Gregory, with Jerry and Joan and her crew, are to follow immediately with a large boat chartered for the occasion. We find Mrs. Gregory with her trusted employee, Johnson, waiting impatiently at the harbor for Jerry and Joan.
Oh, how long have we been waiting now, Johnson?
Over 3 hours, Mrs. Gregory.
3 hours. And what has happened?
Well, we have no way of knowing for sure.
No way of knowing. And somewhere in that southern sky, Tex and Elaine are hurtling toward Euclidia at a speed of 1,000 miles an hour. Yet we have no way of knowing exactly what's happening to them. Jerry and Joan, over 3 hours since they went to Lake Hollywood to help Tex and Elaine take off. Yet we have no way of knowing where they are.
Well, nevertheless, I think we're doing the only sensible thing by remaining here on your boat, in the radio cabin. We're connected to the shore telephone, and they'll get word to us the minute they can do so safely.
But what could have happened to them?
Well, nothing very serious, or we'd have heard from them.
Oh, no, Johnson. It must be something serious. That's the reason we don't hear.
But we do know they left the lake 3 hours ago. We've sent 2 people up there, and no sign of them.
Johnson, I'm not ordinarily frightened by things like this. But we've seen so much of the power of these people. The Euclideans are clever and dangerous. Oh, I think Tex and that girl can take care of themselves. But Jerry and Joan have disappeared. In Hollywood, in broad daylight. It just isn't reasonable.
Well, they're not here, and we can't do anything but lie here and wait for them.
I know. But Tex expects us to be over 3 hours on our way by this time. Do you realize that we'll be 6 days getting to Euclidia? And that Tex and Elaine will have to keep that little plane afloat over that location for 6 days, threatening the Euclideans and bluffing them into staying underwater and living on condensed food?
Yes, but all of that will be a matter of routine to both of them. The captain knows his business, and the girl strikes me as being more than usually clever.
Oh, she's remarkable. And Tex is a grand person. But neither of them can work miracles.
Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Gregory. There's nothing more I can say.
I understand, Johnson. And I'm sorry for being such a worry to you.
I'll take it. Hello?
Hello? Who's this?
This is Johnson speaking.
Hello, Johnson. This is Jerry.
Jerry?
Jerry, Joan.
May I speak to Mrs. Gregory, please?
Sure. Hold it a minute. He wants to speak to you.
Oh, thanks, Johnson. Jerry, how are you?
Oh, I'm okay. Joan's fine, too. Only we had a little trouble getting away to come down there.
Well, where are you now?
Oh, we're in jail.
In jail?
Yes, I'm in jail. And a good, strong jail, too. But we're going to get out right away.
Well, what did you do to get yourselves in there?
Oh, just what we thought was best to do. We tried to keep the story of what was going on from getting to the papers and the radio stations, and we kept it quiet for 3 hours, but it's gone now.
Well, that may be long enough, Jerry. We have a man waiting with his set open in the radio shack. And he hasn't heard anything yet, or we'd have found out about it.
Oh, okay. We just talked to the chief and got everything fixed up. We'll be there in half an hour.
Half an hour? Well, you can't make that, Jerry.
Yes, we can. The chief's going to give us a police escort. We'll be there and ready to go in half an hour.
Well, we'll be ready to cast off when you arrive. Goodbye, Jerry.
Bye.
So they're in jail.
Yes. Jerry says they got there trying to keep the news of our departure a secret.
Well, I think they were trying to cover up the captain's flight.
Oh, of course they were. Tex said that no matter what happened, we weren't to try to communicate with him or let anyone know he'd gone until they'd had 4 hours. That should put them at Euclidia.
Well, Jerry's apparently done his best, even to the point of going to jail over it.
Oh, he's a great boy, Jerry is. He's been a wonderful help to us. Now, Johnson, I think we'd better get ready to shove off. If Jerry and Joan make it here in a half
How do you like it, Joan?
Oh, I like it very much. I have never ridden like this before.
These police cars are sure made to go when they have to.
Those men on the what do you call them?
Motorcycles?
Yes, the motorcycles. They ride fearlessly and clear the way for us.
We're sure doing it in style, all right. Well, Joan, in just a few minutes, we'll be on board the boat and on our way to Euclidia again.
And I hope for the last time. I want to live in your world, Jerry, with all of Mother's sensible, normal friends.
Yeah, I don't blame you. But, well, I like all this Magic Island stuff. Of course, it's exciting to me.
I beg your pardon, young lady.
Oh, yes, officer?
Sergeant, Joan, Sergeant.
I am sorry, Sergeant.
You're Mrs. Gregory's little daughter, I take.
Yes, sir.
And you lived 14 years on that thing they call the Magic Island?
That is correct.
Then, would you be so good as to give me your autograph?
My autograph?
Yeah, you know, Joan, like the picture stars do. Sign your name for the sergeant.
Would you do that?
I should be glad to, but I cannot understand your request. I do not know the customs of Hollywood, but I thought only celebrated people were asked for their autographs.
You're celebrated enough in my house. Sure, I've got a small daughter of my own, only 6 years old, and I've had many an argument with her. I tell her the old Irish bedtime stories about the banshees. They're the little people who come out at night, you know.
No, I did not know.
Well, they do. Many's the time I've heard the banshees wailing and seen the fairies dancing over the bog in County Down. But will my little girl believe that? She will not. Says she, there's no such thing as fairies.
Well, I agree with her.
Shame on you, Jerry Hart. And with a name like yours, too. And this beautiful girl sitting right beside you.
I will sign my name for you, officer, Sergeant. But what has that to do with your little girl?
Sure, and if I show her your name, written in my traffic book, she'll believe me. She knows all about the Magic Island, and when she says that I've really had you riding in my car, I'll have less trouble with my bedtime stories hereafter.
I guess you might at that. Okay, Joan, sign your name for the Sarge.
It will be a pleasure. Only think of it, Jerry. I have been asked for my autograph.
Yeah, I know. And when we get home, I suppose you want to go to work in the pictures.
I should not mind.
Well, there's no time for that now. We're pretty near the harbor, and we'll be plenty busy explaining to your mother after we do get there.
I've made the rounds for the third time, Mrs. Gregory. Everything's shipshape, and a couple of the men are holding us fast with hand-snubbed lines.
Well, they should be here any minute now. Oh, Skipper.
Aye.
Will you start the motors and stand by to shove off the instant Jerry and Joan are aboard?
Aye.
Nearly 4 hours since the captain took off.
Well, I think we may expect to hear from him almost immediately after he lands at Euclidia.
Listen.
Yes, they're coming. Jerry said they had a police escort.
And I'll bet Jerry's making the most of that.
To say nothing of the thrill it is for Joan.
Well, McLeod's on his toes. He's starting the motors.
I wish we could hear from Tex.
Well, he hasn't been gone quite 4 hours, and they wouldn't have much chance of making it in less than that.
Johnson, listen.
They're on the pier now. It'll only be a minute.
Oh, Skipper.
Aye.
They're coming.
Aye.
Ready to shove off?
Aye.
Will you please go in the radio shack and wait, Johnson? I know you won't miss anything. I'll meet them and order our sailing.
Very well, Mrs. Gregory. Now watch the radio.
Good night, and good luck to the two of you.
Hurry, Joan.
We are coming, Mother.
Hi, Skipper. Shove off. We're here.
Not so fast, Jerry.
Oh, give me a hand, Joan. Come on. Over you go.
Oh, thank you.
Hurry into my cabin, you two. Cast off, Skipper.
Aye.
And full speed ahead at every possible moment.
Aye.
We are sorry to be so late, Mother.
Oh, I'm sure you couldn't avoid it.
We sure couldn't. You see, Mrs. Gregory...
One moment, Jerry. Wait until we get in the cabin.
Gee, Mrs. Gregory, somebody on board you can't trust?
No, Jerry. Just that I want to talk in here where Johnson can reach me immediately if he picks up anything on the radio.
No news of the captain as yet.
No, but we're expecting it any time.
Golly, we sure got underway quick.
Yes, Jerry, we've been waiting for you over 3 hours, you know.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Mrs. Gregory, but we had a good reason. You see, a reporter and a cameraman followed us to Lake Hollywood and saw the captain and Elaine take off in the Euclidean rocket plane.
Oh, Jerry, they didn't know what Tex's destination was.
They seem to have a very good idea.
But how, Joan?
Well, golly whiskers, Mrs. Gregory. Everybody in the country knows about our trip down to Magic Island, and I'll bet plenty of people managed to find out we got back all right.
But they couldn't possibly have known about Tex's formula or what he plans to do at the underwater city.
No, Mother. They do not even suspect the existence of Euclidia. But they do know a great deal about the Magic Island.
Well, what happened?
Well, they came dashing up just as the rocket plane took off. But they were too late to get a good picture of it.
But they took our pictures, Mother.
Well, that couldn't do any harm. But how did you get in jail?
Well, we figured that Tex didn't want any stories about this flight of his to get out until he was at Euclidia.
Knowing that Elaine and the captain were afraid G-47 would be inspired to make a desperate attempt to escape if he realized capture was so near.
That's right. But you couldn't stop the story.
Oh, we did for a while. Well, I took a shortcut over the hills and headed them off on a one-way road and swung your car around so it blocked the road and couldn't be moved. Then we had plenty of luck when the road behind them filled up with cars before they could get out.
And then the officers came, and Jerry talked very fast, even faster than usual. And the officer agreed to take the 2 newspapermen to jail with us.
Oh, very nice, Jerry. And did they take them?
Oh, boy, they sure did. I told the cop who arrested us just enough about you and the captain that he knew I had something serious to tell. And he agreed to hold those fellows and not let them get the story out until I had a chance to explain it at headquarters.
But how did you get the chief's attention at this time of day?
Well, I just kept asking for him and saying you told me to talk to him. And pretty soon he came down to the jail. Well, after I told him the whole story, he held us all 3 hours and then let the reporters out at the same time he sent us down here.
We tried to get away earlier to join you, but the chief said he really had no reason to hold those men unless he held us also. And Jerry and I agreed that those 3 hours meant more to Captain Bradford and Elaine than they would to this boat.
And you thought exactly right. Tex should have time enough to land at Euclidia and take control before that news can possibly reach G-47.
Well, that's what we figured.
Well, children, we're off on another mad race to the South Sea.
I hope this is the last one.
Don't worry, it will be. And when you get back, you can walk up and down Hollywood Boulevard all day handing out your autograph.
Why, Jerry, what does that remark mean?
I am a celebrity, Mother. I have given my autograph to a sergeant of police.
Oh, Joan, dear. I know you don't realize it, but you're a born diplomat. As long as you have the officers asking for your autograph, you'll do very well in our world.
Captain Tex Bradford and Elaine Raleigh, the Euclidean girl submarine commander who has joined the Gregory party, have been flying 4 hours in the stolen Euclidean rocket plane, trying to reach the location of Euclidia before their fuel gives out. Just outside Los Angeles Harbor, a small passenger vessel chartered by Mrs. Gregory has put to sea, heading for the same location, but expecting to require between 5 and 6 days to reach the captain and Elaine. On board with Mrs. Gregory are Joan, Jerry, and their faithful friends of previous cruises. Our story today leaves them 4,000 miles behind, however, and we join Elaine and Captain Tex Bradford in the Euclidean rocket plane.
How's the fuel holding out, Elaine?
It is nearly exhausted, Captain Bradford.
Think we can make it?
I am checking our position.
No, we've got 25,000 feet of altitude to help us.
I believe we will need it. It is foolish to waste our last bit of fuel if we may glide down and save it.
Well, why save it?
We may need it later.
There won't be enough left to take us anywhere.
No, but there may be sufficient to keep us from drifting anywhere.
Yeah, sure. I guess I'm getting old.
No one person can think of everything.
You seem to do a pretty good job of it.
Thank you.
Found out where we are?
We are within gliding distance of Euclidia.
Okay, cut your power and let's go down.
I am doing so.
I just had another pleasant thought to add to our troubles.
If it concerns something we can do nothing about, it is not wise to worry about it.
Well, we can't do anything about this, but I can't help worrying about it either.
What is it?
We're not going to have fuel enough left to take us very far from where we land, is that right?
Correct.
And what happens to us if we find the G-47 and his Euclideans are swarming all over the water waiting for us?
That is indeed an unpleasant thought. However, you must have thought of that before this.
Yes, I have, but it looks a little different when you're looking at it from back home and when you're drifting down into it.
I hope we will find the submarine locks of Euclidia helpless as we left them.
If you were right about how long they'd stay bottled up in there, we're okay.
It will be only a short time until we know.
How fast are we falling?
5,000 feet a minute.
Gee, that's falling pretty fast. Can we check it when we get ready?
I have tested my helium tanks. We have sufficient gas to inflate the shell and land gently.
How will we be able to tell what the Euclideans are doing?
The instant we land, I will be able to give you a full report on that.
Well, how, if you don't mind telling me?
I have directional radio beam receivers in this plane. They will register the slightest metallic disturbance. If we encounter none within a reasonable distance of the underwater city, we may be sure the Euclideans are not operating outside the confines of the city.
You seem to have covered everything. How's the altitude?
18,000 feet.
Lost 7,000 feet already.
Precisely.
How about radioing to Mrs. Gregory's boat and finding out what they're doing?
I would not recommend that as yet.
I suppose it would be better to wait until we're sure about those Euclideans.
That is my opinion. G-47 and his scientists would make a desperate attempt to escape with at least a chosen few of the Euclideans.
Yeah, and he might succeed.
He would succeed very easily if he wanted to take only his chief scientist.
They'd use the same surface lock we escaped from, I suppose.
Exactly.
But they wouldn't take any boat. No way of getting away from that position.
Not for any great distance, to be sure. But they have life rafts which could be inflated and float them for some time.
I'd hate to be playing around among the sharks in a rubber lifeboat for very long.
Those boats are not rubber. They are made of very thin copper. They do not tear easily, and the Euclideans' ray guns would discourage the sharks for some time.
Nice party we're getting into.
It does present difficulties. However, I believe we will overcome them.
That right? 11,000 feet?
Yes.
Falling more than 5,000 a minute, then.
I think not.
Have you anything strong enough to steady that water through at this altitude?
Naturally. That slender copper tube set into the panel before you. Pull the tube downward.
Like this? Ouch!
Yes, Captain. That is correct.
Maybe, but I don't like my telescopes hitting me in the head.
Its length is greater than you would expect. You may now look downward through it.
Don't you have to aim it at anything?
That is a reflecting telescope with a lens perfected on Euclidia. You will be able to sweep a mild section of ocean surface clearly from this altitude.
Which is,
8,000 feet.
Anything I can do about the particular part of the ocean I might want to look at?
Not with that instrument. It is, however, perhaps the most effective thing you could use at this time. The focal center of that telescope is synchronized automatically with the center of our landing area. And if we change course or angle of descent, your scope will change with us.
Good enough for me. Our landing area is exactly what I want to be looking at.
The graduated scale on the shaft may aid you in focusing.
Yes, I'm trying it, but there doesn't seem to be... Yes. Hold everything, Elaine.
What do you see?
Take a look. You know more about what to expect than I do. I suggest you don't go down any lower until you do take a look.
I'm stabilizing at this altitude. We are now 5,000 feet.
Well, hurry up and look.
I am. And I see what you saw. That, Captain Bradford, is a Euclidean life raft with several persons aboard.
Which does what to us?
That remains to be seen.
Would they have a radio on that thing?
Undoubtedly.
Then if we radio Mrs. Gregory's boat, they'll hear it down there?
Probably.
Just the same, I've got an idea, and I'm going to try it out.
You are in command, Captain.
Have those Euclideans any way of knowing that we're almost out of fuel?
No. If we had not carried an excess load to Los Angeles and flown at excess speed coming back, we should have fuel for several hundred miles.
Good. Now I'm going to try something. And no matter how crazy it sounds, don't interrupt until I'm through.
Proceed, Captain. The transmitter is ready for you.
Bradford to Gregory boat. Bradford to Gregory boat. QRS. If you are getting me, make it snappy. We haven't any time to waste. This is emergent.
Go ahead, Tex.
Hall is answering.
Can you hear me clearly, Jerry?
Swell. Go ahead.
We are over Euclidia. From the looks of things on the water, some of them are trying to escape. We are going down and drop some of my solvent on their raft. Naturally, they can't hold out long. If they came out of where we think they did, they'll have to jump for their lives and dive down into that airlock again. Have you got that much of it?
Got it all. What do we do?
Just keep coming as fast as you can. We'll set down over that lock and anchor the solvent around Euclidia where it will do the most good. I just want you to know our plans so you'll understand that we'll be on the water and saving our radio power if you don't hear for some time.
Okay. I'll tell Mrs. Gregory. Everything's fine here, and we're getting 21 knots out of this old tub.
Good work, kid. Now keep your chin up. We'll be seeing you. That's all. Cut the transmitter.
I have done so.
Well, how about it?
It was an excellent idea, Captain. Now we shall see if the Euclideans are taking it seriously.
Well, if they didn't hear it, we'll have to do it all over again.
Would Jerry understand?
You bet he would. That boy doesn't ask any questions till he knows the meeting's open.
There is some activity in the life raft below.
Are they getting ready to leave it?
I cannot be sure, but it looks as if they are indeed putting on their helmets.
And we'd better get down there to make this attack of ours look as real as we can.
Agreed. We descend.
How quick can we get down there?
Allowing for time to circle as we descend, keeping that point under the axis of our circle, we should land in 120 seconds.
And can they all get back into that lock in 2 minutes?
Hardly. Not and deflate the raft.
Good. That's what I want, that raft. See just how fast you can get down to them. If they abandon that raft, we may find supplies on that will do us a lot of good during the next 6 days.
Correct, Captain. We will descend as rapidly as possible.
And if our bluff doesn't work, if G-47 has nerve to stay on top of the water and see this thing through, well, we haven't a chance in the world of beating him.
I believe we have. This plane will afford us much more protection than an open raft, and we can easily extinguish their lives with our heavy ray guns.
Oh, none of that, Elaine. You don't seem to get the idea that in our world we don't go around killing people. Either we'll take these Euclideans prisoners one of these days, or they'll take us again.
Yours is a strange world, Captain, but I realize that you are right.
However, it's mighty poor satisfaction to be right if you lose out.
I think you will not lose, Captain Bradford.
What do you see now?
You watch through the scope. I will maneuver for a landing.
Yep. They're leaving the raft. And they're getting off fast. Say, they won't have time to take it with them.
That is well.
Drop down there just as fast as you can. We'll grab it.
I would suggest not rushing into a landing in that exact spot, Captain Bradford.
But I'd like to get the provisions off the raft.
Precisely. And G-47 knows that beyond a doubt, or at least suspects that you want the raft.
But we're running out of fuel.
We have run out.
All gone?
There is no more fuel.
And we'll have to land right on that spot if we're going to make sure they stay down under.
I will have enough compressed helium to use for surface maneuvers for several days, I believe, and I advise against landing near that raft.
But why? They can't hurt us. Now, look, the last man is going over the side of that raft now. They can't have anything on but those temporary diving helmets, and they haven't any choice but to get back into that lock.
Nevertheless, with your permission, I will land at least 100 yards from that raft.
Well, I can't see any reason for it, but I know you must have one.
I have. And in a very few seconds, I will show you an active demonstration of my reason.
Well, what are you going to do?
I am gliding toward that raft, exactly as if I expected to land there. But at the last second, I will elevate the nose of this plane and attempt to glide beyond the raft, passing over it at an elevation of about 50 feet.
And then?
I am not sure, but I would suggest that you brace yourself firmly in that seat.
I begin to get the idea. They're not going to leave that raft helpless for us to pick up so easily.
That is my thought. Brace yourself tightly. I will now glide above the raft, and we will see what G-47 has left for us. What do you think now, Captain?
I think that's about as close to getting blown to bits as I ever want to come.
It was indeed too near for comfort. I will now land as gently as possible, though you might preserve your position of self-protection, as I do not want to waste our helium in landing perfectly.
Well, save the gas. Go ahead and smack the water as hard as this ship will stand. After the tossing around that explosion gave us, I can stand anything.
Brace yourself. We will now land.
Okay.
We are now stabilized on the surface of the water.
How far from that airlock?
Approximately 200 yards from the spot at which the raft was blown up.
Good. Now, I suggest you use a little of the gas to get back directly over that airlock. Then we'll take steps to bottle the Euclideans up good and tight.
Very well.
You any of those magnetic bombs?
Several.
All right. Use a couple of them to hold that airlock shut, and we'll save my solvent until we actually have to use it.
Agreed. I will release the bomb when we are over the lock. One such charge will paralyze the lock for 2 hours.
Good. And after I'm sure those fellas can't get at me,
I'll dive down there and fix some of the solvent to the lock gate. Then we'll be safe indefinitely.
Excellent. Well, Captain Bradford, it looks as if you are in command of the city of Euclidia at last. We are directly over the lock. The city is powerless.
The magic island of Euclidia is no longer visible. At the location of the island, the waters of the South Pacific Ocean are rolling gently. And on the surface floats the rocket plane, which Captain Bradford and Elaine have landed near the upper escape lock of the underwater city of Euclidia. The time is going to pass very slowly for the captain and the Euclidean girl commander who is now helping him. They will have to wait for days until the Gregory boat arrives, and the Euclideans are captured. Back on the Gregory boat, Mrs. Gregory, Jerry, and Joan are wondering and worrying about the two who have gone ahead. In the radio cabin of the boat, Jerry and Joan are doing their worrying out loud.
All right, Joan, all right. You're sure, and I'm sure. So let's forget it.
But, Jerry, we are sure of two different things.
Yes, but we don't get any place by arguing. You think you're right, and I know I'm right. So what?
Regardless of who is right, I am very worried about the captain and Elaine.
Oh, so am I. But Tex never got into anything he couldn't get out of.
They must be nearly out of fuel, Jerry. Elaine said when they took off that they had barely enough of the fuel gas to take them to Euclidia.
Well, what of it? They're not trying to go anyplace else. What do they need fuel for?
If the Euclideans are able to escape from the underwater city and attack the captain, he will need fuel badly.
Oh, I know it. That radio message from Tex sounded like a bluff to me.
A bluff?
Yeah, you know, trying to make somebody believe you can do something you're not very sure of.
I think you are right. The captain was, as you say, bluffing.
Yeah, you bet he was. That gag about capturing G-47 and his men on that raft wasn't very good.
What do you think he was actually trying to do?
Oh, probably scare them back into their hole so they would stay put until we get there.
The captain was very sure that his universal solvent would effectively prevent the escape of the Euclideans.
Well, I guess it would, if he had a chance to get it planted before any of them escaped.
And if he did not?
Well, then we're going to find Tex and Elaine prisoners when we get there. And the rest of us will probably end up the same way.
But that would be terrible, Jerry.
Oh, don't tell me.
We would not be treated so kindly this time. G-47 would have the captain's solvent, and he could easily work out the formula. Then there would be no further need for them to show us any consideration.
Well, all right. Golly, I know all that as well as you do. But when you're sure of bad news, why rub it in?
I am not rubbing anything.
Oh, I didn't say you were.
I see you two are just as friendly as ever.
Mother.
Hello, Mrs. Gregory. Oh, we're not fighting, just arguing.
No more news from Tex?
No, Mother. The radio has been silent.
Well, I hope no news is good news.
Oh, sure it is. The captain and Elaine know how to take care of themselves.
Yes, they would if they had a chance. But what are the odds against them down there?
I think their position is not pleasant.
There you go again. Why don't you try to be cheerful once in a while?
Jerry, you were the one who suggested that the captain's radio message was a bluff.
What?
Well, you see, Mrs. Gregory, I've got an idea that Tex sent us that message just to scare the Euclideans, if they were listening in. I don't think he had a chance to really capture them.
I thought that, Jerry. The message didn't ring true.
We can do very little to help them, and this boat is so slow.
Everything seems too slow when you're trying to cope with those Euclideans. But this was the fastest boat I could get, which was large enough to hold the 200 or 300 people we may have to bring back with us.
Yeah, if they don't keep us there with them.
Oh, yes, Skipper?
Jerry.
Want me?
Aye.
What for?
Come.
Something wrong, Skipper?
No.
Oh, okay, Skipper. I'll be back pretty soon, Mrs. Gregory.
Very well, Jerry.
What's up, Skipper?
Come.
Okay.
Well, I wonder if anything has happened.
I think not, Mother. Just some little task the skipper has for Jerry.
What were you and Jerry discussing?
We were speaking of the probable conditions at Euclidia.
And neither of you looked very happy when I came in. You think they're in danger?
I did not say that, Mother.
No. None of us dare to say it. But everyone is thinking it.
There is nothing we can do about it.
That's what worries me. If there were only a few moves we could make, anything to occupy our minds, to give us something to do.
No, Mother, you cannot help by worrying.
Oh, I know that. But it doesn't keep me from worrying.
Bradford to Gregory.
But don't you do not see that if...
Wait, Joan, I think I hear the radio.
Can you hear me?
It's Tex. Hello, Tex. Pat calling. Hello, Tex.
Hello, Pat. How's everybody?
Oh, we're all right, just plowing along.
Everything running on schedule?
McLeod says we're doing a little better than schedule.
Fine. Keep it up and don't worry about us.
What have you been able to do?
We're riding easily on the water, just above the airlock.
No trouble?
Not a bit.
How are your provisions and fuel?
More than enough to last until you arrive.
Have you any special instructions for
Not
us?
at the moment, but keep the radio open on this wavelength and have someone with it at all times.
We would have done that. Are you sure that no one escaped before you got there?
No chance. The submarine locks are still magnetized shut, and we're watching the airlock in the surface chamber.
Is Elaine sure that there is no other means of escape from the island?
Positive. Don't worry about anything. Just keep coming our way, and we'll be waiting for you.
Thanks, Tex. You've been so wonderful through all this, and it's my fault we ever started it.
Think nothing of it. Well, I'd better save our batteries. Good luck, all. See you later.
Goodbye, Tex, and good luck to you both.
It would seem they are doing well, Mother.
Yes, and I suppose it's true. But I'm afraid I won't rest much until we reach there.
This is only our first night on the water. You must not worry at this early date.
Mrs. Gregory,
Yes, Mac, what is it?
may I have a word with you?
Why, of course you may come in.
Thank you.
Come right over here and sit down. I'd like to stay near the radio as much as possible.
How do you do, Miss Joan?
You are wearing a very sad expression, Mr. McLeod.
Sorry, I am for that. But the truth of the matter is that I have something which is not resting easy on my mind.
Trouble, McLeod?
It may be, and then again, it may not be.
Well, what is it?
How important is it that we keep up this speed we're now making?
Well, it may mean everything, Mac. The captain and Elaine are drifting practically helpless on the water down there, and they'll never be really safe until we arrive.
Then it would seem that we must keep it up.
Yes. But why not?
Well, to tell you the truth, Mrs. Gregory, the motors are acting none too good.
The motors?
Aye.
The motors of this boat are defective?
I wouldn't say that they were defective, but they are being badly overworked, and I'm none too sure how much of it they'll stand.
But speed means everything, Mac. We're doing far too slowly as it is.
I won't argue about that, but the boat was designed to make 16 knots, and she's now making 21.
16 knots? 5 knots less?
Aye.
Well, it's out of the question, Mac. Tex and Elaine figured that with good luck they'd be able to hold out for 6 days, possibly a few hours more than that. But to reduce our speed 5 knots would mean adding at least 2 full days to our run.
Aye, it would that.
We haven't any such margin as that. Keep the motors wide open and take a chance.
We'll be no good to the captain if we break down short of our goal.
We'll be no more good to him if we're too late getting there.
Right you are, and I'm glad to hear you want it that way. I would have said as much myself had I been in charge.
You are in charge of those engines, Mac. And your job is to get us just as far as you can, as fast as you can. I'll be responsible beyond that.
Good for you. Well, I'll get on back to the engine room and keep me eye on those motors.
Is Jerry in the engine room?
Aye, we sent for the lad to tell him what was happening, so he would help you make up your mind.
Well, I don't need any help. But I would like to know what Jerry's opinion was.
Well, he said to run this thing until the motors fell out of it, and then we'd row it the rest of the way.
Oh, good for Jerry. Oh, Mac.
Aye.
We just talked to the captain on the radio.
And what's the news?
None. They arrived safely, and now all they can do is just lie there and wait for us.
But they did arrive there. Well, I'll get on back, and I'll send Jerry in here if you want him.
I wish you would.
Then I will. And then I'll get all me time to keeping this coffee grinder turning over.
Well, Joan, that isn't so good, is it?
I would not think too much of that, Mother. Mr. McLeod is an engineer. He is a lover of fine machinery, and he would be inclined to exaggerate the condition of the motors.
I hope so. But whether that's the case or not, we'll keep up every bit of speed we can make from now on.
And now I think you should have some rest.
I know I should. And I'm going to be sensible and try to get some, as soon as Jerry comes back.
And Jerry and I will remain with the radio.
No, dear. You'll come and rest with me. Jerry won't mind standing by the radio alone.
But, Mother, I do like to be near Jerry. He talks so much and says so little that it is very restful.
Possibly. But even so, I want you to come into our cabin and lie down.
Hey, was McLeod just in here?
Yes, Jerry. He came to see Mother about the engines.
What did he tell you, Mrs. Gregory?
He seemed to be worried as to how well the motors would stand our present speed.
Yeah, well, that's what he told me, too. But he's worrying too much about nothing.
Are you sure?
Well, sure, I'm sure. The old skipper was an engineer for a long time, and he said those motors would stand running at full speed as long as we wanted to run them.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that. Now, Jerry, if you'll take over the radio, Joan and I'll try to get a little sleep.
Oh, sure, Mrs. Gregory, I'll take over.
Joan and I'll relieve you on the morning watch.
But, gee, you don't need to get up then. Well, I can put one of the crew in here when I get sleepy.
No, Jerry. I prefer that we three handle all messages from Tex. Johnson would do, of course, but I've asked him to spend all his time in the pilot house.
That is advisable. When we are trying to maintain top speed through all conditions, a great deal depends on our navigator.
Johnson's plenty good.
He certainly is. Now, Jerry, if
well,
you'll
Mrs. Gregory, can't I have Joan stay here with me for just a few minutes, huh?
I don't see why not, but I don't see why either.
Oh, I just wanted to talk to her about it.
Oh, please, Mother.
Well, very well. Don't stay more than a few minutes, though, Joan. I want you to get as much rest as possible.
I will not be long, Mother.
Good night, Jerry, and call me if you hear from Tex.
I bet I will, Mrs. Gregory. Good night.
What did you want, Jerry?
I want to talk to you.
So you said.
Yeah, I think it's important.
What is it?
Well, McLeod is really worried about those engines, and he's right.
But, Jerry,
I know. I said everything was going to be all right just to make your mother feel good. Those engines are liable to quit any time at this speed.
Then we could not help the captain, and our position would be hopeless.
Well, that's the idea, and there's only one thing we can do if we get close enough to do it. Radio the captain to get away from that place and fly back to the boat. It'd be safer if we were all together.
But the Euclideans would escape.
Sure, and when they escape, they'll come after us.
Oh, but Jerry, we must not allow that to happen.
I know that as well as you do. And I took a chance and told McLeod about my plan. He's going to do it, and your mother will never know the difference.
Jerry, you are going to trick Mother?
Oh, we've got to, Joan. Or we haven't got a chance to save the captain or do anything else. McLeod is going to cut the engines to 18 knots an hour, and we mustn't let your mother find it out.
"4,000 miles from Los Angeles, a small rocket plane drifts on the surface of the water. 400 miles from Los Angeles, a small passenger vessel races southward at its none-too-good full speed. On the boat, Mrs. Gregory, Jerry, and Joan are waiting patiently in the radio room for news of Captain Bradford. But the captain and his companion are a little too busy to be sending any radio messages right now. When the girl submarine commander, who has joined the Gregory party, and Tex Bradford landed their stolen rocket plane on the position directly above Euclidia, they found that the Euclideans had made one unsuccessful attempt to escape and were planning another. In the rocket plane, the girl sits alone, looking anxiously into the water, down into the mysterious depths which conceal the underwater city of Euclidia.
Give me your hand here, Captain Bradford. No, do not attempt to remove your helmet in the water. Come aboard.
Well, that was quite a dive with only a helmet.
It was remarkable. Did you descend deeply enough for your purpose?
I sure did. Planted 2 bottles of that solvent of mine where they won't even dare to touch one of the submarine locks, much less open one.
That is splendid, Captain. Now I will not need to use more of my limited supply of magnetic bombs.
Good thing. We may have other uses for those little gadgets.
Do you wish to suspend your solvent over the surface lock at this time?
That's not what I'm sure. Finding these glass globes full of the solvent is a good deal like laying a mine. It's no fun to have to go down there and pick them up ourselves.
They are set to break very easily, are they not?
Yes, if they contact anything metallic. Naturally, I couldn't have them going off every time a fish swam into them, but I hung them where they would be touched by the leading edge of the lock gate the moment it started to move.
And at the surface lock, the procedure would be the same?
Yeah, just about. Though I think I'd put the bottles where they'd have to strike them to turn the valve. Without the valve to flood the lock, they can't use it.
Very good. Except, as you have noted, in an emergency, we might have to use that lock to enter Euclidia.
That's the trouble. We couldn't get any more than he could get out. Of course, I could try getting the solvent loose without breaking both bottles, but it wouldn't be any too easy.
I will do as you say.
Have to risk it, I guess. If we don't bottle them up while we have a chance, they'll finally get desperate enough to come out in spite of the flood that will pour in there. And some of them will make it.
Surely enough of them to cause trouble for us.
More important than that, enough water would get in there to drown everyone else in the colony. We want to do this without hurting anyone if we can.
Then I suggest we place your solvent to guard that airlock immediately.
Will it use all our gas to taxi over there?
Almost, but we have little choice.
Okay, let's go.
Very well. In a few seconds, we will drift over the location.
Well, don't worry about using the gas to hold us there. I'll take this line down with me. And if you drift a little, I can get back easy enough.
I will hand the solvent to you after you are in the water, as I did before.
That's safest. Those 2 bottles ever banged together and broke, that stuff would eat a hole through this boat before we could move.
We are practically over the lock now.
Okay, I'll get out. Then you hand me the bottles.
Will you secure this line about your waist?
Maybe I'd better at that. I might run into a little surprise of some kind down there. They could be watching us, you know.
I presume they are, but I think you are in no danger from that. Everyone on Euclidia knows of your solvent, and they realize that any accident to you would flood the colony.
I hope they do realize it. Well, here I go. Wait a second until I get this line trailing freely in the water now. Okay. Pass out the bottles one at a time.
Here is the smaller one.
Got it?
And here is the larger.
Fine. Now keep this door open. Once I'm down, feel this line and keep it fairly tight. If I give you 2 quick ones, use some gas dragging me away from there. Don't wait to try and pull me in.
I understand perfectly, Captain. Here is your helmet.
These little helmets are pretty good at that. I'll make it as quick as I can.
Patricia Gregory to Captain Bradford. Hello, Tex. Waiting for your report. Patricia Gregory to Captain Bradford. Hello, Tex. Patricia Gregory to Tex Bradford. Hello, Tex. Waiting for your report. Can you hear me? Hello, Tex. Calling as you requested. Can you hear me?
Elaine Raleigh to Gregory boat. Call you later. Working now. Call you later. That is all.
I will wait for your call.
The captain should now be coming up. All is not well with him. There. 2 sharp jerks on the line. I will pull him to safety.
I'm all right, Elaine. Be with you in a minute.
I will help you with the line, Captain. Did you lose your helmet?
No. I took it off. Be all right in a minute.
Let me have your hand.
Okay, here I come. Oh, boy. Thanks.
Were you underwater long without your helmet?
Just about as long as I could hold my breath. Seemed like half a day, but I suppose it was about a minute.
You are very cold, Captain. This night air with that slight breeze and your wet clothes.
No, I'm all right.
You will go into the rear compartment and dress yourself in dry clothes immediately.
But we've got work to do. I heard those Euclideans say
What
that...
you heard them say can wait. I will be in a most unpleasant position if you become ill.
I guess you're right. No time. Look over there.
Captain, the surface of the water is disturbed over a large area.
Right, and that's what I heard them talking about when I took off my helmet to put my ear against the wall of that lock.
What is happening?
They're raising the island again.
Raising the island?
That's what they're doing.
If that happens, we are powerless.
Just about, as far as I can see. How long will it take them to get that thing above water?
The island was accidentally disabled and partially flooded during that artificial volcanic eruption. They will have to raise it very slowly. I would say 300 seconds before the ceiling of the island could possibly reach the surface.
That water's moving around a lot over there now.
Maybe nearer the surface than I calculated. I am sure, however, that it will take 300 seconds to bring the floor of the island above the surface, after we see the tops of the surface chambers.
And in 5 minutes, we've got to figure how to capture 300 people with a dozen exits to safety and all the arms and ammunition on Euclidia. And we've got just 2 little bottles of solvent.
I have a desperate plan, Captain. Will you risk it with me?
I'll try anything.
Then call your boat, quickly. Tell them what's happening.
What good will that do?
Our plan will probably fail. It is only fair to warn them what to expect.
Right. Bradford to Gregory boat. Bradford calling Gregory boat. Hello? Hello? I don't get them.
Try it again, and hurry. The island is rising.
Bradford calling the Gregory boat. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Bradford calling Gregory boat. Hello? Hello? Bradford calling Gregory boat. Hello? Can you hear me?
It's Tex. Yes, Jerry. Answer him at once.
Bradford to Gregory boat. This is a hurry-up. Answer at once.
Hello, Tex. Jerry Hall on Gregory boat to Captain Bradford. Go ahead, Tex. Go ahead.
Get all of this and get it quick, kid. We're going to have trouble. The island is being raised again.
Jerry, the island.
Yeah, they're raising it.
Did you get that?
Oh, Jerry, what is it?
Wait, Mother.
Yes, Tex. I got it. Raising the island.
Right. Elaine says we've got about 5 minutes to plan some way to stop them. If we don't, well, you're going to be running into trouble when you get here.
What are you going to do?
Let me take it, Jerry. Hello, Tex. Can we do anything?
Don't know what it would be. They're raising the island, and it looks hopeless.
We'll keep coming, Tex. Full speed ahead. Oh, Tex, we'll help if we get there in time.
Afraid you won't make it, Pat, but hold it. Hold it a minute.
Tex! Tex, what happened? Tex!
No use, Mrs. Gregory. I heard his set cut out.
There was water. I know I heard rushing water.
Yes, Mother, but we can do nothing.
Well, see if you can find anything wrong with this radio set, Jerry.
Well, I'll try, Mrs. Gregory, but the trouble's on the other end.
And we can't do a thing to help them.
Guess not. And they're raising that magic island again.
I thought the island was destroyed accidentally in that eruption.
Perhaps they had a reason for allowing us to believe that.
Jerry, is the set all right?
It's perfect, Mrs. Gregory. Tex just quit sending, that's all.
Joan, run and get Mr. Johnson. Have him turn the wheel over to the quartermaster. Get him in here at once.
Yes, Mother. I will go at once.
And Jerry.
Yes, Mrs. Gregory?
Get the engineer and the skipper. Send them to me as fast as you can.
But what will you do?
Oh, I'll stay with this radio. Get those men in here.
Bet I will, as quickly as I can, Mrs. Gregory. Hey, Joan, wait a minute.
I am in a hurry, Jerry.
I know it, but wait a minute.
But, Jerry, Mother told me to hurry and send Mr. Johnson to her.
Yeah, and I'm after the skipper and McLeod the engineer, but a couple of seconds won't hurt anything.
What is it?
Well, I didn't want to say anything in front of your mother, but this looks mighty bad. Well, we'll never get there in time to rescue Tex and Elaine.
I feel that too, Jerry. Is there nothing we can do?
Not a blame thing from here. If we were in 500 miles of that blame Magic Island, we could try for it with this little plane lashed to the deck. But 4,000 miles, no chance.
Then if you are so helpless, why did you stop me? I should be completing my mother's orders.
Well, I've got a crazy plan, if you'll help me with it.
I will do anything.
Well, this won't help the captain a bit.
Oh, but Jerry...
Wait
then...
till I finish. It won't help the captain, but it will help your mother a little. Keep her from worrying for a while, and that'll be something.
Oh, yes, Jerry. If we can help Mother maintain her peace of mind, we will be accomplishing something.
Right, and here it is. Now, there's a little portable transmitter, a pack outfit in Texas cabin on this boat.
But what good will a radio do?
Will you wait till I finish this?
Yes, Jerry.
Well, as soon as I send Mac and the skipper to your mother. Hey, wait a minute. Here's the skipper now. Hey, skipper.
Aye.
Mrs. Gregory wants you and McLeod in the radio shack right away. Will you please tell Mac?
Aye.
And hurry it up?
Aye.
Now, your message to Johnson can wait a minute. Here's what I'll do. The minute those men are out of sight, and you get Johnson in the radio shack, come right into Texas cabin. I'm going in there right now and set up the pack transmitter.
What will you do with it?
Well, you can sound like Elaine, can't you?
Not very well, I am afraid, Jerry. I have never learned to speak easily, as you do.
All right, I'll fix that, too. I'll fix the microphone so your voice will sound pretty bad. Mrs. Gregory won't be able to tell who it is. Now, I want you to pretend to be Elaine. You're sending your mother a message as if Elaine was a sender.
But what can I say?
Oh, anything. It doesn't matter. Just so your mother thinks Tex and Elaine are still afloat and doing all right. You can say that everything is all right, only that you'll be too busy to talk for a few hours.
Excellent, Jerry. I will say that the captain and I are too busy for radio communication, but all is well, and we will send further information when possible.
Ah, now you've got it. Hurry and send Johnson to your mother. Then run for Texas cabin, and the minute you get there, we'll call this boat, and you can cheer up your mother.
The magic island of Euclidia is rising from the sea. Not so long ago, the Euclideans submerged the island, taking it down to the bottom of the old volcanic crater and making everyone believe it had been destroyed. Now, the island is coming out of the water again. This brings a very real danger to Captain Tex Bradford and Elaine Raleigh, who are attempting to imprison the Euclideans in their underwater city. When the island is above water, G-47 and his men will have more openings for escape than Tex and Elaine can watch.
How's it look to you now, Elaine?
The island is rising very slowly, but the tops of the defense chambers are showing above water.
At that rate, we'll have a couple of minutes to work in.
And what can we accomplish?
I'm not any too sure, but we've got to do our best to keep those fellows from getting loose.
You have only one charge of your solvent left. Is that correct?
That's right. Only one.
Then that may be used to guard only one exit. And when that island is above water, there are at least 8 openings through which the Euclideans may escape.
Oh, I know it, but we'll have to run a bluff of some kind.
I do not understand fully what you mean by bluffing. But this is a time to be sure what you are doing.
Yes, if you can be sure, but when you can't, bluff.
Then bluff quickly. The island is rising.
Have we got enough compressed air to taxi us around to the other side of the island?
I think not.
It's our only hope.
I will try to cross the island. That is much shorter.
Well, sure it is. But if the island comes up before we get across, what then?
Our position will be no worse than it is now.
Well, you're right, Elaine. All right, give it all you've got.
The jets are wide open. The air supply is diminishing very rapidly.
We're getting across the island, too. Hey, look out.
I will not strike that defense chamber.
They can't open the doors in those things until the island is completely above water, can they?
Not without flooding the entire lower level of the island.
Good. Now, when we get to the other side, say, we're scraping on the surface of the island.
It will be a very narrow margin, Captain, but I believe we will be over the side of the island before we are held by touching it.
Let's hope you're right. We made it.
So I believe.
Now cut your rudders or on hard. We've got to get right back beside that elevator housing before we lose headway.
It will take only a few seconds to complete our circle.
Things coming out of the water mighty fast now.
What is your plan, Captain?
Well, now look, we'll want to stand by as near the elevator housing as possible. Near enough that I can reach out and break those bottles of solvent against the elevator door.
I see. Then that will allow your solvent to eat down through the surface of the island, and the ocean will flood into that elevator shaft.
Right, and if I remember the layout of this island, They can't shut off that water before it reaches the power rooms and puts the whole island out of commission.
That is correct, Captain. Water going into this shaft will flood the entire island, forcing anyone within it to take refuge in the main city of Euclidia.
That's what we're going to try to do, Elaine, and that's our only chance. When one of those doors opens, we'll warn whoever comes out that if they attack us or attempt to advance towards us, I'll break these bottles over the elevator housing, and the solvent will eat its way into the island in 5 seconds.
An excellent plan, Captain. With the Euclideans driven back into the main city, we will have only the surface airlock to watch.
Right, and we're going to have to do something pretty soon. Looks as if that island is about on top.
It is now in position. Any moment we may expect to see a door open in one of the surface chambers.
Well, I'll hold onto the side of this pier with one hand and hold the solvent in the other.
Is there no way in which I could help you, Captain?
Afraid not. There's not much room in these little doorways.
Look, the central control chamber.
Yeah, the door is opening.
One of the Euclideans is coming out on the surface.
Well, I'll stop that. That's all for you. Don't come any nearer.
And what will you do if I advance upon you?
I'll break these bottles of my solvent against this elevator housing. I'll flood your island.
That would be very foolish, Captain Bradford.
Well, that's what I'll do.
Try to find out what Thales has in mind.
Suppose I break this bottle now. What will you do?
Do you not see the large ray gun protruding through the wall of this chamber at my side?
I'm not afraid of your ray guns. You ought to know that those rays won't penetrate one of your own boats.
This ray will. We will use the metallic ray on you.
What's a metallic ray, Elaine?
It will melt the metal of this plane as if it were wax.
Well, Thales, looks just like we stand here and look at each other for a while.
You will lower your solvent carefully into the water and release it.
I will not.
Then we will turn the ray on your plane.
Go to it. And when you do, I'll break those bottles on the elevator shaft. If we sink, we'll take this island with us.
It will mean your life.
And without us on the surface to open these locks for you, it would mean the life of everyone on Euclidia.
Thales seems to be uncertain.
I thought that might stop him for a minute.
Yes. He's going inside the chamber and closing the door.
That gives us a little breathing spell.
Your position is most uncomfortable, leaning far out the door with your arms extended.
Well, my arms are getting a little numb.
Why not use this respite to relax for a moment? Place the solvent on the floor of the plane.
Afraid to. I'll bet you they're watching us right now. And the minute I take my arms in, they'll blow this plane to pieces with a metal ray.
Yes, that is quite likely. However, you cannot maintain that position indefinitely.
Maybe not, but I can get out into the water and hold these things here a long time. Then when I get tired, you can get out and hold them.
Even so, that will give us only a few hours. It is well after noon now. In a few hours, it will be dark. Then the Euclideans can attack us easily.
I know it, but I want those few hours. Now, if you'll hang onto that arm so I don't bump those bottles against the island, I'll slip out into the water.
Very well, Captain.
Easy now. Don't bump those things together.
I will be careful.
There we are. Now I'll keep floating here where I can support myself on the plane. We'll hold out until night at least.
Patricia Gregory, calling the plane. Gregory boat to Captain Bradford. Hello, Tex. Hello, Tex. Can you hear me?
Gee, Mrs. Gregory, you can't raise them at all now.
No, Jerry, I can't raise them at all.
Well, Joan and I went in and tried that little portable set in the captain's cabin. We thought maybe this set wasn't working just right.
Yes, I know what you and Joan did, Jerry. And even though it didn't fool me, thanks a lot for a grand gesture.
Huh?
Now, Jerry.
Honest, I don't know what you're talking about, Mrs. Gregory.
You don't remember having Joan use that portable transmitter, call me here, pretend to be Elaine, and tell me that all was well?
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess we didn't do so well.
It wasn't your fault, Jerry. Joan couldn't conceal the Euclidean training in her voice. Elaine has moved more often in the world, and she speaks as we do, with very little effort.
Yeah, I should have thought of that.
We all could have thought of a lot of things, Jerry. And like yourself, we thought of them too late.
Oh, now, Mrs. Gregory.
I know what you're going to say, Jerry. And it's fine of you not to blame me for this. But after all, I started the whole thing, looking for Joan. And I gave my permission for Tex and Elaine to attempt this wild flight.
But gee, Mrs. Gregory, we don't know for sure that anything's happened to them.
Possibly not. But it's nearly dinner time. And in a few minutes it'll be dark. And we haven't had a word from them since early morning.
They said the island was being raised again.
And that would mean Tex and Elaine captured. Or worse.
Well, they wouldn't hurt Tex any more than they'd hurt any of us.
But this time it's different, Jerry. They'll have Tex's formula. There won't be any further reason for them to treat us kindly.
Well, quit worrying about it for a little while.
I'm sorry, Jerry, but I can't take it as calmly as you do.
Well, that's what I mean. Be calm, like me.
You don't realize that you've twisted all the buttons off your shirt.
Huh? Well, how did I do that?
Oh, just sitting there calmly, twisting the buttons.
Yeah? Well, I'm not doing any better than you are.
Have you received any word as yet?
Come in and close the door, Joan, dear.
Yes, Mother. You look very worried. What has happened?
Nothing, and plenty of it.
That's just the trouble, Joan. Nothing has happened.
What have you been doing?
I have been in the pilot house with Mr. Johnson. He says we have made unusually good time.
Good time?
It seems to me that we've been crawling.
I do not understand just what has happened, but Mr. McLeod, the engineer, who has done something to the motors, and we have been going much faster than is safe for this boat.
Good old man.
Yeah, the boat holds together.
The motors are making a terrible noise, and I suppose it isn't doing the boat any good. But if we can arrive there by noon tomorrow, well, we may be in time to do some good.
Mr. Johnson says we will arrive at the position of Euclidia at daylight.
Daylight?
Why, Joan, that isn't possible.
I thought not, but we are within a few hours' run of the island.
Oh, if Tex could only know that. It's getting dark, and they'll be in some terrible position there with darkness coming on. And Tex will be figuring that we're 18 hours away.
Daylight's only 12 hours away.
Mr. Johnson said we would arrive in 12 to 13 hours.
Those 6 hours would mean a lot to Tex, if he's waiting for us.
If he's waiting for us, you know he's waiting for us.
No, Jerry. I can only hope that he's still waiting.
Now, Mother, that feeling will not help.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're both so cheerful, and it all seems so hopeless.
We could try him again on the radio if you want to.
Yes, Mother, we will try again.
Very well. But we've been trying for hours.
Well, maybe they're just too busy to answer us, or maybe their radio's too weak, or maybe they've gone on to the island to capture it.
Or maybe a great many other things. But you don't believe it any more than I do.
Oh, all right. I'm scared about what's happened to them, but let's try the radio anyway.
We may as well. Patricia Gregory to Captain Bradford. Gregory boat calling Bradford. Hello, Tex. Pat calling. Hello, Tex. Can you hear me? We are within 12 hours of you. Can you hear me? We will be there in 12 hours. Hello, Tex. Hello, Tex. Oh, it's no good.
Sure doesn't seem to be, but... Well, let's keep the receiver open anyhow.
Oh, do as you like, Jerry. I'm going out and walk around the deck.
Do you wish me to come with you, Mother?
No, Joan, dear. I want to walk quietly, all alone. I'll feel nearer to Tex, outdoors. He's outdoors, too.
Gee, Joan, your mother's sure down in the dumps, isn't she?
I do not understand down in the dumps, Jerry.
I mean, she's feeling bad.
Oh, Mother is very hopeless.
Well, I feel the same way, but I thought if we acted cheerful, it might make it a little easier for her.
Our radio message from the other cabin did not deceive her, did it?
Not for a minute.
I thought it would not.
If only we knew what Tex was going
Jerry,
to do.
the radio
Gregory,
pilot.
standing. Island. Guard. Sinking. Hurry. Few hours. Will sink. Gregory. Hurry. Bradford. Sinking. Hurry.
Oh, Jerry, that was Elaine.
Yeah, and she and the captain are in trouble.
Serious trouble. They are sinking.
Maybe they meant the island.
No, Jerry, their plane is sinking. Elaine said hurry.
Well, look here, Joan. No matter what happens, don't tell your mother.
But, Jerry, she...
No, Joan, not a word to her. We'll tell Johnson, the skipper, and the engineer, and they'll break this boat trying to get up to there. But it won't help her to worry your mother anymore. And maybe we'll be in time. Elaine said sinking. She didn't say sunk. And there's plenty of hope for some good luck between sinking and sunk.
The last time we heard from the Magic Island, Captain Bradford and Elaine were reported sinking. Jerry and Joan received the message in the radio cabin on the rescue boat. And as Mrs. Gregory was out walking on the deck at the time, she doesn't know of this new development. Elaine and the captain have been waiting near one of the elevators on the edge of the Magic Island, sitting in their helpless rocket plane, floating on the water. The Euclideans threaten to attack them, and Captain Bradford slips off into the water, where he's holding the 2 bottles containing his universal solvent against the side of the island. Elaine is getting out of the sinking plane.
Get out here quick, Elaine. That thing's going down with you.
I'm nearly free from the plane.
That metal ray of theirs sure wrecked that shell.
I will try to save this small rubber boat.
And we'll need it.
Yes. we may have to float for hours.
When daylight comes and we're found floating here, it won't take G-47 long to dispose of us.
I do not propose to be found floating here.
We can't be far away.
Perhaps not. The island will be gone, and G-47 will be no threat to us.
What do you mean?
It has been completely dark for some time. I think it only reasonable to expect an attack from the Euclideans.
Yeah, I've been expecting it every minute.
If I am only successful in inflating this bag from the small gas supply in the plane before it sinks.
Yes. It'd be pretty hard to blow that thing up and swim at the same time.
At least there is some little air.
How much will it take to inflate that boat?
Only a few pounds will inflate it sufficiently to support us for some hours.
We'll need some hours. About 18, I think.
The air pressure is growing weaker.
And the plane's sliding under. Here, better break that hose loose before the rubber raft gets carried down with the plane.
Right.
Here, put one hand on my shoulder and hang on tight. That plane will create some suction going down.
Not much. It's nearly full of water now. However, I will hold it to the island with you. I have the rubber boat.
Well, then, let the plane go. Well, there goes our plane.
I think the Euclideans are coming after us.
How can you tell in this darkness?
I saw a thin beam of light for an instant. Someone slipped out of the central control chamber.
And there's only one thing to do. Swim away from this island and take that rubber boat with you.
I understand. I am safely away.
Good. Now I'll break these bottles of solvent against the elevator housing.
Get away quickly, Captain.
I'm coming.
Over this way, Captain Bradford.
I'll take the opposite side of the boat from you.
You did not get any of the solvent on you.
No chance. I was mighty careful about that.
How rapid will the action be on the island?
That stuff is eaten through into the elevator housing by this time. I only hope the Euclideans discover it soon enough to get safely into their underwater city.
I feel that they will accomplish that. The automatic controls will begin to work in a few seconds.
Is there any way at all that they can keep the island above water?
No possible way. That island will have to be submerged to its foundation. Everyone in the island will have to flee for safety to the city. And it will take days, perhaps weeks, to raise the island and repair it.
If my solvent doesn't damage it beyond repair.
We may as well prepare for a long, wet night, Captain.
Yeah, it looks like it. If that's the worst that happens to us, we'll be all right.
Listen. The signal to submerge the island.
Yes. That means that all the Euclideans will be prisoners in their own city, while we're free.
We are free, Captain, that is true. But our position is not entirely happy.
Well, I've had prospects I enjoyed more than floating around in this ocean all night.
If we are so fortunate as to float all night.
Why shouldn't we float all night? This boat will support us easy enough.
Yes, it was designed for that purpose, but it is apparently defective.
Defective?
The air is rapidly leaking out.
Where?
Around on this side.
No way to repair it?
None that I know of. I'm holding the leak closed with my hand as well as possible, but it is not perfect.
Wait a minute, I'll get around there and help you.
If we had something with which to tie a knot around this leak.
We have. Strings from those broken bottles are still tied to my wrist.
That will do nicely.
Now, if you'll squeeze some of the air out of a small section of the hole, I'll tie it up.
I'm doing so.
That's good. Now hold it tight. I'll try to knot this so it won't leak much.
A very little will support our weight for the night.
Right. There you are. I don't think that'll leak anymore. Even if it does, we can probably blow enough air into it to support us.
I'm very glad this boat is successful. I would not like to cause you trouble.
Cause me trouble? I wouldn't have any more trouble than you would swimming around here all night.
I've learned a great deal from you, Captain Bradford.
Well, we've learned a few things from you, too.
In a scientific way, perhaps. But from you, I have learned that a man may accomplish a great deal if he does it quietly. On Euclidia, every accomplishment was loudly discussed.
We like to talk about what we do in our world, too. Now, Elaine, here, you get up on this raft.
Oh, but Captain...
Come on, up you go. One of us swimming at a time is enough. We've got a lot of hours ahead of us. There's no use in both of us paddling around in this
Captain Bradford. Gregory boat to Captain Bradford. Patricia Gregory to Bradford.
It is no use, Mother. You may as well stop.
Yes, you're right, Joan. It's nearly daylight. Nearly 24 hours since we heard from them last.
And soon after daylight, we should reach their position.
And what will we find?
That we cannot know until we arrive.
Where's Jerry?
I am not sure. He has been all over the boat at various times. First helping Mr. McLeod with the motors, then relieving Mr. Johnson in the pilot house. Jerry has done much the last few hours, Mother.
I know that, Joan. Jerry's been wonderful. Everyone on board has done their best. And for what?
Mother, you must not look at things so hopelessly. Mr. Johnson says we will arrive at the position of Euclidia shortly after daylight. And the sky is gray now.
I'm older than you are, my dear. Johnson is a grand person, and he's trying to keep my spirits up. But I know too much about boats for that. We couldn't possibly have made sufficient speed to reach Euclidia before noon.
I feel that Mr. Johnson is sincere. And we will locate Elaine and the captain within the hour.
Well, why don't they use their radio?
They have been on the water, floating in that small rocket plane for 6 days. It is possible their batteries are too weak to reach us.
If we're as close as Johnson says, and if the plane was still afloat, it wouldn't take much of a radio to reach us. No, Joan. That plane is no longer afloat.
Mother, if you do not stop talking like that, I shall put you to bed. I shall indeed. Oh, and here is Jerry. Perhaps he has news.
Jerry, have you heard? Oh.
Nothing, Jerry?
I'm sorry.
Oh, it isn't your fault, Jerry.
I feel like it is. Kinda.
But how could it be, Jerry?
Oh, I don't know, but it seemed like with so many of us on this boat, we could have done something to help them. One of us should have had an idea.
That's how I feel, Jerry. As if we'd fallen down on the job somewhere.
You did try to launch the small plane last night.
Yeah, and cracked it up, getting it over the side.
That couldn't be helped. We didn't have time before sailing to equip the boat properly for dropping the plane.
Oh, I know. But I'll bet if Tex had been here, he could have done it.
Yes, Tex could have done it.
Are we not near Euclidia now?
Johnson said an hour just before I came in.
An hour is a lifetime right now.
Yeah, and an hour's too long if they haven't got anything to hang on to. Oh, but maybe they have, huh?
Come with you, Skipper?
Aye. All of us?
Aye.
Well, what's happened?
Come.
But where do you wish us to go, Skipper?
Forward.
The pilot house?
Aye.
Come on, Mrs. Gregory. I'll bet Johnson's got some news.
No, Jerry. Not yet.
Hurry, Mother.
Come up forward to the rail. All of you.
Well, what is it, Johnson?
I'm not sure if there's anything. The sky is getting lighter.
Yeah, you can begin to see the water around the boat.
Well, we'll all watch dead ahead.
You've seen something?
I thought so, Mrs. Gregory, but I wouldn't be sure.
What did you see?
I thought I saw a light. I turned on our searchlight then, but nothing since.
We'll turn the searchlight on again.
Well, the light from it is so great that it prevents our seeing a small light on the water far off.
Well, turn it on again, and then turn it off quick. And maybe they're looking for us.
Yes, Johnson.
Very well, Mrs. Gregory.
That is a powerful light.
Boy, it sure is.
Sweep the water with it, Johnson.
Right.
And everybody look hard at that water where the light hits.
I see nothing but water.
Just water.
Me too.
Well, this is the worst hour of the day for visibility. Not enough daylight to see clearly, and only dark enough for the searchlight to cast an indistinct glow.
Hey, turn off the light, quick.
What is it, Jerry?
I saw a light. Just a little tiny flare.
Are you sure of that?
Sure, I'm sure.
Where was it?
Almost dead ahead. Just a little off the port bow.
How far away?
Well, unless it was a mighty small light like a match or a small flashlight, it was a long ways, maybe a mile.
Well, what do you think, Johnson?
I thought I saw the same thing before I called you out.
Well, are we making full speed?
More than that. We're tearing the boat to pieces.
Please change your course enough to meet that light.
Right, Mrs. Gregory.
Oh, Mother, we will find the captain and Elaine safe at last.
Sure we will.
Oh, don't be too sure. I've seen many things at sea that weren't what they seem to be.
Hold it, everybody. I saw that light again. Watch it. Again. Again. Now it's... Hey! Hey, it's on longer. There it is again. And again. Count these next ones.
1, 2, 3.
I thought so. Did you see it, Johnson?
3 shorts, 3 longs, 3 shorts.
That's what it looks like to me.
SOS.
I think so.
Then someone is in danger. I knew it.
Now take it easy, Mrs. Gregory. If they're able to send a signal, they're still all right.
But how can we answer them?
By switching the searchlight on and off. But it glows so long and heats so slowly that it isn't good for signals.
Tip it down here where I can reach it.
What can you do, Jerry?
Wait till I get off my coat and I'll show you. Turn it on, Johnson. Now I'll cover and uncover it with my coat. It won't make very good code, but if Tex Bradford is out there, he can read anything.
Hurry, Jerry.
Send OK, Jerry. It's shorter than anything else here.
Right. 1, 2, 3. There's the O. And there's is the K.
Well, that was clear enough.
Turn out the searchlight. Let's watch for them. There it is. There's the light again. Oh, we found them. That's Tex. I know it is.
In that dark gray hour just before the dawn, Mrs. Gregory and her chartered rescue boat reached the location of the Magic Island. This weird island has been submerged, raised, and sunk since we saw it last, and Captain Bradford and the girl commander nearly went down with it. They floated all night, clinging to a small rubber life raft, and were just about ready to give up hope when a searchlight swept the sky. Johnson, in the pilot house of the rescue boat, thought he saw a tiny light far ahead and called Mrs. Gregory, Jerry, and Joan to watch with him. Jerry signals with the searchlight, and a faint answering signal is seen. All is excitement aboard the Gregory boat as they bear down rapidly on the two people in the water, the first faint streaks of dawn lighting up the ocean.
There they are, Johnson.
No doubt of it, Mrs. Gregory.
Yep, there's 2 of them, all right. And they're hanging on to something in the water.
Some form of small life raft, I think.
Yes, Joan, dear. That's what it looks like. Oh, how far are they, Johnson?
Well, we'll pick them up in just 2 or 3 minutes.
Hello, Tex! Hello, Tex!
They cannot hear you, Jerry.
But they're waving their arms. Look, they're all right.
I told you they would be.
Well, they're certainly active enough. Can't be much wrong with them.
Well, I'll go and get the landing stage ready for them.
Thanks, Jerry. Joan, dear,
Yes, Mother.
will you go into our cabin, lay out some warm, dry clothes for Elaine, and get out some extra blankets? She'll need them.
Certainly, Mother. I will take care of everything.
Apparently, the captain has managed to keep the Euclideans bottled up. There isn't one in sight.
If he's done that, it's little short of a miracle.
Ahoy! The boat!
Johnson, did you hear that?
Yes, sounded like the captain.
It was. Oh, Johnson, he's all right.
Tex! Hello, Tex!
Oh, Johnson. Tex, he...
Well, I don't blame you much, Mrs. Gregory.
Hey, Skipper! Shove over here, on the double. Move faster than that, man. Can't you see Mrs. Gregory's fainted?
Here, take her in her cabin. I'll give you a hand.
I'm all right. I didn't faint, Johnson.
Well, you certainly gave a good imitation of it. Hold on, Skipper.
Why,
You needn't carry me now, Skipper. I'll be all right.
fainted.
She didn't faint. Will you please put Mrs. Gregory down?
Thanks, just the same, Skipper.
Isn't there anything in the world which will cause that man to say more than one word at a time?
Nothing. Oh, I'm all right now. How near are we to Tex and Elaine?
Mighty close now. McLeod!
Aye, Mr. Johnson.
Hold your motors down hard.
Ahoy there, Tex. Are you all right?
They're okay, Pat.
How is Elaine?
Doing very nicely, thank you.
Another one of those girls you can't upset.
Elaine is quite a person.
I've got the landing stage all ready.
Right, Jerry. I'll come back amidships.
Go ahead, Mrs. Gregory. I'll stay on duty here.
Thank you, Johnson. You're always on duty somewhere.
Hurry up, Mrs. Gregory. We're nearly to them.
Coming, Jerry.
Stand by, McLeod. Full speed astern.
Full speed astern.
You'll have that stage alongside you in a minute, Tex.
We're watching it. Be ready to grab this ladder, Elaine.
I will do so, Captain.
Let me go down the ladder, Jerry.
Well, it's swaying pretty badly.
Oh, I don't mind that. I want to be the one to bring them aboard.
Well, okay, Mrs. Gregory.
Oh, Tex, give me your hand. And Elaine, you must be nearly dead.
We did not fare badly.
Come on up the ladder. I'll help you.
Thank you, Mrs. Gregory.
I'm right up here, Elaine. Give me your hand as soon as you get up high enough.
It is good to see you, Jerry.
Boy, it's sure good to see you, too.
I will take charge of Elaine now, Jerry. Come to our cabin, Elaine. You must have some warm, dry clothing at once.
Hey, look. Look at the captain and Mrs. Gregory.
Why, what did you see, Jerry?
Oh, nothing. Not a thing. You hurry up and take Elaine to your cabin.
I do not wish to trouble you. Oh, it is no trouble. Come at once with me,
And before you do anything else, you're going to get into some dry clothing and have something hot to drink.
No time for that now. Hello,
Gee.
Jerry.
Gee, we're glad to see you, Tex.
Maybe you think I'm not glad to be here.
Did you bottle up all the Euclideans?
We sure did, son. Every last one of them.
Say, how do we get them on board?
Now, Jerry, that can wait. Tex needs some dry clothing and some hot food.
Later, Pat. Just now, we've got to handle this matter of the Euclideans. Something may happen to allow them to escape. We'd better get busy.
Well, what do we do?
I want you to go up and send Johnson to the radio cabin for instructions. You hold the wheel while he's gone. And tell the engineer not to move off this spot.
Aye, aye, sir. I'll send Johnson to you right away.
Tex, you're wet and cold and tired.
All of that, Pat, dear, but all of that can wait. Let's go in the radio cabin.
Did things work out according to your plans?
Not entirely. They almost had us when they raised that island again. But the last 2 bottles of my solvent sank the island. Elaine and I managed to hang on all night.
Oh, at least it's warm in here.
Yeah, and I'll have Jerry bring me some hot coffee when he comes back. You haven't heard anything from Euclidia on this radio, I suppose?
No, and we haven't tried to contact them.
Just as well, though they've probably heard all we said to each other.
Well, welcome to the ship, Captain.
Thanks, Johnson. Nice work getting here.
Thanks to McLeod. He cried bitter tears over his poor engines all the way down here. But he kept them running.
Fair enough. Now, here's the setup. I want to take these Euclideans aboard at once. Quarters enough for them?
I think so, Tex. We didn't have time to fix the boat up properly, but there are comfortable, clean quarters for nearly 300 below decks, and food enough to take us back to Los Angeles.
That's all we need. All right, Johnson. I'll get them on the radio and tell them what they're to do. You stay in the bow. Keep the ship in this position. That landing stage is practically over the surface airlock I'll make them come up through.
Well, what if they come up with weapons?
Take one of the crew up forward with you, Johnson. Have him train that large telescope on the spot where Euclideans start popping out of the water. I'll tell them we've got some powerful kind of gun pointing at them. They won't know the difference.
That's a good idea, Captain. But are you sure they'll start popping out?
I'll take care of that with the radio.
Anything else?
That's all.
How about getting them peaceably into the hold once they're aboard, Tex?
We've men enough here to guarantee that. I think our trouble with Euclidia is all over. They won't have much fight left in them when they get up here.
Well, I'll shove off. You want Jerry in here?
Yes, for the present. I'll send him out to you later. He knows more of those Euclidean tricks than you do.
Right, Captain.
Well, Pat, here we are.
Yes, Tex. Here we are. And last night I thought we'd never be together again.
I'd like to do nothing but sit here and look at you. There's work to be done. First thing is to see if our friends care to enter into a little radio talk.
Well, I doubt it.
I think they will. Bradford to Euclidia. Bradford to Euclidia. Answer at once.
What will you do if they refuse, Tex?
They won't refuse.
Thales on Euclidia to Bradford. Euclidean transmission chamber to Gregory Bolt. What is your message, Captain Bradford?
Hello, Thales. You will pass these instructions to everyone in Euclidia. This is final. Do you understand that?
Your instructions will be followed.
Then listen carefully. You will arrange for your entire colony to come aboard this boat immediately. You will leave Euclidia only through the surface airlock near this boat. Any attempt to leave by any other means will force me to release my formula and immediately flood the city of Euclidia, destroying everything in it.
What of the animals and various domestic fowl and beasts?
They will be cared for. After you are all aboard, I will arrange a guard from my crew. They will remain on Euclidia until those animals may be taken out to safety.
I understand. We are to begin evacuation of the city at once. I suppose you realize that we may leave that lock only one at a time, and that several hours will be required.
I realize all that. Start at once. We are ready to take you aboard. You, Thales, shall be the last to leave Euclidia, and your life will be the guarantee of the actions and safety of the others.
That is well. We will begin at once. Prepare to receive the first of our colony in less than 180 seconds.
Good. That is all.
180 seconds. Tex, they can be coming out of that lock in 3 minutes.
That's what Thales says, and his mistakes are few and far between.
I will take you to the captain.
got it this far, I can take it in.
Now, what are you two fighting about?
Sounds like home.
Well, I got this coffee from the galley for you, Tex, and Joan
I
here...
wanted to bring it in to you, Captain, but Jerry would not allow it.
That wasn't very gallant, Jerry.
Well, maybe not. But Joan took the coffee to Elaine.
Say, this is mighty good, Jerry. Certainly hits a spot.
How is Elaine, Joan?
She is apparently quite well, though there was not time to make sure.
No time? No time for what?
Something happened to her?
Yeah, she went to sleep.
Oh, well, that won't hurt her a great deal.
You know, that girl has plenty of nerve. She deserves a rest.
But she did not even have her coffee. I sent Jerry to the kitchen and...
Kitchen. I've told you 100 times, on a boat, it's the galley.
Very well, Jerry. I sent you to the galley, and before you returned with the coffee, Elaine had fallen asleep.
Well, that's all right. Sleep will do her more good anyway. But I enjoyed the coffee. A little later, I'd like some more.
Oh, sure, Tex. I'll get as much as you want. Hey, what about the Euclideans?
I just had Thales on the radio. They're coming aboard right away, and they're not going to stop to argue about it.
The Euclideans agreed to your plans without resistance?
They did.
Doesn't sound right to me.
And it wouldn't to me, Jerry, if I hadn't heard it with my own ears.
Well, I'll bet it's a trick.
I would suspect that.
No, not this time. Frankly, I expected some argument about it. But for some reason, Thales sounded absolutely hopeless.
Yes, I think you're right, Tex. All the fight has gone out of them, but why?
I don't understand it. I'm just glad of it.
Yes, Skipper?
Come.
What's up?
Hurry.
What's happening, Skipper?
Euclidean.
Euclidean coming up out of the water?
Aye.
Oh, boy, come on, Joan. We've got to see
Yes,
this.
Jerry, it is very exciting.
Are the crew all lined up to run him into the hold?
Aye.
Come on, Pat. This is what we've been waiting for.
Yes, Tex, this is what we've been waiting for.
Hurry up, the first Euclidean is coming up the ladder.
The underwater city of Euclidia is being deserted. One at a time, just as fast as they can come up through the surface airlock, the Euclideans are coming aboard the Gregory boat and going to their quarters below the decks. Mrs. Gregory has chartered this small steamer, which is large enough to safely accommodate the Euclideans, and plans to take them back to the United States, where they will be placed in a scientific colony established for them there and allowed to continue their work under guard. In the radio cabin of the boat, Mrs. Gregory and Joan have been getting weather reports in preparation for their 4,000-mile trip back to Los Angeles.
It is well along into the afternoon, Mother.
Yes, Joan, dear. Nearly 4 o'clock. That steady parade of Euclideans has been coming up over the side and going below since daylight this morning.
They look very strange, do they not? I can realize that since I have seen your world. I should not like to go back to those drab uniforms of Euclidean cloth and that cold, hard, scientific manner of living.
That's all over now, Joan. And our adventures will soon be over. We'll live quietly at my home in Los Angeles, and you'll go to school with Jerry.
Jerry says I know too much to go to school, but I do not agree with him. I believe I should go to school, if only to learn to behave exactly as others in your world do.
Yes, that will have value to you. And the association with other young people, boys and girls near your own age, will provide a lot of fun for you.
It will seem strange, but very nice to live your life.
Hello there.
Come in, Jerry.
And will you please close the door?
Oh, sure. But I wanted to keep an eye on those Euclideans.
I'm sorry, Jerry, but I'm a little nervous. For 7 or 8 hours now, I've heard those feet shuffling past this door. Watched those shapeless uniforms and the dull, leaden faces of the Euclideans.
Yeah, well, I guess it would get kind of sort of tiresome.
Just listen a moment, Jerry.
Golly, they do get on your nerves. From the sound of their shuffling feet. I'll close the door.
Oh, thanks, Jerry. That's better.
Oh, gee, Mrs. Gregory, you're all upset about this thing.
Mother is not accustomed to being in charge of a boat with 250 prisoners on board.
Oh, sure, but the danger's all over now.
I hope you're right, Jerry. But a 4,000-mile trip with a boatload of Euclideans seems to offer plenty of opportunity for trouble.
They're not going to do anything. There's no fight left in that bunch.
I feel that is correct, Jerry. Never have I seen anyone look so hopeless.
You know, I think most of them are glad it's happened. I guess they weren't any too happy on Euclidia.
That was the idea Tex and I had when we agreed to this wild plan of trying to capture 250 people and take them home on an ordinary boat.
I heard some of the leading scientists say that they would welcome the opportunity of working under better conditions.
They're an amazing crowd of people, thinking nothing but scientific advancement, willing to be taken prisoners, to live anywhere and to work anywhere, just so they're allowed to work on their inventions and discoveries.
Yeah, and I'll bet you that we'll never have a bit of trouble with them after we put them in that place you bought.
They'll have plenty of room, at least. And the buildings and equipment are good. It was a very complete little college a few years ago.
But, Mother, why should a college be forced to close? Is there no one who wants to learn?
Oh, plenty of them. But they want to learn in the big colleges with the best football teams.
Football? Do they attend the higher institutions of learning to study football?
Oh, lots of them do.
But I thought football was a form of recreation, a game.
It is, Joan, dear. But football is also the magnet which draws thousands of students to the larger schools annually.
How strange.
Well, maybe. But I like it all right.
Jerry.
Want me?
Captain.
Better run along, Jerry. Tex wants you.
Okay. Hey, looks like that's about the end of the Euclidean parade.
Oh.
That was the last of them, Skipper?
Then we might go out on deck, Mother.
Not yet, Joan. Tex asked us to stay here, and we'll stay until he tells us to come out.
Oh, okay. See you later.
Oh, thank goodness that's all over.
And now, all that we have to do is sail home.
Yes, that's all. Just a little 4,000-mile trip.
It will not prove difficult, I think.
Well, we've done our part, Joan. We've got all the weather reports the land stations can give us, and it looks like fair weather all the way home.
May I come in, Mrs. Gregory?
Of course you may, Elaine. Sit down here.
Thank you.
You must be very tired.
I am tired, but tired with the satisfaction of a task well performed.
And the Euclideans are all aboard?
Why, yes. Yes, they're all aboard.
Elaine, has anything happened?
Nothing. The transfer has been without incident.
But you hesitated before you answered, Mother.
I am sorry. I did not mean to hesitate.
Something is wrong, Elaine? Tex? Jerry?
They are quite all right. I believe the captain suffered a disappointment, but he will tell you about it.
What sort of disappointment could it be?
If Tex wants us to wait for his explanation, we'll have to wait for it. It can't be anything very serious.
Mother, is that not the signal to start?
So soon? Why, yes. The engines are gathering speed, and the boat is beginning to move. Oh, we're underway.
I thought it would not be long. The captain gave orders to the 3 men who are to remain in the underwater city with the animals until another boat arrives to take them off.
Who stayed, Elaine?
2 members of your crew, and the engineer, Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod will be with his pigs once more.
I'll bet Mac didn't like that job any too well.
He volunteered for it, and the captain thought an engineer should be in charge.
And after the cattle, birds, and chickens are taken out of the city?
Then it is to be flooded and destroyed.
It seems a waste of splendid effort to ruin that beautiful city. The Euclideans have spent more than 10 years building parts of it.
I know that, Elaine. But its existence would cause trouble. Trouble between nations as to who would claim it, and trouble among men for its scientific treasures.
I believe you are right, Mother. It will be better so.
Oh, Tex, it's really over?
Yes, Pat. It's all over. I hope.
You hope?
Elaine,
Yes, Captain?
I hate to ask you to do anything more until you get some rest, but you're the only one who can do this with any degree of certainty.
That is quite all right, Captain.
You go and join Jerry at the stern hatch. He'll explain what it is you have to do and report to me as soon as you finish.
Surely, Captain. Whatever it is, we will let you know the result at once.
Thanks, Elaine. And I promise you can sleep after that.
Tex, what's all this mystery?
Oh, probably nothing, Pat. I'm not sure yet.
You are worried, Captain Bradford?
Well, not exactly worried, but I'm a little disturbed about something.
Well, what is it, Tex?
G-47 has disappeared.
What? G-47?
Right.
You mean he didn't come aboard?
At least I didn't see him come aboard.
Then he's hiding down in Euclidia, and we've put off without him.
But that would be dangerous.
It would, but I don't think that's what's happened.
What else could it be, Tex?
G-47 doesn't tell all he knows to anyone. He might have a trick or two up his sleeve.
Where do you think he is, Captain?
On board this boat.
But you just said, Tex,
I said
that
I didn't see him come aboard, and I didn't. Or at least I didn't recognize him.
But what would be his object in disguising himself?
No telling, but I've got an idea he's on board.
Wouldn't one of the other chief scientists know?
Probably, but they wouldn't talk to me. I tried to get some news out of 3 of them. Thales, Cheops, and Octavo. They merely said they didn't know where he was.
Do you think it's possible he might have hidden somewhere in Euclidia?
Yes, Mother. That is quite possible.
Oh, Tex, those 3 men you left down there. They'd be helpless in G-47's hands.
I thought of that. But for some reason, I'm not afraid of it. There's more to G-47's disappearance than a simple hiding trick.
But what could it be?
That I don't know.
Was that the errand on which you sent Jerry and Elaine?
Yes. Elaine would be able to recognize G-47 if she was looking for a disguise. And Jerry will probably say the wrong thing and make some Euclidean so angry that they'll tell him what he wants to know.
I could have helped them, Captain.
I know it, Joan, but I thought it best to keep you out of there. Some of the Euclideans may feel that you and your mother started all this trouble for them when we went searching for you long ago. I think it's just as well if you don't go down into their quarters.
I agree with you, Tex. And I think that should mean for the entire voyage.
By all means.
Very well, if you wish it.
Ahoy, the boat. McLeod to Captain Bradford. Ahoy, the boat there.
Tex, it's Mac.
Didn't take him long to get down to that Euclidean radio and figure out how to work it.
This is McLeod. Can you hear me?
Hello, Mac. This is Tex. How did you find everything?
Those men left everything in perfect condition. We'll do very nicely until you get another boat down here.
Good for you, Mac. Now remember that if anything happens, you can use that small submarine in the lower lock. I took all my solvent away from that lock. And in an emergency, get out of there with your crew and start along the course to Los Angeles.
Nothing is going to happen. We'll take care of things. And now I must get along and feed the pigs. Good luck to you all.
Good luck, Mac, and don't take any chances. Well, that's the last we'll hear from Mac in some time.
Mr. McLeod is a fine man.
He certainly is. And Mac is the only man who could go into that underground city with two companions and calmly set about feeding the pigs while he begins a 30-day wait.
Will it take so long to get another boat to him?
The kind of boat we'll need to take out several hundred animals and birds won't be any speedboat.
Well, here we are.
And
Nothing.
no sign of G-47?
He is not among the Euclideans.
Then where is he?
We don't know. And I don't think the Euclideans know either.
But they must know.
I believe not.
What's it all about, Elaine?
Thales seemed willing enough to talk, and I feel that he was speaking the truth. He has absolutely no idea of G-47's whereabouts.
Well, this certainly puts us in a fine position.
Yeah, with that guy running loose in the world, well, it won't be long until another of these crazy colonies will be springing up someplace.
That is right, Jerry.
Tex, can't we do anything about it?
Apparently not. What else did Thales say?
Well, he claims that G-47 disappeared right after we left in that rocket plane.
But what could he use for transportation?
I can't figure it. Those submarine locks were still magnetized when we got back.
And he could not take a boat out through that small surface lock.
Not any boat we saw there. But G-47 didn't tell the rest of the scientists all his tricks. Well, I could tell from the way they acted, G-47 was just about as mysterious to them as he was to us.
Well, he's gone, and there's nothing we can do about it. At least we have the rest of his colony. And G-47 is only one man. It will take him a long time to build another Magic Island or another Euclidean.
Nevertheless, Tex, I'd feel a great deal more comfortable if he were safely locked in the hole with the rest of them.
Yeah, so would I. But we can't help it.
I believe I will go to my cabin and rest, if I may.
Go to it, Elaine. You've helped a lot, and when we get home, we'll try to repay you.
I had hoped to promise you a world without any more fear of G-47, but I can't promise that now.
No, Mother. I am sure we will hear from G-47 again.
Once more, the Gregory party has returned safely from the Magic Island, bringing with them the entire colony of Euclideans from the strange underwater city. Mrs. Gregory has arranged the funds with which to endow a sort of combined laboratory, college, and prison to house these scientists and allow them to continue their work under guard. Naturally, it's been a busy time for our friends. We find them now 1 week after their arrival at Los Angeles. Jerry and Joan are out seeing the town. Joan for her first real view of our world, and Jerry showing her around. In the radio room in Mrs. Gregory's home, Captain Bradford is explaining to Pat why he believes certain things.
But it doesn't make sense, Tex.
Why, sure it does, Pat. Now listen to this. G-47 disappeared, and that's the last we'll ever hear of him.
Why should that explain it?
We've broken up his colony, imprisoned all his co-workers, and soon the Magic Island will be only a memory. G-47 couldn't stand that.
Oh, you're wrong, Tex. I'm sure you're just as wrong as you can be. G-47 has given his life to the study of science, and he'll never quit.
That part of it may be all right, but we'll never hear of him again, and that brings up another problem.
It brings up a good many, I think.
Oh, forget it, Pat. I didn't mean it that way. I was thinking that now these scientists are without a head, they've looked to G-47 to lead them in all their work. Just how much are they going to accomplish without him?
I've thought of that, Tex. And I've asked a number of scientists and educators to take over the job, but none of them seem very keen about it.
We'll have to get someone.
The only chance is Professor Hubbard.
Sure, he'd be the ideal man, but he's in Europe.
No, he arrived in town today. I saw it in the Distinguished Arrivals column.
Is he here to stay?
No, vacationing, the article said.
And you expect a man of his reputation, who's probably taken the first vacation he's had in years, to step into a job such as the running of that institution?
I'm not lacking in nerve, anyhow. I sent a note to his hotel asking him to call tonight.
Well, you know him and I don't. You'll have to handle him.
And that reminds me. If you're going to try to call McLeod, you'd better do it now. The professor may be here any time.
Good idea, Pat. Poor old Mac must think it's a funny kind of life down there in that underwater city.
It's awfully lonesome for him. With just those two sailors out of the crew, waiting for weeks for another boat to come and take them off.
Yeah, but don't forget the pigs and the chickens and cows. Mac's got plenty of company.
Well, even so, it's not a pleasant job.
Of course it isn't, Pat. I was only joking. Mac's a grand guy, or he wouldn't have volunteered to stay there. But I couldn't stand the thought of all those splendid animals being destroyed when we flood Euclidia.
And you did perfectly right, Tex. The Euclideans have developed domestic livestock to a fine point, and we'll be able to do a good deal with that collection.
In the meantime, I'd better try to get Mac. Bradford to McLeod. Bradford to McLeod. Gregory home station to Euclidia. Hello, Mac. Hello. Why should it take Mac so long to answer? I told him to be ready at this time every night.
Well, remember that he doesn't claim to be a radio engineer, and after all, we're 4,000 miles away from Euclidia. Don't expect him to operate that radio as well as Thales did.
No, that's the trouble. No one does anything as well as those blame Euclideans did it.
Hello, Captain Bradford. This is Angus McLeod calling Captain Bradford. Can you hear me, Captain?
You bet I can, Mac. Go right ahead with your report.
I have little to report. All is well.
He'd say that if the city was flooded.
Hasn't anything happened, Mac?
Not a single solitary thing.
No water leaking into the city from the island?
None. We found a half-dozen steel safety gates in the tunnel leading down from the island. We closed them, and there's no danger now.
Well, it's only about another 8 or 9 days, Mac, and that cattle boat will arrive there to pick you up.
Aye, Captain. I'll be ready for it. Is that all?
That's all.
Then if you'll excuse me, I'll get along to my pigs. Good night.
Night, Mac.
I wonder if Mac doesn't realize that conversation is free.
He sure treats it like an antique, but he gets his work done.
And instead of being lonesome, he's worrying about his pigs. Euclidia does funny things to people. Yes?
It's Joan and me, Mrs. Gregory.
Well, come in.
Jerry Hall, how many times have I told you to say it is Joan and I, not Joan and me?
Oh, okay, then. It's us.
That'll do nicely, Jerry.
What have you two been doing?
We have been enjoying ourselves.
You have.
Well, now what?
Well, we were supposed to go to a show after I took Joan through one of the big stores downtown, but we were still in the store at closing time. And what do you think we were doing?
Whatever it was, Joan looks like she enjoyed it.
It is very nice. I want Jerry to take me down there again tomorrow.
Oh, I will not.
Well, for heaven's sakes, what is it?
Well, Joan got started riding those blame escalators, and I couldn't get her off them.
Is that so funny?
Well, it wasn't funny to me after about the 200th time we rolled up and down.
You must have had quite a time, Jerry.
Yeah, I did.
I don't blame you a bit, Joan. I ride those things a lot more than I need to, just for fun.
There, you see, the captain likes to ride them.
Okay, then, okay. The next day you feel one of those up-and-down tours coming on. Let the captain take it.
Well, I wish I could have seen you. Oh, Joan, I'm so happy to have you back home and riding escalators in a store rather than elevators on Euclidia.
Yes, you're a lot safer here.
Oh, gee. Golly whisk.
What is it, Jerry?
We forgot.
Oh, Jerry, so we did.
Something important?
Well, I don't know. But there's a funny-looking old man down in the living room.
A man in the living room, Jerry?
Yes, Mother. Jerry and I met him at the gate, and he said that you had asked him to call.
Professor Hubbard.
Sounds like it.
We mustn't keep him waiting. Come, Tex.
How about Jerry and Joan?
Oh, don't worry about us. We'll find something to do.
I wish we might ride those escalators again.
Oh.
No, I think you two should come along. The professor is a very interesting man, probably the outstanding scientist in the world today, and a man of whom I'm going to ask a very great favor.
Oh, sure. We'll be glad to go if you want us.
Well, then let's hurry and all go.
Should we not lock the door of this radio room?
Oh, Joan, dear, we're in Los Angeles now, not on Euclidia.
Oh, we had to be careful once, though, when Hollywood was full of Euclideans.
These are very beautiful stairs, Mother. But would it not be nice if they were equipped
Joan,
with...
if you ask your mother to put a moving stairway in here, I'll think of something to do to you.
Now, you two be quiet. You're going to meet an important man, and Mrs. Gregory is going to ask him
Quiet, Tex. Good evening, Professor Hubbard.
Mrs.
Gregory.
Oh, I'm sorry you've been kept waiting, but the young people forgot to tell us you were here.
That is the usual penalty for age, is it not? To be forgotten by the young.
So good of you to come, Professor. This is Captain Bradford. Tex, Dr. Hubbard.
Heard a lot about you, Professor. This is a real pleasure.
That pleasure is mutual, Captain. I have long wanted to meet so able a scientist who was level-headed enough to think of other things occasionally.
May I present my daughter, Joan? We've just had Joan with us a short time.
You need not tell me of that, Mrs. Gregory. The story of your daughter's discovery on that unique island in the South Seas is common property. You are an interesting young lady, lovely as your mother. And to be interesting and lovely is an accomplishment.
And this is Jerry Hall.
You were one of the searching party, were you not, Jerry?
Oh, yes, sir. Well, I'm not interesting or lovely, but I got as much fun out of it as the rest of them did.
Yes, you would. Well, Mrs. Gregory, it's a genuine pleasure to see you again, and I should like nothing better than to spend an evening talking about the days when my name was little known, and you generously financed an expedition for me. But the urgency in your note leads me to believe that this is more than a social call.
It is. And if you'll all make yourselves comfortable, I'd like to outline a plan I have, and then ask my favor of you.
Anything within my power?
You can't imagine the sort of favors I've learned to ask in the last few months. To begin at the beginning, we found this strange island with Joan safely living there. But these men, Euclideans they called themselves, were not too friendly. And knowing the captain had a formula they would give much to have, they made us prisoners, in the hope of securing the formula as ransom. Well, we managed to escape, however, and after several attempts, used the same formula to capture their underwater city.
I am aware of all that. Now, you have brought these Euclideans, as they choose to call themselves, back here under guard. Place them in an endowed institution where they may continue their almost fanatic pursuit of science. But you are making sure their discoveries are to be used only for good in the world. Is that correct?
Perfectly.
You seem well informed on this whole thing.
I am well informed. You may be surprised when you learn just how well informed I am. I know that your reason for inviting me to call here this evening was for the purpose of asking me to take charge of your scientific, shall we say, college.
How did you guess that?
It was hardly a guess. Your colony is without a head now. Those men need a leader, and you neglected the little matter of bringing their leader with you.
Tex, do you realize what the professor has just said?
Yes, but what's more important, I'm beginning to get an idea why he said it and how he knew all about this.
I am pleased with you, Captain Bradford. You think very rapidly. And unless I am much mistaken, the young people are wondering if certain characteristics of voice and manner are not familiar to them.
Jerry, do you?
Yeah, I do.
But you've been active in Europe all these years.
In my spare time, I have managed to be seen in scientific circles in Europe, that is true. But I spent little time there.
You are G47?
Yes, I am G47, head of Euclidia, and greatest scientist in the world.
Jerry, think of that.
My head won't work anymore. You think.
Well, Professor, you place us in a strange position. You realize, of course, that your identity as a professor is established. That it would be utterly impossible for us to prove that you were ever G47.
That is true.
This is all a little too much for me.
Well, look, why not let the professor, or G47, or whatever he wants to call himself, take charge of your college?
I think that is an excellent idea, Mother.
You hit it, Jerry. Regardless of the identity of this gentleman, he is the only man in the world who can get from that group of scientists the treasures they are capable of making.
I am glad you are so sensible. I will accept the position as head of this novel institution and will conduct its affairs to the best of my ability. One thing I must have understood. No one was ever harmed on Euclidia. And in the future, any of my people who desire to return to your society must be allowed to do so. As for myself, I had rather be a Euclidean than a free citizen of any country. Tomorrow morning, if you care to visit your scientific colony, you will find me working with the rest, and I will never leave without your permission. Good night. Good night.
Good night.
He's gone, vanished as silently down that hall as he used to do on Euclidia.
He'll take the job and run your place to perfection.
That gave me a strange sensation.
Me too. There's something mighty powerful about that man.
Indeed there is, Jerry. There's something big about any man who'll go into a prison of his own free will to be near the thing he loves, and G47 loves science.
The magic island of Euclidia is rapidly becoming just a memory to most of the world, as other news has taken the front pages of the papers and the headlines in the radio news broadcasts. But to Jerry Hall and Joan Gregory, and to Mrs. Patricia Gregory and Captain Tex Bradford, the magic island will always be a very real part of their lives, and they'll never forget their experiences there. Today, however, we find our four friends in very happy circumstances in Los Angeles, California. Jerry and Joan have taken Elaine Raleigh, the young Euclidean girl submarine commander, with them and gone to the university, where they all took entrance examinations a week ago. Mrs. Gregory and Captain Bradford are in the living room of the Gregory home, waiting for the young people to arrive.
Well, Tex, this is just about the end of our adventure.
Looks like it, Pat. It's been a lot of fun.
Yes, fun. And danger, too. I wouldn't mind doing it all over again, after we get the youngsters safely in school.
What I can't figure out is how they expect to go to school together.
It's going to present a problem, but they seem to think they could work it out, and I left it entirely up to them.
Well, those three can work it out if anyone can. But it's a strange mixture. Elaine is 22 and Joan is 15. Neither of them have ever been inside a school. And Jerry has almost another year of high school to complete.
That is a weird trio for college freshmen, all right. But we'll see how they make out. One nice thing about all three of them, whatever happens, they'll get along with the result.
They'll do. Some of the Euclideans didn't like the idea of Elaine going free and taking up her life in our world.
Well, they haven't any complaint. Elaine was an outcast. She didn't agree with all of their views, and she did help us. I wouldn't worry about the Euclidean opinion.
I'm wondering just how long we can keep that scientific college prison of yours under our thumbs.
I think that G47 will hold them in line as long as we can supply all the materials they want for their experiments and treat them kindly.
I hope you're right, but I have a feeling that one of these days we're going to hear more from them.
Tex, the light.
Radio room signal?
I think so. It was just a slight flash.
That would be McLeod. He isn't getting out any too well with that set on Euclidia.
Yes, there it is again.
Come on, Pat. We'd better go to the radio room.
And let's hurry. Something may have happened to Mac.
Nothing very serious, or he wouldn't be using the radio.
He should be on his way by now. That cattle boat has been down there for 2 days.
2 days isn't a long time, Pat, when you figure that they're trying to take several hundred head of domestic animals and birds out through that airlock and load them into a boat.
Oh, I suppose not. But I thought they'd be on their way home by now.
We'll know in a minute.
Yes, the signal's working.
Not getting anything, though. Too weak. You'll have to use a relay and step it out a little. Will you please throw in the generator switch?
Oh, certainly.
Loading operation. Boat riding well. McLeod to Captain Bradford. McLeod calling the Gregory home station. Can you hear me? Hello, Bradford. Hello.
Okay, Mac, we're getting you fine. Go ahead.
Hello, Captain. I was just about to quit trying to reach you. The boat is loaded, and we're ready to sail. Have you got any special orders?
Not a thing. Did you take every one of the animals and birds out?
There's not even a mouse left alive in this deaf place.
Good work, Mac. Shove off for home when you're ready.
Are you sure this place will flood from what little airlock?
It will if you make sure all the doors connecting that lock with the underwater city are fastened open.
Taking no small chance on that. Me and the laddies have taken a welding outfit and welded every door in the place open.
Mac would do a good job, wouldn't he?
I'll say he would. Well, that's fine, Mac. And if you see anything of value in the way of scientific instruments and tools that are in portable cases and easy to handle, bring them along.
That's all taken care of, Captain. We've got everything on board that wasn't nailed down. Best of all, we found a cabinet full of the plans, drawings, and blueprints of everything in the place.
Great stuff, Mac. You've done your job well. Flood the place and leave, and good luck on the trip home.
Aye, Captain. We'll have nothing but good luck leaving this place behind. So long, laddie. We'll be seeing you soon.
Well, that's all over.
And Mac has done a splendid job of it.
He certainly has.
But what will we have for him to do when he gets home?
Nothing, I guess.
Now, Tex, you know that Mac and the old skipper won't be content to sit around and do nothing for very long.
And I suppose, to keep them happy, we'll have to dig up another wild expedition to some unheard-of place.
Probably, but not right away. Oh, I'd like to enjoy the peace and quiet of my home for a little while.
Well, I don't blame you. We've certainly been on the go for the last year.
That must be Jerry and Joan and Elaine at the door.
Thought you gave them a key.
I did, but Joan likes to ring those chimes.
I'll say she does. Funny if they'd fascinate her like that, after all the wonderful things she saw on the Magic Island.
Well, perhaps it's the novelty of finding a set of chimes like that in an ordinary home.
They're inside now.
Yes, sounds like it.
What was it you said about the peace and quiet of your home?
Are you here?
Yes, Joan, dear, in the radio room.
May we come in?
Come on in, kids.
Let's go back into the living room, Tex.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd rather stay here for a half an hour or so.
Why, Tex?
Well, just to be sure Mac gets off all right.
Oh.
If we don't hear from him in half an hour, we'll know that he's on board the boat and underway for home.
That's right.
Oh, Mother, we have had the most fun.
Well, Joan, dear, you...
Gee, Mrs. Gregory, guess what? Oh, hello, Captain.
Hello, Jerry. Joan?
Well, I haven't the least idea, Jerry.
Well, we're all in college.
You are not in college, Jerry.
Well, I'm pretty near.
Now, suppose you two calm down and tell us one at a time.
I
All
am
I've
now
got
a
to do
member
is
of
to
the
study
Children,
chemistry.
please, one at a time.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Suppose you started, Joan.
Very well, I will do so. Elaine, Jerry, and I went to the university to learn the results of our examinations for entrance. And I will be accepted at once.
Oh, that's splendid, Joan.
How about you, son?
Well, I'm practically accepted. Only I have to finish high school yet, and I've got to take a special 3-month course. Then I go in with Joan as a freshman.
Oh, that's fine, Jerry. You must have had very high marks in your high school subjects.
He did. The gentleman who spoke to us at the university said that Jerry was an exceptionally bright young man.
There you are, Jerry.
Well, didn't I always say I was pretty good?
You say that far too much.
It might be just as well to let someone else say it, Jerry. But you do seem to have justified your opinion of yourself.
What did they think about you, Joan?
They found it most unusual.
Boy, they sure did. We had a hard time making them believe that Joan had never been inside of a school of any kind and was only 15 years old when she passed every test they could think of to give her for the college entrance.
Well, you can't blame them for being skeptical.
Hey, wait a minute here. Where's the rest of your party?
Good heavens, I didn't even notice. Where is Elaine?
Oh, she's still trying to get into college.
Elaine couldn't pass the examination.
On the contrary, the professors could find no examinations to give her.
I'll say they couldn't. She answered their questions faster than they could write them down.
Oh, that must have been very funny.
I'll bet it was at that. Elaine examining the professors.
That did indeed take place.
Really, Joan?
Yeah, those professors are swell guys.
Why, Jerry, a professor is not a guy.
These professors were regular guys, and when they found out that they couldn't ask Elaine anything she didn't know, they asked her to question them. And when we left, she was having plenty of fun with them.
I'd have given anything to see that. But what is she going to do about it?
They agreed to allow her to attend certain of the classes, which she wanted to do, in order to familiarize herself with our manner of education and our social customs.
Good idea, and it will be a good atmosphere for Elaine.
Yes. She'll soon get entirely away from those Euclidean mannerisms and be much more comfortable in our world.
Well, we didn't want to leave her out there alone, but, well, the science prof said he'd bring her home safe and sound.
I think we have need for no fear for Elaine's safety.
Guess not, unless the college kidnaps her.
They sure liked her.
And now, our 3 young adventurers will have to be quiet students.
Yep, looks like it.
Jerry may be a student, but he will never be quiet.
I guess you're right there, Joan.
Say, how's Mac getting along down at the island?
Oh, we just talked to him. He's nearly ready to shove off.
And he will destroy Euclidia before he leaves?
Yes, Joan. We decided that was best. Mac will turn the ocean into that place and flood it thoroughly. It seems too bad to destroy all the work G-47 and his men put in there. We were afraid that those underwater caves would offer too much of a chance to criminals if they weren't flooded.
Well, they could pump them out and use them again.
Not very easy, Jerry. It would be almost impossible to locate enough machinery down there for that job without being caught at it. They'd need a fleet of big boats around there for months, and it would cost millions.
I think we're safe enough from that. Well, what can we do with ourselves now?
Jerry and I have planned to spend much of our time studying for his examinations.
You're going to study for his examination?
Yeah, she's going to help me. And then we're going to spend an hour every day in G-47's laboratory at the new scientific colony.
I'm not so sure about that. What do you think, Tex?
I don't see how there could be any harm in it.
There is no danger. Do not forget that G-47 has gone there of his own free will.
Oh, sure, it's all right.
I suppose so. Only I'll never get over a feeling of fear and uncertainty where those Euclideans are concerned.
We visited G-47 on our way home.
Today?
Yes. He has invited us to spend an hour a day with him. And he has promised to show us his finest experiments before he gives them to anyone else.
That's all right, isn't it, Tex?
As far as I can see, though you two will have to be mighty careful not to give any of the secrets away. After all, we want to be able to turn anything of value over to the government.
Oh, sure, we know all about that. But G47 is going to give us the formulas for some of the things that we can sell and make money on. And we promised him that we'd put all the money in the bank for the Euclideans.
You did exactly right, Jerry. Tex has planned to sell the formula for the soundproof paint to the moving picture and radio studios, and the television instruments also. And all of this money is to be used to support the new Euclidean colony, under our jurisdiction, of course.
I was very doubtful of your experiment at first, Mother, as the Euclideans were so independent. But since they have understood that they may do as they please in their new home, I believe they will remain happy and contented.
I think so. And we've done a good job.
We certainly have, Tex.
Yeah, it's been a long time since that first night when I came here and asked you to take me with you when you went to look for Joan and the Magic Island.
It's really not so long, Jerry. Only a few months. But so much has happened to us that it seems longer than that.
Jerry, I think it is time to tell them of your surprise.
Well, can you leave this radio room now?
I guess we could, but we'd have to stay in the living room where we can watch the radio signal.
Oh, couldn't you get Johnson or somebody to stay here for a while?
Well, of course we could, Jerry, if there was any reason for us to leave the house.
I would like it, Mother, very much.
What is all this?
Well, Joan and I are going to be on the radio tonight.
You are?
Yes, Mother. We have been asked to tell something about our experiences on the Magic Island and down in Euclidia.
Well, that's good, but you don't need us along. Pat and I'll stay here and listen to your broadcast.
Well, we thought maybe you'd better come along so we didn't say the wrong thing.
We won't worry about that.
Of course not. You two go along whenever you get ready, and we'll hear from you here. And when you get home, we might have a party ready for you.
Oh, Mother, you two have a surprise?
Yes, dear. Tex and I are giving a little party for you and Jerry tonight.
You've earned it, both of you.
Oh, Jerry, that will be nice, will it not?
Will it? Golly whiskers.